Hello there. Hello. Everybody. That's my new. I should do videos like that. That's a great idea. Hello, that kid named us Daztech. Hello, Daztech. Daz washing powder. Hello. Daztech. Daztech. Aztec? No, it's Daztech. I'm sorry. You will forever be known as Daztech. Daztech's your name. Daztech's your game. Hello, Kevin. How's it going? I forgot to open something. Morning. How's everyone doing? Well, that's weird. My computer turned the monitor off. Moin. Hello, still a Carl. Oh, my eyes are watering. Would it be out of order to suggest a video? Yes. That's out of order. We have a very specific order here. I'll watch that, yeah. I like Rally. I like Rally. Who doesn't like a rally car driving through the countryside? Is it driven by that fast guy? His name I can't pronounce. What is his name? Chanako. Hello, Ben. Kevin, ChatGTP is giving me code not really working and I'm stuck. What should you do? Learn to yeah. Sounds like work. You don't want to work. I don't want to work. Hello, Daniel Merchant. Okay. The sky failed to render. Oh, Ibza's fixed setup. I didn't know. Didn't know this.
You're on a dry tyre.
Is it wet? How do I know what the road is? Oh, that's good. I need these hands right in the face. Oh, the road's wet. Moisture level. Track is moderately wet. first of all, we need to change the camera. I can never find this setting. Toggle, where's windscreen wipers? Can only see my feet. Is it, you can see other things. There's other stuff. Why do you need anything else? Oh no! All you need is the foot cam. It's the perfect channel. Nah, that was my face. I think you're imagining things. You like that view as well? I have more camera angles than a bloody adult video shoot. How come this camera, the lighting settings on this camera are good, but on the other camera they're not?
I'm hot, and you're not.
There we go. Go. Fried USB. I don't know why I joined this. What was I thinking?
You're on a dry tire.
Oh, a windscreen wiper. Hang on, why is there two? Oh, trigger, toggle.
Ostras, es un oficial, lo pone arriba. Le pone quali a la izquierda. ¿Rafe? ¿O no?
How do I turn off the wheel? Are you rich guys now? 80. Yeah, well, I'm rolling in money. I drive a Ferrari now. Where's the hide steering wheel option? Oh, here we go. Okay.
You're on a dry tire.
Oh, that's a good windscreen wiper. I'm using qualifying to set up my camera position. I feel like that's the best use of my time. Beautiful. Successful qualifying. Nice sunny weather this. It's good. It's nice for iRacing to implement British summer into the sim. You know what I mean? Quite good this weather because this car drives like a boat, and now it can float like a boat. Beautiful. You can only see my hands. The wrong way round. It's very hard to do that back to front. The stuff that I find funny. I have the maturity of a toddler. Yeah, I need to... The colour grading for that camera is better than the other camera. I don't know why. Yeah, today's going to be another chill stream, guys. For some reason, I'm not feeling very well yesterday and today. I'm alright, but like... I don't know what's going on. I think I've eaten something that's murdering me. So we'll just take it easy. I've got coffee, that's how you know it's bad. Crimea River, I know. Thing is, I'm still able to sim race at such a high level because I'm that good. Hello and goodbye. Hello, goodbye. Yeah, get your violin out. Is it the world's smallest violin? Which is the world's smallest violin? How small is it? Someone probably made one with a like an electron microscope. No one's joined the new Discord yet. Despite my reverse psychology on YouTube. Hors d'oeuvres. I don't know if I will be Hell Knight. Maybe we will be though. Have a good night. A New Zealand night. I like the rain sound effect in this. Feels like I'm being tortured by the CIA. White noise torture. It's quite a relaxing sound though. Well, like it sounds like I'm on a motorboat. One of those, what are those things that you ride? Jet ski. If jet skis were silent, that'd be awesome. You could get electric jet skis. They were all the rage in the 90s, and then everyone lost interest in them. Alright. There we go, everything's working. It's nice. Yeah, I like the blueness I've got on this camera. Do you like the camera here? Gah, you caught me. Damn it. Oh, I don't know why that's funny. Why is that funny? I need to get out more. This is a 12 Newton meter, yeah. Right, we're hunting for salt here. Oh. Oh, do we have to pit in this? How long is this race? 35 minutes. Oh well. No, we should be alright. Yeah, a bit of blue. Hello? Why am I in front? Did no one else joined with LMP cars? What? Why did no one else join with an LMP2? What is this? Did no one join the race? Well, there's one other LMP2 car. Well, iRacing's working well. And they didn't grid up. Oh well. Hello?
Hello.
If only one other LMP2 car joins, is it an official race?
I don't think it's an official race.
Get ready, going green.
I think I might win this.
You better.
That's a pace car line. If they're showing us the black flag, you pass the pace car. They're going to hold you for a while. The pace car is off. Be ready.
Oh, sorry.
Green flag, green flag.
I got a black flag for passing the pace car, even though I didn't. How does that work? I'm going to lose now. The pace car went in the pits. Yeah, good job, iRacing. The pace car had gone into the pits. Ah, God. Pit entry line hacking. Ah, it's Dunkosaurus. How's it going, man? Guys, check out his YouTube channel. Dunkosaur has the best logo in all of sim racing. So go and check out his channel. Well, at least we found out. moist. Never driven this car in the wet. Pit. Got hold for 1 second. Hold it for 1 second. I normally like to hold it for longer than a second. Personally.
Slow down. You got a penalty for cutting the cord.
Oh, I don't have a pit limiter bound.
Pit box in 10,
Hello, Danny.
5, 3,
I'm gonna get a drive-through for speeding.
right here.
Pretty funny. Wet tyres have wider controllable slip, but it has the same physics issues as always. I think we get a drive-through for speeding in the pits as well. That'd be pretty funny.
Okay, go.
Might have got away with it. No, the hold was for the. Oh, did it hold us for the speeding as well as the safety car? I was just because I went faster because I checked and see if it had auto speed limiter on it. Oh, well, good. I like being penalised. Who doesn't like being penalised hard? Do you know what I mean? I would say, if you're gonna get penalised, it might as well be hard. What time's the fixed F3 race at? Is that at 1:15? Yeah, I think you're right. It's just the rookie series that have it. But I thought because this is fixed setup, maybe it might be classed in the rookie way. Can someone just check what time the fixed F3 race is? If it's at 1:15, I'll join it. I was more just interested in driving this. I haven't driven the LMP2 for a long time. To be honest, out of the tin top cars, I think the LMP2 is probably one of the better ones. Okay, we'll quit and join the F3. Yeah, I thought so. I think I quite like LMP2 cars in real life as well. I think I always have. I think they're a good. It's that prototype thing. There definitely seems to be a class of driver that happens to like prototypes. So like for me personally, I've always liked radicals, vintage prototype. It's that sort of shape of the car. I think it's outside of Formula cars, it's the ultimate race car, isn't it? I think Formula cars are more like go-karts, whereas a prototype is the ultimate race car. I think LMDH cars look quite nice, but they have too much bollocks on them. They're too expensive. There's something. The thing is, LMDH, there's not enough of them. Like, it needs to all be the same car for a fair race. So, I do like Formula cars as well. Modern Formula cars are crap, obviously, but like, IndyCar's not too bad, I don't think. And F2's not too bad. They look terrible, but no, I know at 12 o'clock. That's why I wanted to quit, fit in the F3 race, and then we're just chilling out today. To be honest, the last few days I've not felt too well. I watched your channel, Dunkersaw, and I think I contracted AIDS. Ah, no, my oh, it's such an immature sense of humour, guys. Look, I don't know. I don't. What is wrong with me? Oh yeah, maybe. Possible. I don't know. I don't know what anyone's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know where we are. It seems pretty easy to drive. Don't know what it'd be like to actually race longer periods of time. Why did so few people sign up to this race? It's weird. Yeah, I think this would be quite a fun car track combo. This is peak iRacing. I do find it funny with the rain how this is something I've been saying for years, is that rain is not a good thing for sims for the most part. It's a fun novelty and it's nice if it's a little bit of drizzle and it's a surprise, but it's not like racing. It makes racing worse, generally speaking, for the vast majority, for sprint racing and the vast majority of sim racing and for the vast majority of sim racers. And I get so much like people going, well, it rains in real life, and like, oh no, it's really good for strategy. And it's like, mate, people can't drive 3 laps within 2 seconds of pace consistently. You really want to make it even more like the sims don't even have tire models that work properly in the dry. They don't have force feedback for the slip in the dry, and you want to make it a situation that categorically depends on feel. But sim racers will be sim racers. They're very strange sim racers. Send them all to the gulag. This is like it's a pleasant car track combo, this. Is the open one at this track? I used to quite like him, sir. That is true, King Carrot, yeah. It's ironic, isn't it? Is the open race longer? Can't even remember. I thought it was like 45 minutes or something for the... Yeah. I used to do it, but then they made it a license, and then I stopped playing iRacing for months. I think a lot of sim racers play sims for getting some sunshine and nice bright graphics and stuff. I think people don't realise that. Like, it's really nice to play a driving sim with nice weather, nice sunrise, nice and clear. When it's like, people are fundamentally playing driving games for entertainment, right? And it's, generally speaking, it's less entertaining having like a miserable grey sky. Thanks Janter for following. No, I'm not saying that you shouldn't always have grey sky or day, night and stuff, but I definitely think for British people that it's normally cold and miserable outside. It's quite nice being able to load into a video game and it's like, oh, it's nice and sunny. Yeah, well, that's the thing. They need rain is good. Rain is fun when it's just a bit of drizzle. So it's a warm day, and then there's a quick little downpour, and the track is kind of in that ambiguous dry tyre, wet tyre, or even doesn't go into wet tyre. It just stays in dry tyre. So you're then having to just drive the car better, and the track changes a bit. That's where rain is interesting. Yeah, thank you. I'm just going. Let's go to that. Everyone quit this. They're all like, can't be bothered. It seemed to run all right though. Oh, you can tell it's not official because the thing doesn't go red at the top. Jantar, hello bro. I'm new in sim racing. I'm having my first wheel. Sounds like you're having a first baby. I have two options: Fanatec CSL Elite or Fanatec 2.5. Why are you buying that? It's like, are you getting them second hand? Yeah, why are those your only two options? Okay. Well, it's hard to say, really. You already have the Fanatec P1 Xbox Alcantara Edition. Well, yeah, the CSL Elite is better than the T300. I mean, the Club Sport 2.5 is quite good, but it's hard to say. It entirely depend on the condition of the second-hand units that you're getting, as to which one you get. I mean, yeah, I would say if you're trying to do things cheap, because the CSL Elite's quite a nice wheelbase. If you just got the CSL Elite and just kept with that, assuming it's not knackered or anything, CSL Elite's also newer than the Club Sport, so it's probably got less wear on it. So yeah, I'd probably go with the CSL Elite, and then yeah, and then in the future upgrade to some kind of DD or something if you got the money or you want to. But I've got a CSL Elite. It's good wheel rim. Why is iRacing messing up when it loads up? This is really weird. Some weird stuff. It's loading at the wrong frame rate. That explains that. Weird. Oh well. Which one's better? This one or this one? The second one's better. Let's go with that. Insta comment? Oh, what do you mean? What on the screen? What's happening? Hello, random. I'm just chilling out. How are you doing, man? I was changing colour settings on my camera whilst I wait for the race to start. How's it going in call sign land? I can't see links, gentle. Whoops, I'm smashing up the thing here. Can you change the new QR1 light? You can change the quick release on the wheel rims, yeah. I'm not sure if I don't think you can put the QR2 on the CSL. You might be able to actually. It'd be a right pain in the ass. Probably can't. Has its days. This morning for me was a terrible morning. I'm not going to go into details, but it was awful. Oh dear. But yeah. Here we go. Let's qualify. I could put the wheel rim on this car. It's not insomnia, I just like weird stuff. Options. Morning, Dave. Does it show the driver's legs if you... Alright. Calm down, mate. If you don't have driver's arms... It doesn't show driver's legs. Legs and arms. Ah, no. Just stupid hell stuff, random. It's all fine. It's all fine. Right, here we go. Go. That's nice sunset. The right mush through there. You've been seen in the daylight 2 days in a row. I know. No, I've been getting up at like 5 AM, going to bed at like 9-10 PM. because I've had to interact with people outside and stuff. It's well annoying. I think they need to do quite a lot of work to it, Simon. Yeah. But it's in beta, you can't buy it, so. Yeah, Rensport's a weird one. It's like they're doing a really good job with the esports stuff, but then the game needs a game, like more content and like, you know, it's really weird to do esports before you have a publicly launchable game. Like they have a game that's in beta. It's just very strange, isn't it, really? It's, but they do it weirdly though. They're doing a good job with the esports stuff, like the way they the general format, the races, the filming, the commentary, all that stuff. But they got banned on Twitch, well, because of the view botting thing that someone was saying. Oh no, it's crazy. Someone was claiming that they were view botting. I don't know if they were. Oh dear, sim racing, guys. Random call signs view botting. He is the view bot. That should be that's my new Twitch channel, Viewbot. I am Viewbot. Death to all humans. Yeah, I don't know, Terj. I don't know how these things work. Normally, you do have to burn cash to make stuff, though. Yeah, normally you need like at least like a McDonald's hamburger. You need something that's a minimal viable product. That's easy to access, and once you've got that, you can then just use marketing to make people interested in that minimal viable product. So I think if Rensport just had online MX5 racing every hour with like 3 splits or more guaranteed, and then they marketed the esports stuff around that insanely, then loads of people would be like, oh, have you seen that game where you've got 50 race cars in a race, and it's like Battle Royale, but it's with race cars, but it's also really realistic as well, and like the top drivers from it compete for huge prize money. At the moment, you'd see like ESL R1 or something and go, oh, that's cool, those drivers look really good at it, and I quite like motorsport. And then you'd be like, well, why am I playing the game? Effectively, it ends up being an advert for iRacing. Because a lot of the teams involved in ESL R1 also do iRacing. And then iRacing actually has a lot of stuff that you can jump in and drive. So, ironically. Like, your average person doesn't know the difference between different sims as well. Like, your average person doesn't know the difference between... They don't know what's realistic or unrealistic. So... you know, it's all marketing stuff and it's all a bit weird. I don't know, the whole thing's pretty irrational. Like, most stuff is really irrational and very hard to describe and understand in rational terms, so who knows what can work. Hello, Vandis. I like the colour. What do you think, Random, of the colour grading here? It's my new hobby. What do you think? I think that looks quite nice with blue. I don't know if it was bandanders. I don't know. Someone just said in chat. They might be making stuff up. You never know. Hello?
Hello.
Has anybody got a bottle of water for the start of the race, mate?
Anyone see the strength of field? I didn't see it.
1,800.
The estimated SOF is 1,829.
I think
We expect to be fighting for
should be a
the
good
podium.
crop. I think we should be able to brew 5% beer out of this strength of field. Yeah, it's more like a alpha, isn't it, Simon?
Starting 15th, I'm just hoping to get into top 10. That'll be fine for me.
Well, you've already got into the top 10 biggest disappointments on this grid.
Oh, we still crying about Lando last night.
I didn't even watch it. Don't know spoilers. Here we go. Let's go.
Green, green, green.
Good luck, everyone.
Car right. Clear on the right. Right side. Still there, hold your line. Left side. Still there. Clear.
He ain't giving me much space. I knew he was just going to rejoin into us. Aye, racers. They always rejoin into you.
Internet ahead. Car right. Clear. Car right. Clear on the right. Left side. Clear on the left.
Sorry about that. I was trying to avoid. I thought there was going to be a crash in front of us, so I moved to the right. Sorry for the car behind me. They look like they're going to wreck.
Right side.
What are you doing?
Clear.
Mate, I've just had to drive off the track.
You cut that corner, you've got a slow down penalty. Stay on the left.
Oh, yeah.
Clear on the
What is this game, guys? What is this game? I just had to avoid the corner entirely because a yellow car just went to ram us. So I 2-second penalty or some shit. What is this? Game design. I literally had to drive off the track to avoid that yellow car punting me. And that puts me in last. How does anybody ever take this seriously?
There's an incident behind.
Oh, so stupid, isn't it? It's entertaining, though. It is. You have to take it. Oh, dear. Stupid game. If you do the right thing, you get punted.
Clear on the left. Left side. Clear. Car on your left. Still there. Hold your line. Stay on the right. Clear on the left.
I felt like I got penalised.
There's an incident ahead, right side. Clear on the right.
I was massively penalised. Sometimes, some men enjoy being penalised, so you know, whatever floats your boat. Tom, that's bollocks. The inside line, it's physically impossible for that car to do the move he did without wrecking me. And it's a fast sweeping right-hander.
The car is out of control.
You have to enter from the left. So, no, if I stuck my car on the far right-hand side, it wouldn't make any sense. I wouldn't make the corner and the cars outside of us would just drive into us. So, no, I was in absolutely the perfect position for where you should be. You can't drive around the fact that if a car on the inside decides to not brake at all, they will punt you. You can't preemptively drive to such a stupendous degree of going, oh, well, I'm going to assume every car is going to just drive into me in the most ridiculously, completely illegal way. So no, it's such a stupid argument. I know you're just commenting, but like, people say it all the time with like iRacing stuff or racecraft and things. Whenever there's like an accident or something, and then they go, wow, this driver didn't... Oh shit, I've missed the corner. 90-degree rejoin. It's like, no, you can't, like, there's a limit to how much you can accommodate bad drivers. You know, there's a you get to a point where actually, if you put your car on the, in that situation, if you put your car right on the inside, you're liable to get punted by the other cars to your left more than the car on the inside. So it's exactly the same thing that people say with poker. You know, when someone plays a poker hand and they play it perfectly for the expected value, like they're playing by the odds, and they've also made the correct choice based off how the players on the table are playing, and then they happen to lose the hand, or you know, whatever, and then someone goes, you know what you should have done. You should have played. You shouldn't have played it. It's like, no, if you've done the thing, the best expected value, that's all you can do.
You got it, slow car on the right. You got it, slow car on the right.
So. I noticed this in iRacing a lot, actually. If you really are good at avoiding other people driving into you, people then have a habit of also going,
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Playing poker against people who really don't know poker. Well, no, it's easy to play poker against people that don't know it, because you just play by the odds. So it's actually easier. You just need enough bankroll. Explaining good or bad poker. But yeah, so what you see a lot in iRacing, if you do stuff to avoid getting punted, which you have to do against a lot of drivers in iRacing, people watching it go, oh, that was a really good move by the other driver. It's like, no, it wasn't. They would have punted the other car, but because you didn't hold your ground, you didn't get punted, which then made it look like it was a good move. But people just look at things from the end result, not the actual process. It's really stupid. People do it with everything motorsport. They do it with everything. Like, what's it called? It's like a fallacy. It's like the looking at something based off the results as opposed to the actual. Oh, the penalties on this track are insane. They do it with football all the time. They're like, so if a football team happens to win, they're like, oh, well, good management, really good, they did really good, amazing job by the team. and then if they lose, people are like, oh, well, what did you do wrong and all this stuff. It's like, well, hang on, they might have played exactly the same in both scenarios. And given how variable and ridiculous football is, it's exactly the same as poker. As I say, you have to look at the odds over a long period of time. But football is so variable, it's mental. Like, I think what you can do in football is you can go, well, this player is clearly able to dribble the ball better than other people. Their pass accuracy is clearly better. Or they're always like moving around, or they're always creating like, you can see that players that do that, right? So that's separate to the end result of winning the game. You can see which players. So from an individual player level, you know, you can go, well, that player's clearly creating stuff, right? But when they talk about the wins and losses and overall strategy, there's so much like variability that's outside of like defined intention. All you can do is go after like, as I say, after like 15 games or something, 20 games, 100 games, you can then go, well, look, here's the statistical average for results. But even then you can't do that necessarily, because the players change and the locations you play change and the teams you play against change. So it's so noisy, it's really hard to like actually define absolute intention and cause and effect. Yeah, the refereeing in football is hilarious. Watching the Euros. Right, the England match. Well, first of all, England is shit. I hate watching England play football. So they've been like that for decades. But like the refereeing I've been watching quite a few of the Euro games, and the refereeing is still as bad as it was in like the 2000s. I think it's got worse. Where it's like, apparently, at one point in the game, you can knock a player down. Tom, no, you're talking bollocks. No, you again, fuck me, I'm just going to ban you. No, absolute bollocks. There's defending the inside, so the mistake you're making is you're ignoring the corner that it is. On that corner, a person can try and send it up the inside, not from that far back. They can put it up the inside, but if they... I've just explained to you. If they send it from where they did, they are going to wreck me. I had to avoid their wreck. Generally, when driving, you don't drive around the fact that the other cars are just going to outright wreck you. You drive around the idea that they are somewhat trying to race. Because you don't... Are you mental? Tom, are you like... So, what's your I rating? I can only assume you have no clue. I can only assume that you have the skill of a potato. So, what you're suggesting is you put your car on the sweeping right-hander, you compromise the entire entry of the corner, ignoring the cars on the left that are going to cut across as well, and you yourself then go right on the inside for the guy that's going to wreck you because they're too far back to even try and make a slight pass, and then you brake really slowly, which will then confuse the cars on the outside, and you then lose the 3 places, and you're suggesting you do that all entirely preemptively in order to know in advance that the car behind is not going to punt you. Like, this is, I don't know what it is with people unable to, like, poker is the really good example of this. No, you're just saying defend the inside to stop someone doing a move up the inside. I'm explaining the type of corner that's different for, and when you've got other cars on your left as well, and the entire context of it. And then I've just explained what you're doing is the same mistake people make with poker. When someone plays a fairly decent expected value poker hand, but then they lose the poker hand just through like something outside of the statistical variance, you then get people going, well, you know, you should have played it different. Yeah, he wasn't even in the ballpark of being close enough to me to do the move that he was trying to do. It was literally, he was just going to pump me. So he wasn't in a position to be defended. If I was like even going to go, right, I'm going to hold the inside line, it just wouldn't make any sense. No, I've just explained, RS Alec. You can move your car to the inside, and you can defend the inside. There was 2 other cars on the outside of the corner as well. How is this difficult for people to grasp? You guys have like, it's mental. The fact is, if I didn't move out of the way on that corner, so I'd actually placed my car in a position that did actually block them. And the fact is, if I hadn't then moved left, they would have punted me. So ironically, I actually did what you guys are saying I should have done. and I still had to take evasive action from them. So that makes you guys seem even more mental. Ironically, I actually put my car further to the right than I probably would actually want to, and the idea being that any driver that far back behind would go, oh yeah, I can't actually get through there, and he couldn't, which is why I then, when he messed up, I then had to drive off the track to avoid him. PRT, hello. Like the... Well, I don't think so, Simon, because this is a video game and the physics are nothing like real cars, so it doesn't really matter what's real or not. And people do mental stuff in real life as well, anyway. I don't know what argument other people are making. You go, oh well, you should be further on the right. It's like, well, yeah, then he would have driven into us categorically. It's like, okay. Oh dear. SA, it's exactly the same as the poker conversation. The stupid poker conversation. Someone has like a 9 and a 7 or something, or a king and a 5, and people will be watching a live stream of that. And then the person playing folds because they're like, well, you know, whatever. Maybe they just don't want to play those hands, or they don't want to get drawn into it, whatever. So they fold, and then the flop ends up being like 2 kings and a knight. You know, like it ends up being like a full house or something. And then people watching are like, man, you really need to get the cards in more. Do you know what I mean? Or like. Yeah, it's just the fallacy is the what was it called? Like when people evaluate stuff based off the outcome. Is this probably called like post hoc fallacy or something?
5 to go. Time to push.
You lost me at the flop. The thing is with iRacing, because the tyres stay sliding for ages, it actually makes it easier to work out the trajectory that a car is going to end up in when they try and make a move, or when you make a move. It's quite drawn out, the lines that you take. So weirdly, once you've learned iRacing, it's like dirt racing. Like a car can't magically turn the radius of the corner tighter once it's in like a slide, if that makes sense. So you know, based off the speed at which a car enters the corner, what they can and can't do. Whereas in sims where the grip is comes back faster, a driver can like be counter steering and leaning on the tyres more, which will allow them to take a tighter radius, or there's more range to the radius they can take, with the compromise being the tyre wear and some other aspects. But iRacing is way more predictable for one. You know categorically if someone goes into a corner X speed, you pretty much know what like exactly where they're gonna understeer to. Also, the more sort of gradual the slip curve, the wider the more sort of wider the slides through the corner will be, the less sort of pokey and snappy the slides through corners will be. So that's why like Rallycross, for example, has really the cars are quite, you know, they're sliding around the corners, so the radiuses are like drawn out. Whereas if you have like, I don't know, like a Formula car in Assetto Corsa, things are just a lot more pokey, which I think makes it harder to work out what's going to happen. In fact, it definitely is harder because AI struggles with this as well. Like vintage cars have a much more gradual grip curve on the tyres, and so the lines through the corners are more like wider radiuses or like continued smooth slides through the corners. Whereas when you've got a modern car on slicks with downforce, the cars can like adjust trajectory much faster, which then makes it a lot harder to calculate what sort of trajectory those cars can take and what trajectory they're gonna go. Which is why AI handles like slidier vintage cars a lot better than snappy modern cars, because it's just a lot easier to everything's happening slower, the trajectories, the positions, the change of directions. Incoming rally with subs. I don't get the hate for Silverstone, you know. It's a good track. I like Silverstone. Once you kind of learnt it. With Formula cars, faster cars, like sort of SR3 and above, it's not, I don't think it's good with road cars and things. I don't think it's particularly good for like MX-5 and that sort of stuff, but Formula 1, Radical, prototypes, GT3, it's all alright. The penalty basically ruined this race. I've Have I tried the Area 27 track? No. I'll have a look at that. DJ Natty, yeah. Silverstone isn't a good track. It's impossible to know where you are. What do you mean? What do you mean it's impossible to know where you are?
The pace car is out of control.
Get a sat-nav in your car.
3.033.
You're in Buckinghamshire. Oopsie, 07 AU, thanks for following. It's a fun track in GT1 cars, actually. What's weird is, thanks for subscribing. Welcome, Baronwood. Silverstone has an infield track that they use for like the Silverstone training drive. You know, you pay. It's like a Palmer Sport type thing. It's a bit crap, but it's good for noobs. And they use like underclocked F4 cars with sort of cut slicks on them. That infield track, I've not seen it in any simulator. Someone's probably made it for AC. There's also they also do like a little dirt kind of layout, but I think they spread dirt on the track. Another thing I've never seen in a sim, which would be awesome, is the Nürburgring GP circuit. They used to do a thing with F4 where they put mixed tyres, like road tyres basically, on F4 cars, and then it would be like a rallycross sort of track, but with F4. So they do like a Formula with an off-road section, which is cool. Impossible track. I don't know what you're talking about. We're going to do a crash analysis where I'm going to be proven completely correct.
White flag. One more lap to go.
As usual, I'm going to be shown to be the absolute god of racecraft that I am. the pure goggle man. Goggle of racecraft. Well, you'll see, Tom. You will see. You will see why you... Are you prepared to apologise if you're proven wrong? I'll apologise if I was proven wrong. But I don't think it's likely. You'll see. You'll cry yourself to sleep tonight.
Right side. Clear.
Oh, there'll be tears. You've embarrassed yourself. What you said was wrong. Let me tell you in advance. What you said was that I should have covered the right-hand side even more to preemptively stop the move from the car that went up my right. That did a stupid dive bomb on that corner. You're saying I should have been even further right. And my counter-argument is that for the sweeping right-hander, unless you were like 1v1 with that car, which I wasn't because there was other cars near me, and unless they're closer so that they're actually in a position to do a normal, like actually if they were in a position to overtake, it doesn't make sense. Like, they were going to dive bomb me regardless. Oh,
You got a slow car on the left.
beautiful.
You got a slow car on the left. Go right.
And welcome to iRacing.
That's unlucky, James.
How do you explain that? I've got a penalty for that. We're finishing now. Good driving. It's a nice, good takedown, mate.
Good clean racing with you and me there, James, before you got taken out.
He's alright. It's a good takedown by that driver, to be fair.
Testing. We'll get him next time.
One corner to go.
Yeah, no, it's pretty normal for a car with no nose to just drive into you. What was he thinking? They've all wrecked. He's got no nose cone, and he just accelerates into me. It's Tom and Jerry'd me. What? Why? Why? I forgot I was playing Carmageddon 2. Oh, look at him float. Look at him floating. Whoa, whoa. Ooh, that he is Tom and Jerry. I still finished though, so I think I'm the winner. Right, let's have a look at this crash. What did I do wrong for that one? Look, right. So, here, I'm like, right, this guy's gone off the track. He's stopped, but I'm like, oh, he's probably going to move like an idiot. So I leave space. I leave enough space. Also, I'm aware of this car behind us. I also don't want to, like, open it up fully for him. So, I mean, what can you do? I've left... He's even got enough time to be really aware that there's cars coming. Right, let's have a look at Tom Minot has disputed us. So, Tom Minot is saying that I should have covered the right more. I'm saying for the sweeping right-hander, with the car being as far back as he was, and the fact that he would never make the corner from the distance he was, with the braking that he would do, it wouldn't make sense to preemptively put my car to the far right as much as would be required. Also, my defence as well, or my argument, is that I had other cars on my left that I was actually racing, so it would be completely stupid to entirely compromise the line preemptively based off the idea that the car behind is going to completely punt us. It doesn't make any sense. Well, that's what you said, Tom. You can't... It looks like you're adjusting your argument here. Can I go back and post the text? Well, you can make your argument again. Have you forgotten your argument? Justice cannot operate if you can't remember your argument. You literally said, Gamer Muscle, you're so sexy. I wish I was as sexy as you. And then you said, you should have defended it more. You want me to post it word for word? Hang on, where is it? Tom. I'm scrolling through the chat here. Oh, here we go. Tom Minot. Really dumb, but the only thing I can say is that you were in no man's land, not on the racing line, nor covering off the corner, drifting somewhere in between. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so, and that comment suggests that I should either be further to the left or further to the right. So, no. If I'm further to the left, he's going to just come through anyway. Even, he's going to just be totally open for him. If I'm further to the right, then the previous thing I said. So, also, that comment is so vague and get out of jail-ish. That comment is so, like, wish-washy. You'd be like a good populist politician. You could, maybe you could get a job at Reform UK. I did a good job avoiding him, to be honest. It was the penalty that was the issue. Because I've done dive bombs on people that are stupid. It was the penalty that was the actual problem, not that driver. Right, I've got a car on my left here. He can't... He's not getting up the inside. He's not... This is just stupid from him. I'm in the perfect position for this corner. It doesn't... He's never making it, and he doesn't. Look how much he drives off the track. And I know... No, he's on my right is what I meant, but this car... We've got to run from the cars in front, which we're following. And so we had this car. I thought this car was on our left, I thought he was closer to us when we were driving. So that's why I'm not on the far left. I actually thought he was closer. But even so, this is actually good car positioning. This is spot on car positioning. Because he can't, there's a car on the inside, from the distance that he is, he can't make that. And I knew he couldn't make it, which is why I turn off the track. I just turn off to the left here. I go right out to the left. I turn out of it because I know he's not making it at all. And as you can see, he just chronically understeers. Because I'm also going into the corner quite fast for the corner. So basically, I avoided the crash with him because I know that he can't make that corner at the speed we're doing it. Yeah, no, but this is correct car positioning here. Based off his position. Right. Based off his position here. And this type of corner. To take this corner at speed to maintain with these guys whilst defending the car behind. To indicate that he can't just go up the inside and him then go there. He can't. You can't drive. He can't make the corner without punting us, but he obviously didn't care, so he just went for it anyway. No, what are you talking about? I'm driving perfectly. like this is absolutely, even for me, this is good car positioning. Because I'm not compromising too much of my speed through the corner. If I'm on the left here, you can go through this corner faster, which means that you're faster because you can apex better. If you're here, but what happens is if I have my car on the far left, he would for sure absolutely pwn it up the inside, even as far back as he is. If you are here, it means that he can't go up the inside because he can't make the corner at the speed that we're making the corner. It also means I'm not losing pace on the cars in front. This is just normal defensive driving. I'm absolutely in the yeah, I don't want him to, but I'm going to be aware that there's cars behind me. I was more driving because at the time, as far as I can remember, I thought this car was actually closer to us. I thought this car was actually, like, borderline wheel side by side as well. So I'm positioning my car in a way that's the most productive position for all the cars that are around me to get the best result. That's also naturally defensive, but also least compromising on the speed. Like, if you were to replay this situation, you would put your car in the same place every time. Like, it would be how you would drive it. Me in a third person. No, you weren't watching in third. You were watching. Okay, you're watching the race from the cockpit. I see what you mean. You're watching it after the fact. But even though I had tons of space on the left, right? Even though there was space on the left, in this situation here, if I'd moved my car right to the far left, he would have actually been more likely to go for a dive bomb, and he actually probably would have been able to pull it off. So. If you're on the racing line, Tom, what your argument against what I should have done would be the argument that applies. If you were on the racing line, this yellow car, especially in iRacing, the yellow car would have absolutely careened through. And fortunately, because I know iRacing's tyre physics, or just iRacing's physics, I played it too much, I know. So if this is the interesting thing with iRacing, if this was AC1, it would be a lot harder for me to know if this guy would make the corner. Thanks, PR Sim Racing. Because in AC1, you can oversteer and drift through the corner, scrubbing off speed, but also holding a line and using balancing of the car more. Same in R Factor 2, actually, as well. In iRacing, because the tyre behaviour is basically linear in the sense that if you countersteer, it just adds more slip to the tyre. You'll just keep sliding. It means that at the point of entry into this corner, I know that his tyres, he can't turn in more and scrub more tyre to take a tighter line and end up being beside me and still get through the corner. So I know that he's not going to make this corner, which is from too much iRacing. In the past, I would have just held my line because I'd be like, oh, this guy can just go to the inside. But I know here, I know that he's not going to make this without running off wide because you can see the angle of his car for the corner and everything. So I'm just like, I totally just back out the corner. I just don't even bother taking it. And then look how much he runs off. Look how much he runs off. And then what happens is, people see that you do that. I know Tom wasn't saying this, but people then people then do this, and then people go, "Oh, well, you know, he just made a good move because you left it open," which is bollocks. Also, it's not wish-washy. Tom, it's not wish-washy driving. No, I know you didn't, Tom. I know you didn't challenge that. This is completely textbook driving. Also, I'm getting the draft here from the car in front. I think what you're missing is that this car is at the speed and where the brake point is. This car is never making it through this corner. Here, right? You can't, at this speed, at the brake point where I'm doing, this car does not have enough grip at the speed to make it up the inside and continue through the corner. So my positioning is based off that. It's based off my knowledge, unfortunate as it is. I happen to know what the grip levels are of this car. Yeah, no, I know your argument is that I should either have my car here or here. And I'm saying, no, it's actually better to have it here. Your argument is that, like, it does help in sim racing. I don't disagree that in some ways it does help to be much more binary in sim racing in terms of, I'm right on the inside of the corner, you know, like ridiculously hugging the inside of the corner. I don't disagree that, especially in the context of sim racing and in real driving, not trying to be too precise with car positioning. I don't disagree. Being overly obvious, being overly whatever for the corner is a good idea in general in real motorsport in sim racing. Don't disagree. What you're missing is the nature of this corner and the it's based on the it's partially based on the car on the left, but it's also defensive for this car as well. You don't seem to understand. The two things are true. The two things are true here. No, you guys don't understand this corner. I think that's where you're failing to understand. If this corner was like a tight right-hander or something, then you could put it more on the right. But also, he's not that close to us. He's not even. So there's a limit. So this is where people make the mistake. There's a limit to the degree for which the car in front has to really accommodate dumb driving from the car behind, and within that limit, there's like you go, right, okay, I'm going to accommodate a large amount of dumbness because I don't know how good people are in racing. Fine, and then you get to a point, you get to a threshold point where if you're accommodating dumbness, to such an extent, you actually end up welcoming in more accidents and more weird stuff happening because you're accommodating dumbness to a degree that nobody would understand. And you also, when you accommodate dumbness to try and create a margin or be overly clear, it actually ends up costing you so much time and pace and position that it actually makes things worse again. No, Tom, because this... you not understand? Do you understand the line through this corner? Do you not see how no other car is further to the right for this corner? Right? Do you get that no car that's over here at the braking point that we're braking at, when they're this far back, do you understand that they can't, that there's no way he's never getting through this corner with this car without punting us at the speed that he's entered the corner?
Race control scoring has ended.
Do you not understand that? Do you get that if I move further to the right here, we're going to be slowing down so much that he's probably going to drive into us anyway? Or opening it up for him to go around the outside. So it's like, well, you can't... there's a limit to what you can accommodate at the end of the day. Yeah, but Tom, I've just explained. Even if the Thicko levels are really high, even if the driving is terrible, even if people are going to do the dumbest thing, you can't adjust your driving entirely to accommodate the worst case scenario, because the worst case scenario doesn't happen every time. so that's exactly why I was explaining the poker thing of, you look at that there's an accident after the fact, or potentially an accident. You know, you can't do it that way round, because before the person does the dive bomb, you don't know that they're going to do the dive bomb or they're going to drive into you. Puma, yeah, that can work, but then yeah, that's the optimal way to play iRacing for sure. But then you're not racing and it's not very fun. It's just hot lapping. So yeah, if you're just going for iRating, what you can do is you can just pull up. Well, there is a degree to that as well. But yeah, if you're just going for iRating, just hot lap offline until you're 7/10 within track pace and don't race anyone. So yeah, that's true. But that's obviously not racing, is it? But that is the optimal way to play iRacing for sure. EP in his life, yeah, true. No, I don't disagree. I'm not saying that's unrealistic as well either. Like, if you're fastest on track, the less you race other drivers, the less chance there's going to be contact. I think it's the side-by-side driving and actual racing is what I think's the fun part of driving. So, you know. But I'm having an argument with Tommy, who's clearly got to apologise because he's wrong. We're going to have a vote. We're going to have a vote, guys. Is Tom wrong? What you saying, Tom? That I should have my car further to the right here, or I should be far on the left-hand side? I would say my car position is actually really good here. To Gulag. Oh, it's all good fun. The problem isn't even this, though. The problem is the penalty system is ridiculous. Because it's fine. I expect drivers to make, you know, nothing on Mario here. I mean, I've done worse. I've done moves like this loads of times. You just shouldn't. I shouldn't get a 3 second penalty for this. That's the thing. You should be fully right for a car that's 20 metres behind to have an exit speed. Oh, the irony is though, right, Joey Mango, if you go really far on the right hand side here and you also brake to make sure that you're not going to understeer through the corner, ironically, this car would then drive into you because they would hot lap straight into you and be surprised by the fact that you're on the brakes to hold the inside line. Hey, let's do another one. Did I miss it? Oh, I missed it. Oh, I was too busy. We're too busy having a debate. Let's take one last look at that crash at the end. Oh, it's all good fun. Tom will be happy. Well, you know, I expect a full written apology, and it needs to be copy and pasted to the king as well. And and like it needs to be sealed with a wax stamp. I think this is it's a good car track combo, to be honest. I think in iRacing in general, tracks that don't have tight corners tend to drive better. Road America, Road Atlanta. I know those tracks have some tight corners, but you know what I mean. They're mostly flowing, high-speed corners. Do I want it in Stoke? Yeah, you could. If you could chisel it in multiple languages, like the what's that stone? What's it called? The bloody language stone that has the different languages on it. The Rosetta Stone, yeah. If you could do it, is it cuneiform? If you could, if you could write your apology on 4 sides of a piece of granite, that would be ideal. Just so it's recorded. The granite apology. There's no better apology than a granite apology. I hereby confirm. Holographic, yeah. Holographically scribed onto the rock. I don't understand holograms. You know, they still confuse me. So, like, for those of you that don't know, if you've got a hologram, if you cut half a hologram off of a hologram, you're saying hieroglyph? I read that as hologram. But yeah, holograms. Say you got a picture. It's a hologram of a person's face. If you cut that in half, you just end up with a half resolution of the same image. And well, you've got two half resolution images. If you cut it again, you end up with a quarter resolution from the original image, but you still have the thing's still there. It's just lower resolution. Like the whole image contains the essence of the whole image. I think it confuses me. I don't really fully understand it. It's probably limited to the resolution of the film, ultimately. I think this guy was lagging and also a bit dumb. That was fantastic. How do holograms work? Will we ever know? We could do a Super Formula fixed race before the servers go down. There you go. One more race before the servers are updated. I've never driven this car at Red Bull Ring, so this is going to go well. Right, holograms, guys. How do they work? How do holograms work? How do holograms work? It's laser etching multiple Yeah, holograms just don't really make sense to me. It would seem to me like holography is probably how you do the ultimate type of VR. Like real-time holography. Is it holography? Yeah. Well, like, yeah, like looking through a window, or yeah, looking through a keyhole. But then I don't quite get how it's saved. Like, you know, how it's the film works. Is it basically a light field? A column of light leaves a laser, passes through a beam splitter. The two columns of lights reflect off their respective mirrors and pass through their respective diverging lenses. The object reflects off the object. What? And combines with the reference beam at the holographic film. Yeah, so how does holographic film work? Holography is a technique that enables a wavefront to be recorded and later reconstructed. It's a recording of an interference pattern that can produce a 3D light field. Oh, so it is light field, yeah. But on the chemical level, I don't understand what's different with a holographic film compared to normal film. Right, what's different? Imagine if concrete could be like... Imagine if you could bake a hologram onto like concrete or other materials. I don't know. Holography like breaks my brain, guys. It absolutely breaks my brain. I remember seeing like... Do you know in the Jorvik Centre? Those of you that have lived in the UK, they had like a holographic helmet. They had like a whole holographic display actually. This is back in like the 90s, and I remember as a kid being like, I was like, oh my god, hologram! Doesn't make any sense. But yeah, Tez, you might be able to, like, yeah. So a normal film is just is take all the light that's hitting a normal film is causing the film to reflect that light in a single direction. But then can't you just use normal film? And as long as if you were using a film that reflects light basically directly back at the source. So it might be how you illuminate it more than the film's structure, if that makes sense. But yeah, maybe you need like a non-diffuse type of film. Like a omnidirectional film surface, but then that would mean the resolution of holographic film is limited by the points or the pixels, effectively, of each single potential orientation, or the degree of backup of a holographic film would be limited by how many degrees that each single physical point of film can reflect light back. See what I mean? It's like the more you think about it, the more mental it gets. If I wasn't dumb, I would have gone into like that as a field of study. I'd have worked with like light holography and stuff. If I wasn't thick. Do you remember the smell of Jorvik Centre? Maybe that's why you have such poor racecraft knowledge, because you've been to Jorvik Centre and you too have been affected by it like I have. I'm telling you, Jorvik Centre damaged my brain. The smell, the sandals, the little train thing that takes you around, and all the like people stood around in a fake Viking village. Oh, that's not just Reddit. That's YouTube as well. Those comments, I think they're hilarious. I think it's really funny. You went to Jorvik Centre and left as a hologram. No, hang on. You would feel three-dimensional. You left as a monogram. Hang on, what is a monogram? Is that what a picture is? Is a picture a monogram? That might be what it is. Hang on. Is a normal photograph a monogram? Surely it is. Oh, monogram pictures is a net. What is a monogram? How would you describe a photograph? Right, ChatGTP. We can use language logic. This is what ChatGTP can work out. Linguistically, is a photograph a monograph compared to a holograph? Linguistically, the comparison between a photograph and a monograph and a hologram highlights the differences in nature and complexity of these terms. No, I just wanted to know if I could call a photograph a monograph. So hang on, a monograph is a detailed written study on a single specialised subject. Okay, that doesn't help. No, it's not worked. Hang on. DJ Natty. It has perceived but not actual depth. Oh, you mean like a holo? But it does have actual depth. Okay, it doesn't have actual reality depth, but it is a recording of reality depth. Different to, so it is different to a stereoscopic image. Like this that's what blows my mind about holograms, is that, so you know, stereoscopy, you have a left view and a right view, just that's it. Whereas a hologram, every individual pixel of that image. Also, if you move backwards, oh no, that's just because you're looking at a different pixel when you move backwards and forwards. Oh, you're talking about a photo. Okay, so what you're saying? A photo. This, like, honestly, guys, don't you guys think this is amazing? Like, don't you think am I mental? Don't you think holograms are incredible? This can't just be me. Holograms are like the image, or like the image equivalent of magnets. What? Hang on. What's the hologram box thing? That's not a good description, is it? The hologram box thing. Do you just mean like a box full of mirrors, or do you mean like that stupid the fake thing? Hologram display box. That's just Pepper's ghost. You know, holograms are insane. I don't think people grasp how amazing holograms are. You can beam your image anywhere. I'm beaming my image anywhere. I'm not allowed to beam my image into outer space. I want to. What's the resolution limit to a hologram? Is it to do with the size of the laser light source, or is it to do with the film medium? Or is it limited by just physics? Like you get down to like atoms. I definitely think like so one of the things that could happen is, you know, at the moment a screen is 4K, but it's 2D, so all the pixels are pointing one way. There's no reason why you couldn't have a TV screen, if it's high enough resolution, you have it so that each pixel is like 40 different directional beams, and that way the TV would just be 3D without glasses, because each eye would only be seeing the directional beams from the pixels, and it'd look natural. So you see the image from all angles. Yeah, with a hologram, you can. It depends how. I think there's a limit to how obtuse the or oblique, obtuse. What's the word for something that's taken at a right? If something's like that straight on, is it oblique or is it obtuse? I don't know. It depends, but there'll be a limit to the angle for that the film can capture the light or the laser beam to record it, I'd imagine. So that would be the limit to where you could then move your head to view the image back. I'm going to buy a hologram. I always wanted one. Oh, well, that's the other part of it that doesn't make sense. Yeah, because it's to do with like wavelengths of the colour of the light, but then yeah. Guys, I'm telling you, it absolutely breaks my brain. Doesn't take much. Hello, Risleys. Hello, guys. Welcome to Hologram Talk. Yeah, so Tom, I'd like you to do a holographic apology. I'd like you to use stone to inscribe a hologram apology on stone. You need to come up with a technology that lets you bake a hologram into granite, and then you can write your apology into it. That way, not only will it be in stone, so pretty durable, it will also be very redundant even if parts of the stone get chipped off. What would be the best way to store... If you had, like, let's say it's just 100 words, and you had to store that 100 words as long as possible. You had, like, it was of the entire universe collapses if you lose this information, so you have to store it. What would you store it on? Like, presumably, redundancy is the best thing. Floppy disk. Yeah. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it. Appreciate the effort. Yeah, presumably just redundancy. So you need some way of like telling people over and over again. Or just maybe it's better to, like, rather than having one master copy, you would have something that's very duplicatable, but maybe not as durable, but it's much more duplicatable, like a floppy disk with Doom shareware on it. It's pretty durable because so many people kept copying it. This isn't going to work, is it? Car sounds like a bloody train. Well, that's the Star Trek thing, isn't it? The idea that... Is it Star Trek? Well, there was a thing that, yeah, an ancient race created. They encoded that hologram into DNA, into all the different species' DNA. And when all the different species added their DNA together, they then got that hologram message at that planet. But it does seem that like that would... I don't know how much information can you store in DNA, and then you end up getting into like the whole fractal thing. So like the information itself is quite small, but the way that the information is unpacked can be infinite. That's insane as well. Why are we having like today's just mind-blowing thought day? Hang on, I don't remember that episode of Voyager.
Green, green, green.
Easier to just write a note. self-replicating probes. So, are they anal probes? Oh, does it have to be this way? Yes, I'm afraid. That's where the alien anal probing thing comes from. They're actually just trying to store... They're just trying to, like, store vital information. That's how it's the ultimate way. It's like the South Park bicycle. It's a safe spot. It's not a. It's an actual space probe. Oh, I see what you said. Yeah, I thought you were talking about Star Trek. You mean the Voyager? You mean like Voyager 1? Yeah. I thought you were talking about Star Trek because I'm a Trekkie, secret Trekkie. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, the disc with the images and the music on it. But it's not exactly accessible, is it? A tiny speck of human data floating around. You could argue that the radio waves, don't they attenuate off into space infinitely? How do they if you send a radio wave into space, does it decay? Like it should do, shouldn't it? It should be as you get further away, the strength of the signal gets weaker, but how far away can a signal get in a vacuum? Does it lose? Presumably it loses. It would lose energy as it hits, because a vacuum is not a perfect vacuum, so it will lose energy as it hits random small particles and stuff. So there will be like a radio limit. So like what I'm saying is, to back up information, you could just send it out into space as a radio signal, like we're already doing by accident. And then you could go, well, how do you retrieve that? Well, you wouldn't be able to overtake it though, would you? Because it'd be traveling at the speed of light. Yeah, how far? Ask ChatGTP. How far? Maybe that's protecting us. Like how many light years, in theory? So maybe that's why we wouldn't pick up stuff from alien civilizations, from like if something's let's say limit it to 5 million light years. If we limited it to 5 million light years, I mean, maybe. I mean, that's a lot of stars and planets if you've got 1 million light years. Yeah, so hang on, let's see what ChatGPT. How many light years can a radio signal travel in the vacuum of space before it becomes background noise? Well, actually, you can still pick up the Big Bang, so presumably you could send that signal. But that's just noise, isn't it? Here we go. The distance a radio signal can travel in the vacuum of space before it becomes indistinguishable from background noise. The power of the signal, the sensitivity of the receiver, and the background noise. Okay. I just want to. Oh, here we go. In summary, the distance a radio signal can travel before background noise can range from a few light years for weaker signals to 1,000 light years for highly focused, powerful signals. Yeah, so how many habitable planets are within 1,000 light years of Earth? As a guess.
Is the launch control available in this, or is it not because it's fixed?
Right. No, you're high, Novotny. 17 million stars. Oh, okay. 850,000 Earth-like planets. So, in theory, we should be able to pick up a radio signal, like radio signals. But that's a highly focused one, so it's probably even half that. But that's still reasonable. And then you go, well, how many planets have life that then turns into intelligence life? So you could say it's quite reasonable to assume that radio signals from a planet would never travel to another planet.
Good luck, everybody. Have fun. Sorte.
Is it you could lend? Yeah, well, if you were trying to send it, you could probably use like the lensing effect of black holes or gravitational masses, couldn't you? Obviously, that's what they do already to like see even further into space. I think you can. There's like a gravitational lensing effect. Yeah, no, I just trust ChatGTP for everything. Why question it? It's AI.
Green flag, green flag.
Don't question the AI. Where's he going? Oh shit, does this car have DRS?
Still there, hold your line. Right side.
Oh, I didn't bind it.
Still there. Clear.
Oh well.
Right side. Still there. There's an incident ahead. You got a slow car on the left. Clear. Left side. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Clear.
Why does this car sound like a Hoover? Don't talk about Formula 1 or anything. There's people on the Voyager 1 probe that don't know. Who's playing football today?
Car on your left. Still there. Clear. Right side. You're on the left. 3 wide. Clear.
Oh, we do have overtake. We do have the button. How often can I push it? I don't know. It might be. It could just be a. It could just be a fake. It could be. It's actually made by Lidl. Can I? When can I push the overtake button? I'm pushing buttons, but is there a delay? Shit.
Right side.
Bloody hell, this
You're
car
on the
does
right.
not turn. Oh. Sorry, I lit up the rears.
Car right. Keep to the left. Clear.
Ah, I'm gonna support Portugal.
Car on your left. Clear. Car in P2. Just set the fastest lap. 12.511. New fastest lap for you.
Hundred and 80 seconds of overtake. Oh, the tyres on this in this game are insane. Like, you want to be at the limit, but as soon as you get to the limit, everything just breaks. So you have to like drive into the limit in a bizarre way. At least at speed, the downforce makes this car a bit more stable.
Car in C2. Just set the fastest lap. 12.223.
No, I don't know what's giving you that impression. I don't use the overtake button. I never use the overtake button. I think it's cheating. I think people that use the overtake button are losers. Only newbie sim racers use overtake.
You're gaining on the car in front. The gap is 2.4 seconds. Car in C2. Just set the fastest lap. 11.958. Just set the fastest lap for second.
I always find learning track is it's the best time to learn is in a race. I can't believe England won yesterday's game. It was so dumb. The way England play football is ridiculous. Like, honestly, they don't move around. They don't even seem to give a shit. It's insane. It's insane how England play football. Like, they've played that way for 15 years.
The leader is running 12.192.
It's like they just don't care. Unless it's like the last 3 minutes and they have to score a goal. That's why it's always bloody penalties with England, because they just don't give a shit. Yeah, but then they also just do too much passing in attack. They get the ball into the enemy, into the opposition, and then they just keep passing it around. It's like either try and dribble it and lose it, or maybe get a penalty from being tackled, which is a huge pressure for the other team, or take a shot. Don't just keep passing it. It's not going to magically. You're not going to magically create a magical position. You have to make it by moving around. It's bizarre. Like, they know that the passing around in the box does not work. Yeah, and also other teams have gotten better at not fouling people in the penalty area now. It kind of worked for one World Cup. The thing is, as an attacker, I think you're much better off doing a breakout, maybe losing the ball, or you had a chance, than you are passing around and losing the ball because you inevitably pass it to the other team eventually. I don't know. I'm not like some grand strategist at football. It's insane, isn't it? No, so they only got into the. They only got into this quarterfinals through complete fluke. I'm not saying that they need to score loads of goals, and I'm also not saying that sometimes playing for a draw isn't necessarily a bad strategy. I think a lot of people like falsely go, "Oh, why are they?" And it's like, well, I don't think that you have. You don't have to win, but you can definitely. The thing that you can see is that the players are genuinely not trying until the last 5 minutes. They're like, you can see that they're not even. So a good way of evaluating a team is not by the players that are on the ball, but what are the players off the ball doing, and how much effort are the players not on the ball putting in. All the best teams in history, and the ones that have actually won and stuff, the players that don't have the ball are moving around shitloads, and it puts off the defence massively. Like I played football like at a very, very low school level, so I'm a total noob, but it's pretty obvious. It's the same as like if you play hockey and stuff, any sort of team-based court game. The more people move around, the harder it is for the other team to preempt what the team's doing. Like, it creates opportunities. But look, there was shit, but counter debate. They're the best. They've got the best players, some of the best players in the world. So they should be winning it. They shouldn't just be like, "Oh, we've got through the group stages to the quarterfinals or something." It should be that should be a given. That's like being surprised that Germany or France or something get to the final stage. It's like, yeah, against like Slovenia or Denmark. It's like the country which basically originated football. You kind of expect them. They've got like the best training facilities, they've got some of the best coaches, and they have some of the best talent. So, yeah. Well, no, they do still have some of the best training facilities though, and the best resources. They just, you can see that they're not even trying. But there's a difference between like. There's a difference between a team that's like losing because they're not good, and a team that's like dawdling around. It makes no sense. And okay, you could see a team. So like in the last game, Denmark, for example. You could see they were making bad mistakes and they were like doing stupid things, and you could see they were getting tired. But it wasn't because the players weren't trying. you know, you can see when a team is putting effort in. England is like, you can see by the way they play. Or, right, the other thing that they always do, if they score a goal in the start of the game, they then just go into this sort of weird floppy mode, which inevitably the other team pretty much almost always equalise towards the end of the game, or score 2 goals and knock them out. That's how they've always played. It's genuinely better for England to lose a goal early in the game, because that way, when they finally get the equaliser, which they have to get because they need to try, it's more likely to be 1-1 than it is to be 2-1 to the other team. It's so dumb how they play, guys. Honestly, England is the worst football team to watch ever for the last 20 years. The most frustratingly stupid team to watch. Yeah, they score in the 94th minute. They're like, amazing, amazing. And then, so England always has like, they'll have like 5 minutes of excitement play after scoring a goal, where they'll try. But then after that 5 minutes, they're like, we're actually, no, we can't be bothered again. Every time. Oh dear. What they need to do is put landmines in their pants, and if their heart rate drops below a certain amount, the mine blows up. That'll get them to move around more. We're complaining about the England football team and how bad they are. Yeah, after one good game, or it's not even a good game, after one coincidental victory, England are like, the pundits and stuff are like, wow, guys, really did a good job there. After they get like a 2-1 victory or 2-0 victory against some like team that's rated last. It's coming home. Well done, England. You've done us proud. Really good job. Great management. Well done. And it's entirely based on the like random chance of the teams they're put against. Oh dear. I miss the days of like Messi and Özil and Zidane. Right? Why can't we just clone Zidane? Like, you could watch Zidane in every game. He would always be running up and down the field doing weird shit. What happened to that?
Chicken flag.
What happened to... why can't we just clone Zidane? He was the best... Zidane's the best football player to ever have lived. For entertainment. Who does he play for? And then the worst thing with England... You have like the sort of Rooney, Kane type player that's terrible, basically, but they're either fast at running or something, or they're tall, and so the other players basically have to feed them the goal, and then they score a goal, and everyone's like, wow, they're so amazing. It's like, no, they're not. They're just tall, or they can run quickly, but they're shit. But some like winger has to do like 99% of the work to then feed them the goal, and then the guy that scores gets all the credit. I totally didn't play in defence, and I don't have any issues with being a defensive player. Bloody attackers getting all the credit when it's the wingers and the defence that like created the goal 100% with their insane pass that's like incredible pass accuracy that's more hard and mental than any goal that's scored, and that's ignored for the guy that happens to be stood in the box going You could replace Kane with like a lamppost and it would be better. Put lamppost on a string and just pull the lamppost forwards and backwards so it's not offside. And then this winger could just kick the ball and hit the ball off the lamppost into the goal. Genuinely would be better. Also, did you notice? Look at the England team. All the players look like cavemen. They all look like waxwork figures. Like they look like the lights are on the house, but there's no one in. They're like a security light. They all look like they've done far too many headers in training and have repetitive what's it called, like brain injury from heading the ball too much. Like there's not. They look like crash test dummies. CTE. British football teams, the team of CTE. What does that stand for? Something traumatic injury. You know. Me, kick ball. That is it. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy, which is not a thing to joke about. I mean, it's horrendous that kids are playing football, banging their heads and stuff all the time. It's mental that we just accept that. But that's why you should joke about it, because the most depressing things are always the most funny. That's England for you. Let's face it, England men and women are not beautiful to look at. Excuse me! I am the peak of sexual prowess. I think everyone can agree on that. The best thing, the good thing about being British and having wonky teeth and being ugly is it forces you to compensate. If you're like beautiful, you can just walk through life like, oh, I am Italian and I'm beautiful. You'd be like random call sign. I am so good looking. You know, they don't need to. They could just be good looking. They don't have to try. Whereas those of us that look like a drain cover, you know, we have to put a lot of work in to be functional. It's peak masculinity. This race was a bit dull. I think this car's too quick. So, well, I mean, you have to be at pace, don't you? Also, knowing the PP mode probably would have helped at the start of the race. And launch control. It doesn't have DRS, it just has PP. That's what they need to do with Formula 1. I mean, they need to just get rid of the cars in Formula 1 and they should run around the track. But they should get rid of DRS and just have PP. What's a green tyre? Is that just slick in Super Formula? Yeah, it's all about the PP. I don't know why that guy went on the grass. Oh, the front right is just locking on that corner. That's weird. It's coming off the ground. Must be a really rigid car for that amount of slope to cause the front right to be fully off the ground. No, well, the best race car is everything in Assetto Corsa. Let's be real. Everything, every single thing in Assetto Corsa. There you go. Best cars for racing, I actually think, yeah, MX-5, Radical, Porsche Cup. GT1 cars are good for longer races. GTE are actually really good, I think. GT3 are shit. We should get rid of GT3. Anything with ABS just shouldn't be allowed on a race car. TC I'll accept, but not ABS. Do you guys want to do some racing in AC whilst iRacing's offline? What do I put in my batter? What do you mean? Oh, old DTM, not new DTM though. 90s DTM's good, and 2010, 11, 12 DTM's nice. No, I know, because GT3 makes a lot of money out of rich people, so it just keep getting more and more expensive. Motorsport just exists as a service to the mega wealthy that want to drive around and flaunt their wealth in a way that's socially accepted. Isn't it weird that this always strikes me as bizarre? In motorsport, like, spectators will happily watch like super mega wealthy people and clap them on, and yet the wealth in motorsport is largely derived through exploitation of the poor people that are watching it. Like, the motorsport, to the degree that it exists now, is purely a result of not effectively taxing or redistributing wealth. So it's kind of weird that, like, the people that don't have access to good education, the quality of hospitals, just the lack of basic quality of life, sewage in rivers, all this, like the sort of deregulation of companies or the privatization of things, and also the handouts during COVID times that went up, and then the profiteering off inflation by large companies and corporate entities. All of that is what has gone hand in hand in producing modern GT3, for example, and also increased the price of modern GT3, which has actually even pushed out like a lot of race drivers that are good, talented race drivers are pushed out of GT4, GT3, even go-karting, is all a result of the current state of inequality, right? But it's kind of funny, it's ironic that you have crowds of people all clapping it on. And it's like, though it is a symptom of stuff that is actively killing you and your friends. But because it's with like noisy race cars and, motorsport's exciting and fun, it's like, oh yeah, we love this. It's just ironic, isn't it? It's like, no one would step out of the way and go, actually, or a lot of people wouldn't, go, actually, is this an effective form of entertainment? Is this the best way to actually test race driver skill? Is this actually a decent sport? Is this an optimal way of doing sport? You can't question it because you're not allowed to. You have to just go along with the idea that you can't regulate capitalism. It is what it is, and you can't question the momentum of capitalism and the flow of wealth. You can't question it because, you can't. You're not allowed to. So you just have to go along with it and clap it along. It's really weird. It's just strange though that you would think that the crowds that watch motorsport, you would think that they would actually be angered by it. Do you know what you would think there'd be more backlash to it. It is what it is, and I just think it's funny, and I'm not necessarily against it, to be honest, because I think it's hilarious. I think we were all doomed anyway, but it's just surprising. The contrast is those crowds are probably, a lot of them probably do actually care about those issues, and they probably do find it annoying that they can't get a GP or a dentist, and they probably don't like the potholes in their road, but they haven't been able to connect in their brains that the apex capitalism and motorsport pretty much is a large chunk of that. They don't, like, really, they should be throwing lettuces on the track going, boo! It should be like Shakespearean times. Like, I get the impression that in the past, people did, like, mock the super wealthy, which I think you should do. Like, I think I would expect if I travel to like a country that's less wealthy that Britain has had a hand in destroying, I would expect. I'm surprised that I don't get beaten up. You know, I would be like, oh, I'm surprised that people just still like, oh, that's okay. Yeah, it's just fascinating. Same thing. You see it going all the way back through history, though, don't you? Like jousting and loads of stuff where people go along with. I guess you don't have a choice, do you? I mean, I'm going along with it. I'm part of the hypocritical crowd. At least I'm aware of it. Maybe everyone's aware of it, and they're just like, oh well. What can you do? You like your income to come from a slow trickle. A fast, slow sound. A fast flow sounds terrible. Well, also, there's a whole group of society that don't do any work. But if you were to say what I just said there, a lot of people would go, oh yeah, it's people on dole and benefits, right? They don't, in their head, jump to people that have inherited huge amounts of wealth and go to a lot of big events and things and just sit around and do fashion things and stuff. You know, like they're just rent seekers. They don't really do anything. They employ people that do the actual work, and by employ people, it's like, oh, hello, I have a portfolio. Can you manage it for me? Not the I'm talking about the people with hundreds of millions of pounds, which it is literally Hunger. Well, it's not literally. It's figuratively, literally Hunger Games. That's strange as well. You watch something like Hunger Games, which is mocking aspects of modern society, where you know that's kind of the subtext of Hunger Games, and people don't seem to see how that reflects actual reality. That there is a group of about 50,000 people that do nothing effectively. They're not working, and they get away with it scot-free. And it's culturally frowned upon to mention it. And it's really weird. It's bizarre. But it's all good fun. It's all good fun, to be honest. We're all part of the same system. Yeah, it's actually better if they do nothing. Maybe it's good, because if the more they tend to do, the more damage they do. So it's better for them to just... But what's weird, though, as well, we have, like, images of, like, the French Revolution and the bourgeoisie and that whole situation and that sort of Mary Antoinette sort of, you know... That is, like, a cultural imagery that most people have, like, consumed and are like, oh, yeah, that's disgusting. The parties and those people living like that when everyone else was struggling, and that's why the French Revolution, or one of the French Revolutions, happened, right? Culturally, people are like, oh yeah, no, that is disgusting. Yet, weirdly, at this point in time, the wealth gap between the rich and wealthy now is on a magnitude higher than the French aristocrats. Or just aristocracy in general. The resource and wealth distribution inequality is like probably hundreds of times bigger than what it was back then. But if you ask like a day-to-day person, they would probably think, oh yeah, no, it was a lot worse back then. It wasn't. No. They weren't flying jet planes around la-di-da back then. They didn't have that degree of, like, insanity inequality. Yeah. And World War III is going to happen, and people are going to go, oh, I can't believe World War III is happening. What went wrong? Oh, what a surprise. Oh, we're back onto this, guys. Bloody hell. Keep it positive. Keep it positive. Jesus Christ. God dear. God. I blame Skyworld, guys. I'm going to start a server in Eseto. I'm part of that. I'm part of capitalism, so I endorse it. Look at my steering wheels behind me. I'm promoting it. Oh no. I saw on Reddit Skywilk, there was a whole bunch of people going, "Oh, when's a new dev blog?" They're excited for the spaghetti announcement. The cult of Automobilista are like desperate for like the Bible of Automobilista prophecy with the 3D model of a tyre and why it's now realistic or even more realistica. The cult of Automobilista. And I guarantee the next update the cars are still not going to turn into the corners as if the diff doesn't work at all, and they're going to float around all over the track, and it's going to be super erratic, and the netcode's going to be mental and everything else. Oh dear. It's good though. It's good. I'm on the side of the AMS2 cult, to be honest. I'm making a server, guys, if you want to join us for some AC whilst we wait for iRacing to go back up. What's my thoughts on Rensport? I think they need to do more development, but it's in beta. You can't buy it, so I don't really, you know. I like what they're doing with the esports stuff, but I'm biased. So, because I've done some stuff with them. I actually know a few of the people that work at Rensport, and I like them. So, I'd like for it to have more stuff in it. I'd like for it to develop more. Yeah, I'm totally biased. I know multiple people that work at Rensport, and I like them as people, so I want it to do well. But I'm like that with a lot of the stuff in sim racing. I know some of the people that work for multiple companies, so yeah, I'd like stuff to just do well. I think it's a shame with Rensport. They need to do more into it. You know, it just needs more, or like a single focus or something that makes it stand out. Yeah, Daniel always does that. Because if you shit sandwich stuff, it makes you look good. So that's what people do on Twitch. They say they in general, it's a good thing to do in general. If you want to come across as not being an arse, what you do is you, if you have something negative to say about something, what you do is you then find something that's obviously positive. You make a big thing about the obvious positive thing to come across as like, oh, you're a positive, reasonable person. And then you mention the negative stuff, but you do it so that the shit sandwich comes across as like a general, the emotional feeling of consuming the content from the influencer or person is one of general positivity. Whereas if you like just outright say stuff precisely, people will be upset by what you're saying because they'll come across, the end emotion that they'll have from your content will be a negative one, because they'll be like, they're too critical. But yeah, not saying that. I mean, I like Daniel, so I'm not. That's not a comment aimed at him. To be clear, that's just aimed at how, if you're trying to make money or be successful or just come across positive, that's what people will tend to do, and it'll be like it'll just all be clapped. It'll be clapped along as well. It's, you know. My view with Rensport is that you can't buy it, so it doesn't really matter. Like, the reason why I'm more critical with, or quite critical of iRacing, is that the developer outright says it's the most realistic sim when it patently isn't. It costs a lot of money to play. It's popular, so none of my comments are going to like damage their base business line. I'm not affecting them financially. You know, so you know, you could be more critical of it without doing any damage, really. So if something is not doing harm to people, and it's not doing harm, and comments as a reviewer would do a lot of damage to them if you were the same amount of critical to them, then I'd have to phrase this. I'd be less critical of something that's not doing any real harm, but is a small thing that would get damaged by someone being critical of it, in the same way of that person being critical to something that's got a lot of backing behind it, or is more popular, or is, you know, in business, with smaller businesses, they're much closer to the edge of just going out of business completely, or just, you know, you don't want to like ruin people's lives. So I think that's something that I think it's fair for YouTubers to be more anodyne for stuff like that, where they could do a lot of damage to them. Like a good example of that is, like, you know, the heatsink thing, the Linus Tactics heatsink thing. So that company was genuinely trying to make a decent heatsink, and there's a small company. This is from my understanding of it. I don't know if this is the case. Linus basically threw them under the bus with their review of that heatsink, and you could say, well, that's fair and it's critical and they're consistent. Okay, that's fine. But I would argue that having someone like Linus do that would potentially completely destroy that business. That could be, and the livelihoods of those people doing those heat sinks. And maybe they're moving on to do something better. Maybe they're trying their best. Maybe it wasn't even as bad as they were saying. You know. So that's where that scenario, I think, is where it's actually more fair to be less critical in some scenarios. It's more ethically correct. I don't know. It's very hard to like where you draw the line and to what extent is a difficult one to be precise on, I think. But we were talking about Rensport. Yeah. So at the moment, the force feedback is not very good. The general handling is perfectly fine. I prefer to drive it than Gran Turismo. So this is the other thing, actually, that's difficult, is people look at sims and driving games in individual contexts and not in a global context of everything that's available. And in the different contexts, people are harsh to different degrees or have different expectations. So on console, the expectation for the quality of actual physics simulation is really low, because Gran Turismo, for example, has pretty crappy physics. Like, it works, it's fine. It's not universally crappy. It's quite complex. It does certain things quite well, but you know, it's like 90s sim physics. If you were going to compare Gran Turismo, it's worse than R Factor 1, which is like a 20-year-old simulator. But it's not a bad game, and it works quite well on console. Formula 1 games, for example, again, it's worse than R Factor 1. So if you're comparing these things to the entire context of all sims that existed through the last 30 years, 40 years of sim racing and simulation, you're going to like analyze stuff in a different way to if you're just talking about what about just console games, or what about what's just available here. And then the difficulty is as well, the audience for racing games and simulators, most of them don't know they don't know that R Factor 1 is more realistic than iRacing or in terms of end result. so yeah, when it comes to like reviews of sims and actually being as objective as possible and as critical as possible, it ends up just being a total mess in terms of the end message that comes out of a review or comment or YouTube video or live stream comment. So yeah, random call sign. He's a bit weird though, because he likes ACC force feedback, so I can't trust anything he says. What other terrible things do you like, random? Alfa Romeos. That's pretty bad. to be honest, that's pretty bad that you like Alfa Romeos. Right, we're ready for. We'll do some radical in AC if you want. If you want to join in, guys. I don't think anyone will, but. DJ Natty, you think people tend to form a hard mentality based off the influential people? Yeah, that's what everyone does. It's an argument from authority, isn't it? If you don't know about something, if you will go in your brain. Humans do this. Everyone does stuff emotively. Myself, like all people do it. You don't know anything about something. You will then automatically go, right, who's an authority on this thing? Because I don't know anything about it. Okay, what are those authorities saying? Oh, the general messaging from these perceived authorities is this. That's what I will then choose to believe until I know better through either evidential testing myself or through being critical. And then you add into that the fact that most people aren't that critical or that deep in their thinking about things because they don't have enough time to be. So I'm not even blaming them that, they don't care or they don't have enough time or they're not particularly critical people. So, yeah, so things just come down to like... most things come down to a superficial emotive response. You see this reflected in politics. This is how like far right useless politicians can get into power because someone doesn't really know that much about politics. They've seen in the news and stuff that supposedly immigration is an issue when it really isn't that much of an issue, or not how they think it is. Then you have like a politician that goes, we have simple solutions to all these things, and they just keep saying whatever is appealing, like a populist view of like, we'll give you more money, we'll get rid of these people you don't like that we told you shouldn't like, we'll do this, the current thing's terrible and we're the solution. And they don't really say what they're going to do. They don't actually have a solution. They just say vagaries, right? And so for someone that just doesn't know any better, it's like an emotive feeling of, that they seem to know what they're doing. They're confident. Okay, I'm willing to roll the dice on that option. So it's like that's not a really clear example of what I was trying to get at. I think people just come to conclusions through their general emotive feel for things, and that emotive feeling is not derived from being critical or looking at the individual components. The emotive feeling is derived from subtext and promotion and general, like a sort of wish-washy view of things. Thanks BT Chris for following.
The pace car is out of control.
What? Easy solution for... Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's really weird, isn't it, that stuff from the like... Well, it's always going to work, isn't it? If you present a simple solution, but you also don't define it, it's a lot easier to come across in any debate or anything. If you don't define what you're saying, the person watching is going to put their own like thinking into what you're saying. And so you can get you can just present a blank slate of it's just people feel comfortable sharing the opinion that other people agree with as well. Strengthen it. Yeah, well, there was a interesting paper actually about how when people are in agreement or hang around each other a lot, their brains kind of sort of unify in a sense. Like you end up with like an agreeableness in that group, which you can see why evolutionarily that would be really useful. Yeah, What happened? What happened? Well, it's to do with like an efficiency of, if you can, in your mind, if you can be like, right, this is, I've come to the conclusion that X is generally the case, and then you can then, if you know that you don't have to keep querying that view, like you don't have to keep being super critical on that idea, it means that your brain can stop thinking about that thing. So it means you're not wasting calories constantly trying to think about something that's established. And so you can see why evolutionarily there's a big benefit to that. Like, if you eat this berry, it's totally healthy, you're not going to die from it. If you get water from this location, water is good, you need to drink water. That location, it doesn't poison you. Okay, we don't need to question that. Great. Now, you don't need to think about it. So you can then, because you have a limited amount of brain power to think about things, so then you can go, what are the things that we actually need to be thinking about actively? You can focus on those rather than the things that are like established. Now, the danger to that, though, is if a politician or a business or a whatever, if anybody can like establish something that's untrue and wrong and bad for you as a given, the people that then believe that thing and follow it treat it as if it's a given when actually it's wrong, but they don't even question it. It's so like, it gets to a point where it's so locked into the brain that it's just completely unquestionable. So it's kind of like an exploit on that useful component of not having to think about it. But to be fair, you do. The problem is, it gets complicated because you have something like there's a lot of stuff where you do need to stop having a debate on it, like flat Earth. There's, once you've got a certain amount of evidence for something, you're gonna need. You're gonna just waste your time debating it constantly. I've got a server up, guys, with the Radical, by the way, if you want to join it. So, but that's why you then get into the thing where people need critical thinking skills, so you can go, if something has a lot of evidence to support it, then you need better evidence to change it, like evidential based thinking. But then that requires people to have critical thinking, which a lot of people don't necessarily have particularly good critical thinking skills. So, well, who started this? I blame Random Call Sign. Well, I've forgotten what that word means, Martin. Well, isn't that to do with, like, just propaganda? Masking. An early military meaning camouflage. Or military deception. What does it mean in the modern context of propaganda? I've forgotten. I've heard it before, but I've forgotten what it means. You think it's more of a problem of being respectful of different viewpoints? We should have respect for others, but I don't think... Well, yeah, so the way that I would deal with it, I think you should always have absolute respect for humanity. So even if someone's a fascist or a complete dick or a murderer or something, you still need to have respect for their humanity. Obviously, there's a scale to this, like... That's a bit extreme, because you'd be like, well, what's the actual danger to society on that scale, and then whatever. But like, let's say someone's just got like a stupid view, like flat Earth, right? Someone's a flat earther, I would still have absolute respect for their humanity. Like, they've not necessarily done, as a person, just because they're a flat earther, it doesn't mean that they are universally a bad person. They're not doing so. It's different with murderers, because they're actually not respecting other people's humanity. So that's the point. It's like, if someone else is themselves respectful of humanity, then you're operating in the same playing field of, they don't want to do harm to people. They're not doing harm to people, therefore you shouldn't do harm to them. It's fine. Like, on a general thing, you're like, you can still respect them as a person, even if their logic and reasoning is completely flawed, as long as they're not doing harm intentionally. You know, they might be doing harm, but unintentionally. But you still respect people as a person. That's what you should have. The issue is when you have people that stop being respectful of other people. So if you have someone whose philosophy is, for example, they arbitrarily just go, well, people with small ears, we've come up with an idea that people with small ears can't hear, and so they should be banished or treated differently. Well, you'd be like, well, the issue there is that they're not respecting that group of people's humanity arbitrarily, so it's unreasonable. They're being so that then you would stop them. You would go, right, we can't be tolerant of your view because your view is irrationally, illogically anti-humanitarian. You've arbitrarily singled out a group of people for no reason. So we are now going to curtail your right or your freedom because you are limiting other people's freedom, not based on anything. So that's where you sort of the problems arises when people are reducing other people's humanity. So you can't be respectful, you can't be tolerant of the intolerant. That's where things break down, isn't it? But then also, sometimes it's actually more respectful to tell someone that they're wrong. You can respect someone's humanity whilst explaining to them why they're totally wrong. That's not, do you know what I mean? That's the problem, is when people get upset with someone just having a conversation. The whole safe space thing, DJ Natty. I'm not. The problem is you'd have to look at specifics. So I can see the utility for having environments for vulnerable people. That's not necessarily a bad thing to have. But you know, you'd have to define the you'd have to give a very specific example. The bizarre thing with the safe space stuff is doing it at universities and also for like a university should be a safe space for people to have conversations and difficult conversations. That's the point of a university. So you shouldn't no safe space should be a space where you can't have a conversation. It's like, well, what do you mean? It's like, do you know what I mean? It's like, it should by definition be an environment that is safe to have conversations in. I mean, I think the problem is there's going to be, like, let's say someone's an assault victim and it's traumatic for them to have certain, like, let's say you've been assaulted or something and it's traumatic and that's not your fault and you are a victim of being assaulted, then it's a whole thing of like, it's fair for them to be warned that a specific lecture or a specific thing is going to cover these topics and it might be very traumatic for them. And so you say, you need to let people know, this topic will be discussed. We're letting people know in advance so that someone who's had a traumatic thing happen to them has a warning. But you still need the thing to take place. You know, you wouldn't go, all right, we can't do criminology lecture 4 because 5 people out of 100,000 have been assaulted. So yeah, the difficulty is that there's a area at the sides of things where it's going to be nuanced and you'd want to accommodate people, and how you do that is going to be tricky. It's a safe space for those that think ACC has good force feedback. no safe space for them. I think they should be excommunicated. If you think that AC, oh, I forgot my bloody force feedback. If you think ACC has good force feedback, there's something wrong with you. Guys, we've got a server up if you want to join, but I mean, we've not set the stream to AC, so no one will know. But you guys are all passive iRacers. The thing is, right, for me personally, if I was, if there's something that I find upsetting or I didn't like or whatever, had a trauma around, I personally would avoid it myself. I wouldn't expect other people to preemptively have to avoid it for me. I mean, it's unfortunate. Like as I say, if something horrendous has happened to you, it's unfortunate, and it's a continuation. But it's the initial. It's not other people's fault, so you can't expect them to accommodate your specific. You know, you could ask them. You know, you want other people to be as nice as possible, but it's just gonna be difficult, isn't it? Force feedback evangelist. That's where I draw the line. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, detailed force feedback is probably one of the most important issues of our time. If we're real, if we're honest about this, yeah, the number one platform for politicians should be force feedback. Should be the one thing that they're all talking about. FFB political party. Yeah, I mean that we were saying that cult of AMS2 or just sim cults is just bizarre. Safety Marshals Party. iRacing's force feedback's alright though, generally speaking. I think it just reflects the handling. It doesn't really have anything for braking though, which is weird, but I like, I said this before, I quite like how punchy iRacing force feedback is. I think sim racing is just, it's in a weird space at the moment, you know. It's in such a weird space where you have like quite a few people playing iRacing, but not a massive number, like compared to like actual popular games like Gran Turismo and stuff. But it's kind of a separate part of gaming because you need a wheel and stuff. Like simulation is a separate bracket. Flight sim, driving sims, even though it does cross over and you are doing gameplay, it's a separate bracket of game really. And there's a lot of people that do sim racing that just don't play games at all, or that it's a separate thing. So as a general hobby, sim racing's got quite a lot of people doing it. It's growing. It's bigger than flight sim. You got a weird aspect of like driving sim also benefits from the fact that there's a lot of people doing Euro Truck Sim and cruising. So then the sort of driving sim thing benefits from that because people get a wheel for that and then also do racing and stuff. but then it is still quite like a small niche. It's just really weird. It's like then you have Gran Turismo, which is kind of actually branched out into the gaming niche generally, but then it's completely locked in on games console, and Gran Turismo is very much its own thing. It's really, you end up with video gaming, you kind of end up with each game also being its own kind of individual hobby in and of itself. Yeah, well, everything is kind of like a niche in a niche. How do you de-nicheify things? Nicheception. I have noticed, so this is a mistake I think investors make with driving sims, is that they end up seeing racing sims as a what's it called, like a monolith, a single thing. They don't realise that each sim racing game is its own niche. There is crossover. People do buy wheels. Weirdly, the hardware is outside of the software niches. So people that buy Moser might be buying, or Fanatec or whatever, or Acertec. People that are buying the wheels and the pedals might be buying those wheel and pedals for an arcade game, a simulator, Euro Truck Sim, cruising, racing, whatever. So weirdly, sim racing hardware is outside of, is in a higher up niche. But the software is very much, each game is its own niche within the context of sim racing. Thanks for following Disco Klaus. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, those people are crazy though. We don't talk about those, Andosaurus. But yeah, so like sim racing is just in a very strange, like it's doing well as a whole, and from a business perspective, sim racing actually has quite good growth. And I think there is a good chance for people to make, even in software, I think there's a chance for people to make a lot of money still out of sim software and games. But then I do also think that there's a lot of sort of fighting between, so for competitive sim racing, I think there's only really space for like 1 or maybe 2 competitive racing sims on PC, and maybe space for like 3 or 4 if you include console as well. I have a feeling if a developer can do a iRacing like game, or like an ACC but with ranked in it, or like an LMU type, think of like ACC or iRacing or even AC1, if a developer can do that with included ranking and it releases on PC and console, so like what Forza Motorsport should have actually been, or even Gran Turismo, if a developer can launch basically a Gran Turismo that's got a good, realistic enough physics that it's actually a simulator, not an arcade, not a simcade. If they can launch on PC and console at the same time, I think that has potential to be like really, really, really big. Oh, we could do that, Chair Dead. Yeah, that's an idea. Didn't think about that. Let's join that. When's the next race? Oh, it's in an hour. Okay, let's sign up to it. Alright, Trumbler, you too. What's the password? Is it just LFM? Is it capitals or lowercase? Bourbon biscuit should be alright, to be honest. As long as the power supply outputs a clean signal, which it should do, it should be okay. Here we go, we're in the radical for LFM. Hang on, why is there so many cars? Why is there like 60 cars here? Guys, what's this about? What? Why do we have 60 cars on the screen? What is this? What's going on here? It's like a radical zombie apocalypse. Nice one, Bluefish. We need to join a different practice server. Problem is, having this many cars causes my system to not run perfectly. How are people getting good frame rates with 50 cars in the pit lane? Absolute driftage. Oh no, it's not. I pressed hide apps and now they're not coming back. Oh dear. I wanted to see if having all the apps off the screen affected performance. Hello, Gasper. How do you unhide apps? I press Control H to hide them. I thought you'd just press Control H again. Apparently not. No, I know it doesn't work.
The pace car is out of control.
Partha, thanks for following. Oh no! Maybe this is a issue with the apps we got. Ah, disaster. Oh, you just click them all. Random. Oh yeah, you have to manually good to know. Oh, Chedhead's in here. Thanks for subscribing, Looney. I'm gonna join another practice server because this is full of cars. This is there a setting? There should be a setting in AC that's lets you show less cars on the screen. Just trying to do custom shader patch settings. this. Yeah, they have like 62 cars in the pit box. Preloaded. They're all there. There's no like. Well, we'll see. I forced LODB for the cars, but yeah, this is a 64 cars. It's going to drop my frame rate. Like whatever you do. I'm on a 3080 Ti. There is no way that I'm going to hit 120 at 4K with 64 cars in the pit box. Because for some reason AC still has the... Even though they're not on the screen, it causes like issues. Yeah, iRacing save is the ultimate get out of jail card. Hello, Ansaria. Got it back? Got what back? Yeah, I just had to click it. It doesn't automatically reload them. I don't know what to do about this frame rate thing. If I'm doing this, might try forcing a lower frame rate and see what happens. Oh, hello. There's no way to AC doesn't have an option to not draw cars. like a maximum rendered cars option. Yeah, you need a 5090. Need an IBM mainframe. It's the only way to play games these days. I need a pizza. A pizza with a pineapple on top. With that's not a pineapple pizza though. I'm not sure what that is. Oh yeah, that's terrible. That was a bad idea. Well, like it's dropping down below VSync, which then causes stutter and frame timing issues. But that's because they put 60 cars in the pit lane. AC just has weird issues if you put lots of cars on the track. Where even if you're not looking at them, you get these like frame drops. Hello, Amber Saber. No, no BRT. I've just joined my server, wrong one. Wrong one! Actually, it's just... FPS land. It's a favourite land. I didn't want that to happen. don't know if it's just. Hopefully, it's just the practice server that has loads of cars in it, and the race server doesn't. It's weird that specifically lots of cars in AC causes this a sort of weird intermittent frame drop. Well, you probably are getting a frame drop, you're just not noticing it. Like the frame rate will be going down. No, but like, it's a matter of computing. The frame rate will go down if there's more cars. What screen are you using? Yeah, well, it's an LCD, isn't it, I guess? Also, you probably, if you're already at 250, 300 FPS, which you probably are if you've got a relatively fast computer and you're using 1080p, then, you know. LCD masks frame drops as well. Yes, it does, because an LCD panel, the pixel grey to grey is slower than OLED. Therefore, it creates a degree of blur which masks micro stutter, which you can see on OLED panels that you can't see on LCD panels. So, I have an LCD 100 Hz LCD screen which I use G-Sync with, and it masks frame rate stutter, and it looks smoother in some ways than the OLED does when I use G-Sync on the OLED panel, because there's motion blur from the pixels. So it's quite a well documented aspect of LCDs compared to OLEDs. And if you're playing, so what frame rates do you normally get in AC? Even if you're not using G-Sync or anything, once you pass like 270, 300 FPS, things tend to just look smooth regardless. No, but generally speaking, are you in like the How many hertz is the panel that you're using? What's the refresh rate of your monitor? But yeah, like the thing with OLED LCDs blur over a lot of frame timing stuff. No, maybe, I don't know. I think AC goes above that. Don't see why it would stop. You know, extants. So you're probably talking about big frame drops or big stutters. The smaller stutters and smaller frame timing issues are a lot less noticeable on LCDs than OLEDs, because again, because the pixels don't refresh as fast. It's just how it's a well-known aspect of OLEDs. From all my experimenting with these OLEDs, the best results you get is running 120 with driving sims. At least it's to run 120 hertz VSync, just VSync, not even G-Sync, and then make sure that the game runs. The internal render rate of the game would technically be better, higher than 120, so it'd be like as if the game was running at 200. So that way the game is always basically never drops below 120 at all ever, and that way the monitor displays everything absolutely perfectly. Like the frame timing is perfect, no judder, no stutter, everything's totally crystal clear sharp. I think it also means the black frame insertion, the timing of that lines up with everything better as well. So you end up with like this ridiculously good quality image that's absolutely pristine. But the downside is, if you have anything in the game that drops below a certain threshold, you notice an issue with frame timing. No, I'm using black frame insertion specifically because it's better. It's not the issue. It's not. Oh dear. The issue in this case is just LFM arbitrarily having 60 cars. It's like, I don't know why. Why would you do that in a practice session? The only reason is you go, oh, maybe it stops it stuttering when someone loads in, but it's not an issue. The game stuttering for a fraction of a second when people load into a practice session. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, so but there's there's dropped frames, but that's different to general frame timing and frame pacing. So if you get an outright drop frame, you probably notice it on any screen. But that's different to just absolute frame timing. Thing is, there's no setting in AC that allows you to reduce the number of cars drawn. I don't know what you're saying, Extance. I don't even know what argument you're making. Like, I can tell you, having played AC on like 15 different computers, that it has some weird frame timing issues that can be caused by some different... No, you've got a different system running a different screen, and so I don't know your specific situation. I can tell you for a fact that AC has some specific frame timing components. One of them is that the frame cap in AC doesn't operate properly. Shader Patch and Content Manager did a fix to that where it sets the limit lower. There's weird behavior with certain cars. If you have a certain mod cars, for some reason, a certain detail on them, I don't know what it is. Once you pass a certain threshold, it causes like occasional frame drop. Not frame drops, but like the frame rate will be fine, and then randomly it goes up and down. It could be to do with pit boxes or something. I don't know. There's some other separate issue there. No, I'm saying that if you have an LCD, it's possible to not notice some frame timing issues, or for them to be not as noticeable, because an LCD screen masks some aspects of frame timing compared to OLED. This is an objective fact. The reason it does is because an OLED has a faster pixel response time. And so when you have like even a 0.001 millisecond mismatch in frame timing, you can see like very subtly there's some like components to it. Now, and those components are magnified if you happen to use VSync or other solutions or other ways of doing things to get as perfect an image as possible. Whereas a lot of people don't even use G-Sync or VSync or whatever, and they don't mind a little bit of screen tearing. If there's certain frame rates, when you have the screen tearing, it's not even that noticeable. Especially on an LCD, you can have screen tearing that's not that noticeable once you pass a certain refresh rate. Also, if you're on 1080p instead of 4K, you might not notice certain things because the resolution's lower. So it's just going to be less noticeable to the point where, like, even like the most astute person ever, it might not even be actually physically visible in some cases until you use certain display technologies or certain configurations. Like the frame rate might just go up and down. It might be masked by the underlying technology of the monitor. All I'm saying is there's a lot of variables to it. I'm not saying you're dumb and you don't notice it. I'm saying you physically might not be able to. Nobody might be able to notice it on certain screens, or there could be another component to it. Well, extents, that would depend. No, Jesus Christ. Yeah, obviously, right, so the thing is, you have to understand, I have tried every single thing. So what I'm talking about, when I talk about stuff like this, I've used everything. I've done every setting back to back. I've gone through everything. I have 1080p screens. I have 1440p screens. I have a 32-inch screen. I have a 17-inch screen. I have a VA panel. I have a TM panel. I have an IPX panel. I have like 12 monitors in this bloody room. Like, I've gone through all these settings side by side. I have good eyesight. I can see the individual pixels on this 4K screen from the distance that I'm sat at this screen from. I can tell, like, so I'm not just saying if you can see, all plugged in. So, and it's also, the 4K screen thing isn't necessarily about the resolution of the screen. There's... bloody hell. These goggles add to the eyesight, make it even better. It's like, you know, if you were trying to fix someone's computer and you're like an IT technician, and then you have someone sat behind you that doesn't necessarily know the full picture or the full degree of your expertise or what you're used to or the context of what you're operating within, and then they keep saying, have you tried this? Have you tried that? I have this at home and I don't have this problem. Oh, I don't have any issues with this thing. I don't, this works fine for me. You know, and it's like, yeah, well, okay, so your equipment's different. You're using it in a different context. You might not be demanding the same degree of fidelity. You might not be aware of the same degree of fidelity. It might just operate totally differently with what you're using. Those are so many variables. He's using completely false facts to prove his point. No, you're just upset that I'm saying that a 1080p VA panel or IPX panel or TM panel potentially masks some potential aspects of frame dropping. That's all I said. And then also, again, I keep saying this repeatedly, and you've been in these live streams, I'm using a bloody capture card. My thing goes through a capture card. There's a specific setup that I'm using for live streaming, so which will have its own like nuances to it. So just like I mean no, you've just taken that out of context. The point I was making when I said the relevance to 4K, the point I was making is that it's just a different panel and that certain things are going to be more or less noticeable, not necessarily in relation to the previous conversation we were having. Andreas Otto, have you ever tried ACC in VR compared to the FFB? What? No, that's not how that works. The force feedback will be the same, but you're going to notice when you're playing VR, you notice motion much more than in 2D. So your brain will have connected that motion to what's going on, and so you'll confabulate. Thanks for subscribing with Prime. You'll confabulate a connection between the force feedback difference between VR and 2D screen. But that's just you making stuff up in your brain. Basically, a screen does not affect force feedback, but it will affect perception of it, especially if you had a mismatch in frame rate or I don't know, there could be like an issue affecting PC performance or something, but not really. So yeah, it's just the visuals are lining up better, and so that's giving you the impression of better force feedback, 'cause it visually will feel more connected. I find VR makes everything feel better, to be honest. Yeah, no, definitely playing in. So I noticed. So when I first played iRacing in VR, I did a video about this. When I first played iRacing in VR, I noticed braking was a lot more obvious because you notice the speed that you're going at easier. So what were we saying before? Yeah, so the point I was making about the 4K panel was more that a 4K panel might have different response issues compared to a 1080p panel. It's more that it's just different. like your eyes dry up. Fill your headset with water. I need to get a pizza, guys. We're gonna do this low fuel motorsports race, and then we'll go back to iRacing. It is weird though that I can't. This computer with these screens doesn't like G-Sync. So this is another weird thing. I think when you use 3 4K panels, I don't think graphics cards. Well, I looked at the tech spec for what 30 series graphics cards can handle, and technically speaking, it's not compatible with 3 4K screens. Like the amount of addressable memory and what have you. Suppose it's not in their technical manual that it supports that resolution that you get from 3 4K screens. So on aggregate, the total resolution is higher than. No, black frame insertion is completely unrelated. This is how I know you're like. If you come out with stuff like that, I know that you're saying stuff that's completely irrelevant. So first of all, black frame insertion is entirely limited to the monitor, to the screen. Secondly, the stutter or the effect that you get from black frame insertion is really obvious, like the nature of how black frame insertion visually appears, especially if you run it at high levels. Thirdly, if you use G-Sync, you can't do black frame insertion because it's not compatible with G-Sync, obviously. But it's completely irrelevant. So... And obviously, I have already used these screens with every single setting that's on the screen. Have you seen my menu live streams? So, like... But the point is, like... It's just irrelevant. Anyway, let's get a pizza on. We'll be back in a minute. cup of tea. Bloody hell. Yeah. So, do you know what? I think there is like such a big argument for it's always better to have just like the most boring bog standard equipment and stuff in life, because if you have like the median stuff that's good, that's what you need to find in everything, like the Skoda City Go, like the most bog standard median computer monitors, DD wheel, car seats, like that is always the very best thing to have, because it's always going to be like the most sort of established, you know, like it's when you go beyond that in the poverty direction, you end up compromising because you're having something that's compromised in quality, and so it just ends up breaking and being a pain in the arse. And if you go above wherever that is in the other direction, it ends up being sort of in the experimental new technology type space. So it ends up breaking in weird ways, or you know, it's trying to do too much for what it can easily do, or it requires super specific knowledge to actually get it to work. So in life, if you have everything is like the most sort of general with technology at least, it's like a spade. You can have like crazy diggers and crazy like gut tools and things, but like a basic spade with a sort of average plastic handle on it without like too much random shit, it's same like cooking, like in a kitchen. A good shot, a basic sharp steel knife. What am I talking about? I'm saying how like with technology and stuff, you can get lured into the whole, the latest thing, this is amazing, amazing, look at this, look what you can do, it's so much better quality. But you never really actually want to be using that equipment. You always want to be like in the boring zone. Like you buy a fancy car, for example. It's like, wow, look how fast it is. It's got these new dash features. Lane assist stuff, and it's like, it turns out the dash doesn't have buttons on it. That's annoying. The system software needs updating. That's annoying. They've had to recall it because this polymer warps in the sun. The air conditioning attracts spiders. If I want to replace this component, I have to take it to a specific dealership. Whereas if you just bought the Skoda City Go, it's like, hang on a minute, this is broken. Well, there's 5 other manufacturers using the same bloody frame. It's generic wheels. It's generic engine parts. It's like, okay, so you don't waste all your time. It's like, you want to turn the heating up on it? Well, push a knob. So it's like, so technology actually has to be like, the more that you want something to be advanced, it actually has to be way more advanced to do that advanced thing in a consistent way. Like, you have to be, so basically, because that average changes over time, if that makes sense. But for that average to progress, the top end has to be like way further away. Yeah, never be on the cutting edge. But it lures you in, because part of you will be like, I want a high resolution screen, or like, because when the cutting edge works, it's like the Concorde. It's like, the Concorde goes at the speed of sound, That's fantastic. Oh, look how quick the Concorde is. I could go to New York to London in 5 hours or 3 hours or something stupid. How amazing is that? Concorde. And you're like, okay, that's amazing. And then it flies into a building. And then the wheels fall off, you know. It's like, well, better off actually taking a passenger jet. A big jet. And it's the same. I think it's the same with gaming and computers. It's obviously the same with everything. It's like, what you want is like, oh, well, okay, you can have all this crazy stuff, but just enjoy Counter-Strike on a shit computer with a 1080p monitor, or just enjoy Rocket League. It does that job. You know, you can have a good time, play those games, and here we are. We're like, oh, VR, 4K, 500 hertz, G-Sync. It's like, oh, God, just. Turge, I think you are just being unfair. At the end of the day, you can't overrate a car that has a plane that has convertible doors on it at altitude. Who doesn't want a nice view and a fresh breeze whilst in a passenger jet is well nice. I think you're just being negative. Who doesn't like a nice fresh breeze? All my pizza's done. Air fryers though, guys, they are actually legit. 4090, 4080 Super. How far off is a Super from a 4090? Yeah, Quest 3's. How much is that? That's like £450. It's a really good. That's a really good VR headset. Ooh, it's hot. And the VRAM thing is down to resolution, isn't it? If you play it low, if you're happy to play at low resolutions, you don't really need it. The VR is quite high resolution. But I mean, the 4090 is ridiculous. The price is insane. It's weird that there's not many people that do benchmarking specifically for VR and specifically for like PC VR. Like what you need. The other thing that's really stupid with benchmarking is you know when they do the oh, hang on, it's joined. Hang on, how do you join this? Oh. They do, you know when they do benchmarks? What's the password? Guys, what's the password to join the server? The LFM. Oh. Just LFM. It's weird. Didn't work. I had to untype it and type it in again. Oh, hang on. What was it saying? Just having pizza as usual. Oh yeah, the testing. So often they do frame rate tests and benchmarks, but they do it at on maximum, medium or low graphics settings, right? But not on settings that you would ever use with a given video game that you would actually play the game at. So it's good to do that for consistency, to use the defaults and things, but what you really need to know is what's the frame rate on high quality settings. Or not high quality, but the settings that you're typically going to play the game at. I think now with most monitors and how G-Sync works, if a graphics card can run a game at like 100 FPS or more, G-Sync, you're pretty good. Like that would be really smooth and nice for the vast majority of games. So as long as the game doesn't drop below 80 FPS, good. Oh, okay. Yeah, but DLSS looks terrible, doesn't it? So. VR uses VSync by default. All VR headsets are automatically VSynced. Because VR headsets have to show the same timed image to both eyes. Also, tearing in VR looks terrible. Maybe it's this track. Because look at this, we're just static, and look at the frame rate going up and down. Maybe there's an issue with this track. Cheers, guys. Hello, Thomas. World War 1940s music. ripping the pizza with my hand. Who's playing? Is Germany playing tonight? Is France playing? Did you say are you working from home today, Thomas? Oh, nice. Who are we supporting? I'm supporting Portugal. Who is supporting, France or Belgium? Guys in chat. France or Belgium? They're going through a lot. Do you think the people supporting France are the right wing? All the right wingers are at the football match. I think Le Pen seems like she'll do a good job. Oh, I do not like the immigrants. We need to make us a change. I think I will be a racist. This will fix everything. There is no examples in history of racism going wrong at all. It is all going to be okay. Look at the Englishmen. It goes well for them. It's like a German-French. The Brexit, it has worked fantastic for the English. Maybe we should do the French Brexit as well. This is totally not a trap for us to fall for. No, the right wing, they will give us all lots of money. They totally won't ruin the country. Oh no. I know. The biggest irony is UK will go left wing and the rest of Europe will be like full right wing. Nobody expected it. It's politics. It makes no sense. Oh, so stupid. I wouldn't be surprised, Skywilk. How do people fall for the same stupid shit over and over again? Yeah, Labour will get into power. Labour will do absolutely F all to address wealth inequality. People would be like, oh, we were tricked by Labour. We thought that they were going to do something, even though obviously they weren't. And then after 4 years, a right-wing government will go, it's immigrants and it's these things, and that we're gonna make sure you'll have a good life, and they'll also be incredibly racist. And then people will be like, well, we have no other choice. Well, the worst thing that Labour do is that they're basically just Tory, but they pretend not to be. And that's convenient. It plays into the hands of Tories and Conservatives. because it means that you never actually get a left-leaning government. So there's never an actual left-leaning position in UK politics that can ever happen. It's only ever Conservative or some batshit mental right-wing party. Yeah, have you noticed? It's never like, oh no, the government's been taken over by left-wing people that want green energy and wealth equality and education and healthcare and reasonable taxation on the mega wealthy. That's never the risk. No, we'd rather risk having outright fascists in government. It's insane. Now imagine the German Greens are more like Labour though. I don't know. But didn't the German Green Party, didn't they have like completely moronic environmental views when it comes to stuff like nuclear? So ironically, they're like, we care about the environment, but let's not have any nuclear power, even though it's the only thing that we can do. Well, I don't know. I just know that the German nuclear policy was really stupid. Like, unfortunately, before you replace everything with green and everything, we need nuclear. Oh, well. But to be honest, I bet you the Green Party are less worse than what a right-wing government would do anyway. Like, even if they did stuff wrong. I bet they're still a billion times better than what, like, a far-right party would do. Well, I think it's how you define right, Thomas. So right should be defined as reasonably. So there's a difference between politically doing something. So there. Oh, we've got the race here. You can have a different political way of doing things, and both are correct. So you could have actually quite a conservative way of doing stuff that's totally fine, and then you can have like a very liberal way of doing stuff or whatever. So you can approach the same. You could be operating off the same, like not disingenuous, operating off facts, but different political objectives. But you're actually, you're operating. You're not. You're genuinely doing stuff in the best interests of people, even if you're like if let's say Tories weren't actual terrible, you could in theory have a Labour, Tory, Green, whatever government. It wouldn't matter. They could all be trying to actually do the right thing. Trying to think of a good argument of that, like. Right, like you could regulate businesses in different ways based off the evidence. I'm just trying to think of a good example. So, like, let's say you're talking about immigration. You could make an argument that a country doesn't want as many people, immigrants coming into the country. That could be like a political decision. How many people do you want to generally aim for? So that's a political choice, right? Fine. The Tories at the moment completely defunded and messed up all the processing facilities and all the things that deal with it. So regardless of if your goal was to have less immigrants, the question would be, okay, we'll decide that, fine, but you still need to have the capacity to process the immigrants that are coming in, and you still need the the legal frameworks and structures, and then able to be able to say, well, this is an illegal immigrant, this is a legal immigrant, and where we're drawing the line on that. So I personally am much, I don't mind relatively large numbers of immigration. I don't think it's a massive issue necessarily. Some people might think it is. The question would be, how do you distribute that population across the country as well? So that'd be another component separate to just the numbers. But they're all, the thing is, the politicians are just doing everything completely disingenuously. The current Tories, their whole goal is to just steal money out of the system for their friends. So they're not actually conservatives, they're just grifters. Same as UKIP or whatever, or Reform UK. They're just grifters, they're not politicians. That's the problem. I think Labour, I don't agree with what they're doing, but they are less grifters than the Conservatives and Reform UK. They are like basically establishment grifters for neoliberalism, but they're not. You know what I mean? They're not. I think they do have a slightly more interest for more of the population, though not enough. Yeah, well, the funny thing is, the conversation on immigration in the UK is absolutely insane. So if you can look at the data and the actual numbers, and the numbers of illegal immigrants, which is what everyone's fixated on in terms of people coming across on boats and stuff, that's what all the press is on. It's tiny. It's like really, really a small number. It's still like, it should still be talked about and addressed and dealt with properly, in my view. But that's a small number. The vast majority of immigrants are people working in healthcare jobs, low-paid healthcare jobs that nobody else wants to do, and the healthcare system would collapse without them. So it's like, are you going to have the conversation from that perspective? And then students who are paying a lot of money, like that's the data. The numbers are there. Like you can have a discussion on what you like or dislike about it, but it's all framed completely wrong. It's all framed as if everybody coming into the UK is a murderous illegal immigrant or something that's been proven to be illegal, that has no right at all to even seek asylum or anything. They're coming in, invasion. That's how it's framed. It's mental. It's like, no, it's students. Do you not like students? Okay, well, that's a bit weird, but fine. You don't like students? Okay, we'll have that conversation. Do you not like your grandparents or parents potentially having access to home care, or people working in old people homes and stuff? Do you not like that? Because right, you could argue that those should be jobs available to local people, but then you'd have to argue about pay rates and stuff and other aspects of social support. So you can't have it both ways. You can't not tax the wealthy or have actual tax based on income levels and then increase pay rates. Like students' invasion. And to be fair, it's even worse, isn't it? Oh, it's so dumb that the level of conversation is moronic. Well, also, the thing that they never say, if you seek asylum, you're not an illegal immigrant. Like, let's say I go on a boat and I kayak to Holland. The point of entry into that country if I then go to I don't know what it is there, but if you go to like whatever government facility is available, and you say, I'm seeking asylum because iRacers are trying to attack me in the UK. I'm not an illegal immigrant at that point. I'm an asylum seeker. I then have to be processed. I'm only an illegal immigrant if they process me and go, oh, you have no claim to asylum here, so you need to leave because you can go back to the other country. If I then stay or I then do a job in that context, that's an illegal immigrant. But it's such a small number of people from the data that I've seen. The Dutch wouldn't let me stay. This is a personal story. Yeah, students coming over here, renting properties, supporting the... I do think you should have a conversation on that, and I don't think that's necessarily perfect, and I do, but it's just so dumb where the conversation's at. It's almost as if the conversation is purposefully held at a moronic level to distract from actual real politic. What am I doing? Passing through 5 countries to get to England. No, so Rio. Let me explain this to you. If you speak English, and you maybe have relatives already in that country, and you also have the perception that that country is a good country to live in, where do you think you're going to want to seek asylum? Are you going to seek asylum in countries that don't speak the language that you speak or have people that you already know there? Or do you think you'd try and seek asylum in a country that's actually likely to be the better country for you to live your life in? Well, okay. If you're gonna do it by that, but I don't know. I'm just like, what argument are you actually making? You've just made a really vague comment that just seems like complete drivel, like regurgitated bollocks drivel. Right. If you're gonna say asylum seekers have to apply for asylum in the first safe country, do you not think that maybe you're going to do that, so being part of EU would maybe... Okay, Rio, explain to me what I said that's just regurgitated drivel. Because all I've said is the data, which is most immigrants are students and healthcare workers. You can go and you can literally look at the data. So that's just the facts. And then I said you have to deal with that realistically based off the actual facts. You can't just fixate on boats and like just the word immigrant. Like, that is true, Jet Red. They've done a good job. Inflatable boats, we don't like them. Yeah, well, Rio, the majority of immigrants are workers. The vast majority. Also, when the UK was part of the EU, the UK actually had more power and strength at putting pressure on the EU to actually process immigrants more in the EU, from what I understand. So, given that the UK is a separate country and the EU is a separate political entity and we're separate countries inside of it, again, immigrants could travel through those countries, and if they want to go to UK and try and seek asylum, then that's up to them, isn't it? What you're suggesting? Just because someone's gone through another physical country, they can't then seek asylum in the UK. So what, you then put them on a plane back to another country that then has to accept them, which then that will cost money as well. And again, people seeking asylum is such a small number of immigration. So well, so this is the other thing, is that there's a weird myth that people don't want to do any work at all. It's like people will end up doing work because they get bored. Like, you then have to have a conversation on it, are they working illegally, and then how is that exploited, and what do employers do? All these things require government quite a bit of funding in order to police it, regulate it, and then try and get the best possible outcome for both the immigrants and the people in the country. But there are 67,000 asylum applications. What? Yeah, but it's on the grand scheme of population, why is the assumption that it's a negative as well? Also, isn't there you'd have to what you have to look at, you can't look at stuff in isolation. You have to go, right, what's the actual population age? How does that relate to stuff? How many people are leaving the UK? What sort of jobs or what sort of people are leaving? What sort of people are staying? Joe Mars, work hard and focus on yourself. No, you've just... Right, yes, everybody should just try and focus on themselves. As a default, that is how most people actually do everything in life. What you've just typed is the most asinine shit. It's basically like it's like the promoted Ayn Randian bollocks of this is what the Conservatives push as a get out of thinking clause. Don't bother voting for something that's better. Don't talk about what could be better or worse. It's only focus on yourself. Ignore everything else. Only focus on yourself, and yeah, don't worry. Just focus. It's like, okay, but that's by default. People are focusing on themselves because that's just what you do. Sure, things that are out of your control are out of your control. That's pretty much a given. Ultimately, you'd still have to engage politically and make a decision. So you can't. Yes, you can work on yourself, but what you're saying? Oh, just do everything for your self-interest. You end up doing this like really weird as I say, it's like an Ayn Randian, narrow-minded, very stupid way of looking at the world. It's really weird how I'm not saying you're doing this. I'm obviously being over the top for the sake of humour, but like it's really weird that you get like that sort of right wing fix it yourself. The left do it as well. It's not even a right wing thing. the Labour are not a welfare party. Labour are conservative. Labour are neoliberal. Are you mental? Labour aren't even Labour. They're not even pro-union. Then like Labour are basically David Cameron Tory. Basically, they're not Labour. They're anti-union. You have like who's that unionist for the rail? What's his name? The bald guy. What are you reading, Rio? What papers are you reading? You reading like the Independent or something? I don't even know what papers are the weird ones. Telegraph. I tried reading some of the Telegraph. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I mean, I don't. To be fair, I tried reading the Guardian. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, Mick Lynch. Realistically, if Labour was Labour, actual Labour, they would be really pro someone like Mick Lynch. But I'm not saying what you're not. You're saying don't worry about it because they don't care. No, you're imbuing an emotional component to what I'm saying, or like you're imbuing worry to it. I'm just talking about the facts of the situation. Yes, they don't care, but that doesn't mean that you wouldn't still talk about it and push for it to be better. And also, but you're then just saying don't do anything at all. You're saying, oh, it won't change. Well, yeah, it probably won't change, but that doesn't mean not to try. Like, it's such a defeatist attitude presented in a positivist way. Guys, you can only do stuff on yourself. Politics will always be a bit shit. It's unlikely to change. So do you know what? I'm just going to do nothing. And in fact, I'm actually just going to be ableist for the current status quo. And in fact, I'm actually doing something. I'm doing the opposite of what I want. But I'm going to pretend that I'm above it all, and that there's nothing you can do to justify my my somewhat contradictory political viewpoint. But I feel all right because I've managed to lie to myself in a vaguely creative way. He ain't given me nothing. He stole all the racetrack. Yeah, I'm voting for Cat Binface. I mean, if you watch this channel, you know I'm completely apathetic to politics. I think we're doomed to have World War III. But it doesn't mean I can't talk about it. Doesn't mean that I can't, like, whinge about it if it's cathartic. It's like iRacing's tyre model. Probably not going to change, but I can keep complaining about it. At least we can be honest. Or LFM's terrible choice of cars. In this case, though, it's a good choice. But in general, LFM's choice of cars is atrocious. But I could, you know... Whinging is like the best thing about being British. No one... I would argue, if you had a World Cup of whinging... Actually, the French would win. Shit. The French would win, because they whinge even when they're not whinging. I am not happy today. I want to protest revolution. Now the French are the biggest whingers, but like we try to whinge as much as the French in the UK. I'm trying my best. Bloody 11th. Nuno Silva there, beat us. Good job by him. Get out the head cutters. Le remover of le tête. Le tête détacheur. Ah, dear. But yeah, the point I was making about the immigration thing is the focus is on illegal immigrants. I'm not saying that that doesn't need to be dealt, like you need a process for that. But then if the focus is on illegal immigrants, you then need to go, well, why is it a problem? What if you're going to say it's a problem, why is it a problem? Is it to do with the processing? Oh yeah. Well, why is the processing a problem? Is it because there's no funding for the processing, or that's been completely dismantled? Oh, who's responsible for that? Oh, hang on a minute, it's the central government. Oh, or if you're going to say so people have a cultural feeling that they I don't think it's rational, but they're like, they live in an area where a lot of immigrants have come in and they feel culturally threatened. They shouldn't, because you shouldn't be that insecure about your culture. Like, who gives a shit about their culture, really? Like, I don't know how insecure you'd have to be, but like, you could argue too many immigrants are positioned in single locations, and they are put into locations that are normally quite deprived regions, which means those locations are already under financial pressure and time pressure and all these other things. So that the argument would be like, if you're going to have immigrants, you can't put them in deprived areas. It's obvious. So that's where that discussion should be. The problem is, anytime you actually try and have an honest discussion on these things, you get back to the real question that is wealth inequality and money not being appropriately distributed across the society and it being extracted to a small group of people. And you can't have that conversation, generally speaking, because it's anti-capitalist. It goes outside of the both the conservative and the Labour neoliberal sort of viewpoint. Also, the idea that the thing is, the UK is basically a department of America, and they never talk about that. It's not really like, people act as if Britain is independent. It's like, well, we went to war with Afghanistan and Iraq when a large part of the population were like, no. We only went because America told us to. So we have to do what America does. So UK is just part of America, effectively. So our politicians, the American election is more important to the UK than the British election. Oh, well done, Chedhead. I'm telling you, if everyone had a DD wheel, the world would be a better place. That's the problem. Lack of DD wheels. Right, Chris Jackson, what do you mean? What do you mean by, is that sustainable? What do you mean by that question? Thanks, Scott, for subscribing. Why you? That question implies, like, what do you even mean? First of all, do you know yourself what numbers are good or bad numbers? How do you quantify good or bad numbers? Do you know, if we're talking about legal immigrants, if it's a positive economic or not? So like, you wouldn't even ask the question how you asked it. You would say, the financial data that I've got available suggests that this number of immigrants, legal, not illegal, but legal immigrants that come in are financially detrimental to the economy, and so there's an economic argument that it's not sustainable. That's how you would frame the question. You wouldn't just say, is it sustainable? It's like, you can't even, it's such a stupid question. Look, you can't even answer that question. It's like a question that props up the framing that illegal the immigration is, like, by default some sort of like de facto negative thing. It's neither negative or positive. It depends what you do with it. ASMR slurps. That's the thing that I take issue with, is the framing of it, not the issue. It's the default framing of it. Housing market forcing prices up, but that's not related necessarily to immigration. So, housing market is largely due to not building enough buildings, which could be done regardless of immigration. But what? Why do you think it's a negative thing? What specific thing do you think is negative? That was it. That was good, right? Let's go back to the erasing. You have to like, I don't know how people come to like absolute defined views on these things. Crime will go up. What are you talking about? What are you even saying? CMRT. Oh no, Bcast tools. It's the thing called Streaming Suite. Bcast tools. But also, right? Let's say house prices go up because there's more demand. Doesn't that suggest that there's a demand for a market? Doesn't that then suggest that you should build more houses to capitalise on that demand? Given that you have, don't you have an issue in the UK that people are not having children, so the population will decrease? So you actually need immigration to offset that population decrease. If you want to have a sustainable, if you want all the stuff to keep running along, you need like young people as well as old people. So it's just oddly convenient for people to go, immigration, brown people, foreigners. Oh, I don't understand what's happening. Foreigners are to blame. That's what it is. Like, such a stupidly simplistic view of things. Hang on a minute. We could blame ourselves or the government that's currently in power. No, it's foreigners. Who is pointing the blame? Is it the current government in power that's the one that's created the issue? Are they the ones pointing most the blame? Can't be a connection there. Skywilk. I think it is and it isn't. It depends for certain things. What's this D3D gear update? Oh, the people that we're allowing. Do you think? Do you not think that? Well, it's not like we have any historical examples of immigrants coming into the UK and then integrating over generations. It normally takes like 2 or 3 generations, and then you end up with like a mishmash of culture, and then you end up with weird curries and weird Chinese food, where it's a mix of can't have it too spicy. That curry's too spicy. Well, let's ruin it. You look at the so I looked at a study actually that was the percentage that you need to if you were to make an argument from a culture displacing for one culture to displace another culture, I think it needs to pass like 30% or something in that specific location. But first of all, why would you care about other cultures? Like for like just general stuff. But if you're talking about like rules and law, the rules and law, i.e. like like women's right vote to right, or like it's basic law stuff. That's all like that's the central government thing that would be decided on aggregate by the population of the UK. So also, I'd be more concerned about not being able to get a dentist or dying from not being able to go to hospital than some immigration with some like cultural differences. On the scale of concerns, what do you mean? Have I looked into Islam? So, like, what do you even mean by that? Look, to be honest, you're just coming across as a complete racist. You do know that there's a huge range of people that follow religions, from hardline mental fundamentalists to people that are part of that religion, but they literally the other day I was in a taxi chatting with a taxi driver who's the same age as me, who's a Muslim. I was talking. He had like Turkish, like Turkish eye. So I noticed that, and I was like, that's interesting. I hadn't seen that in the UK. And it turns out he was from Afghanistan, but he's a Muslim, and he doesn't. And we're just chatting about it randomly, and he like drinks alcohol, and he only prays like once a day. And it's like, funnily enough, what you'll find is a lot of Muslims are not like hardcore mega Muslim in the same way as like a lot of Jewish people don't do all the Jewish stuff. They're not like hardcore. So Christians don't all go to church every Sunday. So it's not a simple case of like, you can't just go, Muslim, Christian, Jew, atheist, whatever. Like, you can't. It's not that simple. I've lived next door to Muslims for like 3 years. You wouldn't like. They're not. It's not like they've fixed de facto promoted idea of what Muslims are. Yeah, like. But yeah, sure. If you had someone that gets into politics, and then that person is anti-humanist, and then tries to use their religion to like justify something that's appalling, sure, attack it at that point and tell them to go away. But you get people that are Christian that do that. You get people that are whatever religion. Like, it's not. You can't just conveniently go, that's a Jewish person, or that's a Muslim, or that's a Christian, and then conveniently know that they're universally good or bad. It just, we got to do this. This is a terrible idea. Retrofly, yeah, you have to keep, church and state separate. And national laws need to be accommodating. Like, it should be irrelevant to you if you like, you don't describe. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's a thing either. I don't think it should be a thing. I mean, I've been the only people that annoy me locally in day-to-day life that are religious are bloody Latter-day Saints knocking on my door. They always ask a question. I'm like, oh, Christ. What, are you confused about the world? No, not really. Hang on, what is it Latter-day Saints that do that? They always ask. They always want to try and start a conversation with a question. Was that Latter-day Saints and Mormons? No. Which ones are Latter-day Saints? No, that's Mormons. I'm not talking about Mormons. Who is it? Who are the ones that think that God's coming back in our lifetime? Jesus. What are they called? Jehovah's Witnesses. Is that it? Yeah, there's shitloads of them around here. It's always questions, and then the Bible. Yeah, look, first thing on their website, Bible questions answered. Peace and happiness. They always like try and frame it in like this weird, like hippie way of. It's like a hippie interpretation of Christianity. It's really weird. So it's really culty. Is social media harming your child? Yes. How many names does God have? It's really weird the way they frame everything. They have really good images though. They have like a really nice kind of production. They must hire like good graphic designers. Yeah, it's so bizarrely culty. But then so whenever they knock on my door, and I say to them, I'm like, because they're friendly. Obviously, they're friendly because they just want you to be religious with them. But I say to them, don't you feel a burden having to spread the word of Jehovah's Witness? Because don't you feel that if you don't save people, people are dying that don't deserve to die, or they're not going to go to heaven? Isn't that a really big psychological burden? Like, doesn't that like really upset you and make it hard to sleep? And that really confuses them because they're like, well, yeah, obviously they're driven, but in their minds, a lot of the ones I've talked to, this won't be all of them, but in their minds, they've framed it as a positive. So framing the motivation to convert people, and then the idea of what about friends and family that you don't get to be Jehovah's Witnesses, or the people that you didn't reach. Like, I think it sort of highlights how disturbing it actually is. Like, imagine if it's real, if it's the truth, and you have to let people have to believe in your version of Jesus. Otherwise they go to hell, like they genuinely go to hell. That would be horrendous if you're responsible for that. You would have to spend every moment of every day converting people to your religion. I know, DeFuzz, I noticed that a lot of Jehovah's Witness women are really good looking. Do you think they select good-looking women on purpose? That's how because they know it works, so they get the good-looking ones to go around. It's like in supermarkets and stuff, or like shopping centres, like jewellery shops and luxury goods shops, or like if you do if you're around marketing and media, you can tell you can tell who's more important by who's better looking. It's hilarious. This is actually really funny. If you go to like big motorsport event things, or like like big marketing stuff, things where there's like, is really like high level marketing, big brands and things, 100% the better looking someone is, the higher up they are in the business, up to a point. It's really funny. The moment you notice it, it's hilarious. People are absolutely singly employed based off how they look. They could be like the dumbest people ever. The ones that were on your door the other day, they looked nice. They were men, but they were beautiful men. Did they have like glowing lights behind them? We are the witnesses. Come join the witnesses. I have word of God. Oh, it would have been in German though. Ich bin the witness. Ich hast the word of God. Is that what they sounded like? I would, to be honest, if someone knocked on my door and sounded like that, I would be like, oh, okay, I'm going to go along with whatever they say. Did they have spaghetti in their mouth? They weren't sim racers then. I think I could do good in a religion. I could do like the presentations. Scuba. I went to look at a sports car in the weekend. The one hot girl that worked at the Toyota garage just happened to be the one showing me the car. Is that the reason you went in there? But the silly thing with that is, if you buy the car, you don't get the hot woman with it or the hot man with it. So what's the point? To me, it's the opposite effect for me. If someone is trying to sell something and they're hot, I would be like, the product must be shit. We're back to the ceiling lights in Tesco's pointing at the drinks. If you have to have a ceiling light pointing at the drink, it's an indication that the product is shit and it needs to be illuminated specifically to mask the fact that it's shit. So that's exactly what the sexy person working in the dealership is doing. They're the sexy person to mask the fact that the Toyota's wheels are going to fall off after 10 miles. Don't fall for it. That's why I wear these sexy goggles, to trick you all. It's to hide my forehead. It's actually a very clever way to hide my baldness. Look, you wouldn't even notice I was bald. Look at that. You see the goggles and you're like, oh. But you don't see the baldness because I've distracted you. Like a magician. I'm going to wear these out to nightclubs. Throwing shapes at people. And they'll be like, oh. What are the goggles about? And I go, don't worry about them. Don't worry about that. And then that's all they'll worry about. They'll be like, I can't stop thinking about the goggles. And then you can like put stuff in their mind. Bring me a cup of tea. And they're like, I need to get you a cup of tea. Are you ready, guys? These are fantastic. This is peak iRacing. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to get a cable for another camera. Oh, shit. I forgot to open the force feedback. We should be alright. Try that again. Yeah, I was supposed to get a power cable for another camera. I wanted to have another view. I want just cameras everywhere. I don't know why. It's working. The stream's working fantastic, so I feel like breaking it. I don't think it's going to make anyone watch the stream more, but I hope we get in before the race. What's happening here? Oh! Package has been delivered, yes. You know it's bad when you check your emails rather than walking up the stairs. That's how lazy. I have to go to a server in America via my hand computer device. To save me walking upstairs to check if a post has been delivered. Last time you bought a car... Oh, hang on, no, I read that already. You need a camera that occasionally shows a beautiful lady. I can't believe that you would suggest that I am not a beautiful lady. You know that I'm passionately identify as a beautiful lady. You know... Oh, there's a cafe down here. You'd have to really like the sound of cars if you live next to the Nordschleife. If you could choose to be a beautiful lady or a beautiful man, what would you rather be? I think being a beautiful man is better than being a beautiful lady. If you know, if you were going to be like... I think being a beautiful man has more advantages than being a beautiful lady. Yeah, because you get the sort of patriarchal advantages plus the beauty advantages. Like, men will find you attractive as well because you're that beautiful. Whereas if you're a woman, you would only... Well, I guess other women would find you attractive as well, but you know what I mean? In the West... I mean, I've had... people I've known some people that are very good looking men, and it's mental the way that people treat them. Yeah, it's insane. They're completely unaware. They're totally unaware. Pretty privileged people that have it are completely unaware. It's insane. That's something that's not talked about enough. Good looking men that don't realise they're good looking, and the degree to which everyone bends over, men and women, to like oh yeah, function if you're physiologically male, that's way easier. Like the amount of women I know that have issues with like physical issues, like period pain especially. Yeah, periods, menopause. Like if you've got larger breasts, it's just a pain in the arse. Well, pain in the chest, for sure. I think a lot of men don't realise the bollocks that a lot of... Well, ironically, they're not the bollocks. Yeah, they don't realise... Because you just wouldn't realise... Unless you like... I got a sister, and I've got female friends. But, like, if you only had brothers, and you're not really around women, or you're only really around women when you're older, when women have pretty much got a grip on things pretty quickly... So they don't really make a thing out of it because they're just like, well, it's normal to them. Yeah.
One lap to green. Line up on the right side. Pit road is closed.
But imagine if you're a hot woman that doesn't get period pains.
240.
Why have I got a Lidl car behind me?
It's competitive out there.
Voy a
Head
intentar
down
hacer
and
limpio la
stay
primera
sharp.
puerta, tío.
Yeah, I think being a hot man, I think if I worked out, I could be all right. Like if I got facial, I'd need plastic surgery on my nose. Baldness can be still attractive, so that's all right. I'd need to get like slim down a bit, get some more muscles, not too many. My teeth would need doing. Yeah, I guess we could be all right. Bit of plastic surgery. It's within reach. It's within reach, guys. The life of easy. Oh, I can't be bothered.
Jetstar 19. Car.
Sounds like too
Jetstar
much
18.
effort.
Car. Jetstar
Nah, don't worry
19.
about that.
Car. Jetstar 8. Car. Jetstar
Don't have to worry about
car.
the personality part. It doesn't matter when you're that good looking. You could have the dullest personality ever, but people just imbue you with a great personality. Freaky leak. I like the idea of my face looking like I've a melted waxwork. That's the look I'm going for. Oh, here we go. You ready, guys? This is glorious. iRacing should just be MX5 at the Nords 24/7.
Green flag. Green flag.
Go.
Go.
Honestly, guys, you need to try a driving sim on an OLED with black frame insertion, or maybe like 140 Hz OLED. But the way I've got this set up, when it works, it's so like perfect. The image quality is insane. Like the clarity is mental. It's better quality than real life. I wouldn't say that, Jet Red, because air fryers are perfect, but I don't think OLEDs are. Air fryers are a religious experience. I really want to get 144 Hz OLED though.
You've got about 5 laps of fuel. Car right. Clear on the right.
Nailed it.
Car right.
Well, we kept it out of the wall.
Still there. Clear on the right.
I take that as a win. Is this open setup? These other cars in front seem to just pull away from us. I might have messed this up, or we might have a...
Car on your left. Stay on the right. Still there, hold your line. Stay on the right. Clear.
I was lucky he backed up, he didn't need to. He could have put me in the wall. Ah, no. It's not get good. It's never the issue. How dare you imply that it's a skill issue? Jet Red, no, I agree. I think we're like... I think we're about 3 to 4 years off from OLED. So basically, I think for OLED to actually function properly for gaming monitors, I think it actually has to be 144 Hz minimum. But ideally even like 210 Hz or whatever, like over 200 Hz. with G-Sync, and then also the pricing of that. But then also 4K I don't think is needed. I think you need like 2560 by 1440 is actually better. You're better off compromising resolution for frame rate, for, you know. 4K, I don't think 4K really makes sense for a lot of stuff. I mean, it does look nice, but for gaming, there's no point. Whoever sits close enough to a 4K screen for it to really, really matter. I mean, I notice it, but most people using a 4K screen are going to be sat 2 meters away. And the PPI for a 37-inch screen is... Actually, the 4K is good for aliasing, though. Reducing that. But yeah. Especially with all the shit games that don't do...
There's an incident ahead. Go left.
They will do deferred rendering.
Slow car ahead. Go right.
Oh, it's happening, guys. It's happening.
Car right. Clear on the right.
I mean, have you seen that, the 144 hertz one?
Car on your left. Keep to the right.
This is going to wreck me, isn't
Still
he?
there.
Oh my goodness.
Clear.
Want to squeeze through any harder? We want to get the draft off him.
Car right.
Oh my
Clear.
god. What's OLED successor? There isn't an OLED successor. BLED. There's that push for that quantum dot stuff and some of the LCD. What's that new LCD technology?
Mind the gap.
Thank you.
Car right. Keep to the left. Stay on the left. Still there. Hold your line. Clear.
I had to brake for the other. There's another little car. I had to brake then because the green car pointed the other car into me. I get 5x for that.
Car on your left. Still there. Clear on the left. You've got 2 laps to go.
Not much I can do there. I got scammed. Scammed there.
Car right. Keep to the left. Clear.
I really want to try something like Counter-Strike. Well, hello, buddy. Thanks, 07 bot. I really want to try something like Counter-Strike on 144 Hz or better OLED. Bloody hell.
Car right. Clear on the right.
0x, he was trundling through there. Hello, Downton Badong. Badong. Downton Badong. Downton Big Dong.
Vamos, Alexander, vamos, que llegan los de atrás.
Car stop on the left. Go right.
Ah, I can't park there. I'm surprised that bunched up everyone is. Nice one, Imsabel. I hope you use my Moser affiliate link. Yeah, Moser R9's alright. Yeah, it'll be well good compared to a TSPC. You'll love it.
Deja pasar a Jeremy.
Yeah, 2030's not for at least another 3 decades. It's 2004, right? Matrix just came out of the cinema like in 1999 and I'm old! It's when people go, Star Trek was on TV 30 years ago. The recent one, the recent Star Trek Next Generation was on TV 30 years ago. Oh, that's not the recent one, is it? Oh dear. Thanks to COVID as well, I don't understand time at all. We lost 3 years. Does it make any sense? 3 years did not happen. Basically, end of 2019 to 2023 didn't happen. If you don't think iRacing is the best racing experience, you didn't take sim racing serious enough. Ah, no. I always take sim racing seriously. Can't you tell by my goggles? Stop pissing in the pool. What? Where's this coming from? Also, I will piss in the pool if I want to. When you say pissing in the pool, do you mean don't don't be honest about stuff? Is that pissing in the pool? Okay, I stopped pissing in the pool. Just a big, giant floater Would you rather someone pee in the pool and then you're swimming in their urine, or would you rather there be like a floater that you can avoid but you know it's there and it might just hit you in the face as you're swimming along? That's the thing. You can avoid the floater, unlike urine, but
I can't believe you've done this.
if the floater pokes you in the eye, that's traumatised memory. That's a core memory. Take the pee over the floater. You can swim under the floater though. What if it's a neutrally buoyant? Neutrally buoyant fecal matter. The worst case scenario is diarrhea in the swimming pool. That way you're swimming. The diarrhea is completely unavoidable. But it depends how diluted it was. How much... This is a question for ChatGTP. How diluted would diarrhea need to be in a swimming pool for you to not notice? What's the water? What's the pool to diarrhea ratio before it becomes a problem? We've passed it in English rivers. This is a disgusting conversation. Look, I didn't start it. I didn't bring up peeing in the pool. What's worse, a single lump of fecal matter in a pool, or like a what's worse, a giant floating turd, or lots of little turds? It's gonna be harder to avoid the little ones, but you know.
Car on your left. Still there. Keep to the right.
Oh, here we go. I'm getting. This is unfair. Do I have damage or something?
Stay on the right.
We were doing all right, and then we. I mean, I know this guy's drafting here. Is he going to give us a bump draft? That'd be nice. He's boxed in. He'll wreck me. He'll wreck me. He'll wreck me. He's trapped. He's going to wreck me. I'm not moving. I forced him to bump draft the green car. Oh, he's boxed in. Lol.
Stay on the right. Clear on the left. White flag this time.
That was pretty good driving there.
Car stop on the left. Car stop
Oh
there.
dear.
Go right.
He's
Car stop
Lidl.
on the right. Go left.
Lidl's gone. It's all right. I'll carry the Lidl torch. Don't mind me.
You got it. Slow car on the right. Go left.
He gets violent on the final lap. This is the best car track combo in iRacing. Why is there no voice chat?
There's an incident ahead. You got it. Slow car on the right. Slow car ahead. Go there.
Sorry. He caught it. Good catch. There's 0x, guys. Don't brake.
Vamos, Eduardo, vamos.
Don't brake. You're racing. Yeah, I mean, I did brake when he slowed down. Should try.
My goodness!
Ah, goodness! I know, the Redditors will be upset with that.
Mind the gap.
I didn't wreck anyone. It's all right. I'm not a real iRacer because I say sorry as soon as I hit someone. I should like just shout at them. I'm still learning, guys.
Como que te empujo para arriba.
How many X am I on? I can't see because it's too small. Nine out of what? 17. That's all right. Really? Oh.
Great.
I am actually a four-namer, but I keep
The leader's
them.
pitting now.
I keep them secret.
Tranquilo, no, Johnny.
I don't know what tranquilo means, dude.
Tienes la red.
Car on your
Everyone, I'm driving with damage. I'm trying to stay out of the way.
left. Clear on the left.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Almost drove into him there. I think I might have pushed him off the road. Sorry, Tibor, I didn't mean to run that wide. What
You got it. Slow car on the right.
what on earth?
You got it. Slow car on the right. Car right.
What is going on? Nice use of the wall there, Michael. Skillfully bounced off the wall there. That's how you get away without having to pay maintenance fees to the Nordschleifer. Bounce off and drive away. Genius.
Sorry.
Right side. Still
Whoa!
there. Clear on
I mean,
the
that's
right.
totally pointless because we've got the Dot-and-Go coming up. Oh, he's dropped right back off. I think he's got damage or something. Oh, no, maybe he wants to... I'm going to have to slow down for the Dot-and-Go. I think they're getting into position to try and draft us down the straight. So we'll have to lift before the Dot-and-Go. You ready? Strategic. Oh no, we might be like 15th or something, or 10th, 11th. Are you ready, guys? Go nice and slow through here.
Right side. Stay on the left. Clear. Car right. Still there. Clear.
Oh no, he has damage!
Car right.
He has damage!
Stay on the left.
We're wrecked!
Still there. Hold your line.
Oh no, we might do it! The strategy! The strategy! Oh, the blue car.
Sorry, that was shit.
The blue car behind us.
Car on your left. You're on the right. Rewind. Car on your left.
Tranquilo, Miguel, tranquilo.
Still there. Hold your line.
Perdona, tío, perdona.
Still there. Hold your line. Still there.
Ah!
Nice run, Miguel.
Yes!
Me veía así para
Game
ganar
of muscle
y
strategy
arriba un poquito, la
master.
verdad, tío. Pero vamos, buena carrera.
Beautiful. Beautiful. 8th place.
All right. There's checkered flag.
What a drive.
Great job. You
What a
did really
play.
well.
Oh, we timed the draft perfectly. Couldn't have gone any better. Absolutely phenomenal strats. Oh, look at that. We parked it here. Parked it here on this corner.
Yeah,
look
good
how,
job, mate. Good
look
job.
how slow we're going. Thanks, 07 Buck. I'm like just trundling. I thought this had ruined it because his car's wrecked. Pure emotion, guys. It's amazing how much draft you get with these cars. Does iRacing simulate side draft? Thank you, Dick. Oh, we got ploughed by this guy. Oh no. Tibord. Is side drag, is it from draft? Is it from the front of the car creating a wake that goes out to the sides, or is it to do with like a sort of vacuum effect from the actual side of the vehicle? Let's see. We did like a oh, here we go, there's a picture. Does it take away downforce from the other car rather than it Or it increases downforce. Oh, I don't know. Chat GTP to the rescue. They've got some diagrams in NASCAR. Right. How side drafting works. The car attempting to side draft, car A, moves closely alongside car B. Airflow disruption. When car A is close to car B, it disrupts the airflow around car B. This disruption causes a high pressure zone on the side of car B and a low pressure zone on the side of car A. Why though? Reducing the drag of car A. The low pressure zone on the side of car A reduces the aerodynamic drag on car A. Increase of drag on car B. Why does it increase it? Yeah. Okay, so it's sending the disrupts the airflow. Right, we get that. Sends it onto the rear spoiler or into the wheels. Why would it be the car behind that benefits from it rather than the car in front? Like, why is it car A slowing down car B? Why isn't car B slowing down car A? It's only beneficial for the car that's behind. I think it's beneficial for both cars in a sense as well. If both cars are side by side, you end up with it acting like a single vehicle. So I think that then makes both cars faster due to how that you've got twice as much. You've got two cars doing the initial displacement of the air on the front of the vehicles. But I don't even know if that makes sense. Oh, here we go. Disadvantages for both cars. Oh, but here we go. Benefit for the car behind. Reduce drag when car A moves closely alongside car B. Increase speed with reduced drag. Car A can... Okay. Strategic overtaking. Okay. Effects on the car ahead. Increased drag. Okay, we've got that bit. Situation where both cars might benefit. Why would two... Here we go. While side drafting is primarily advantageous for the car behind, it benefits from reduced drag and increased speed. It can also strategically benefit both cars. Thanks, Capsule. Let's see if people sign up to this time. A bit of IMSA. Here we go. Two cars driving side by side generally do not go faster than a single car driving on its own due to increased aerodynamic drag and potential instability. Sustained side by side driving typically results in higher drag for both cars. Oh, what? I had the car selected and then it didn't select it. Oh, it's dumb. Oh, we can do the LMP2 challenge. Oh, I could try plugging in the camera as well, actually. That'd be good. Ah, we lost 15. Hang on. What safety rating do you need to go below to lose your rank? Do you have to go below? Is it below 1? Are you serious? Oh, it's so stupid. The iRacing's so atrociously designed. It's insane. So if you want to do like fun MX5 racing, you can't, because people drive into you. So you then can't drive other content that's a higher safety rating. So, like, it's moronic. It's completely moronic. You're punished for playing a game that you've bought. Because MX5 is always a pump fest, especially on the Nordschleife. Like, whatever you do, it's unavoidable that someone's going to drive into you. Like, at best, you're going to get like a 4X. Yeah, and then most people don't have a license, so they don't care. So they will just drive into you. But if you have an A license because you want to do IMSA, then you can't drive MX5, which has racing in it. It doesn't really matter that it's MX5. Like, the racing's going to be fun racing. It's just so stupid. And nobody in iRacing races based off safety rating. Like, they do in the sense that they don't want to get a DQ in the race. But in terms of when they're actually driving, they're just trying to race. It's the DQ in the race, not that overall safety rating that they're concerned with. Unless they don't want to lose their rating at all. But then that's only going to apply to A-rated drivers, because it's borderline impossible to not maintain a B safety rating. iRacing. Every time you try and get fun out of it. It's like they've gone out of the way to try and make it as stupid as possible. Because MX5 at Nordschleife is a good fun car combo. Yeah, I mean, they could do. I mean, they do have a separate I rating and safety rating for open versus tin top. But I think the safety rating operates the same. Like, you should have harsher contact penalties for Formula, because if you contact, you basically, there's a good chance the car's wreck. But for tin top, you should be allowed to have more contact. Should be penalised less. They're running the GR Cup at Daytona, which is pretty funny. I don't play Forza because it makes me motion sick. There's no camera filter in it. What's going on in our sim racing? First sim rig. I went all in on triple 4K. Just finished my first rig. Two weeks of cable management. My rig is slowly getting every post on Reddit. Tried a direct drive wheel for the first time, fair enough. Triples coming tomorrow. Oh, humble brag. Like every post on Reddit, first sim rig. Every post on Reddit is, here's a picture of my sim rig that looks exactly the same as everyone else's sim rig. Oh dear. New sim setup. I mean, fair enough, people enjoy showing off their rigs. It's just funny. Visited an F1 sim rig at the mall. Mall. At the mall. Oh, it's a Seto Corsa. At the mall. Wired, managed, and registered with the proper authorities. I mean, cable tidying a rig is satisfying. I need to do some more cable tidying. First rig. People do their first rig post and their sim rigs are like insane. Like £10,000 sim rigs. First rig. And it's like a ridiculous. Oh dear. Yeah, we did. Sim racing is more about cable tidying than it is racing. Should be called cable tidy racing. Finally done. These people have huge rooms for their sim rigs as well. It's ridiculous. I'm not jealous. I hate people with lots of space. It's my one hatred. That's why I hate Boosted Media. He's got so much space. I've decided I'm allowed to have irrational hatred for some things, and that one thing is people with like space. I know. Yeah, Joe Rogan's rig you could build for. Let me just reiterate that Joe Rogan's rig suspiciously looks exactly the same as my rig layout, which you know. I came up with this arrangement of joystick, HOTAS, side panels, and using pedals for rudder pedals. Funnily enough, I mean, I didn't see anyone else doing that like 5-6 years ago when I did it. Yeah, Joe Rogan's rig is worth about 10 grand. You can build the same rig for 10 grand. But you know, the company's going to make money out of it. You know how it is. Well, I'm not going to put... Look, you can't really... It's just sticking stuff on T-slot, isn't it? But I was surprised that more people didn't put a joystick on the side of their sim rig to do flight sims. The best sim rig is Red Eye Warriors. He's genuinely got the best sim rig. Wow, you know, to sell those rigs, those companies, you need to have a whole company in a warehouse and all the T-slot and everything. So it's a whole thing. It's not really about the rig layout, or you know. It is weird though, sim racing. Right, it's a strange thing. I wonder how many people that spend a lot of money on a sim rig actually end up using it. Like, I could totally see how if you're someone that buys like a G25 or something and you enjoy that and then you gradually upgrade, you know, those types of people I think just keep sim racing. But people that kind of see sim racing and they see the superficial component of it, they're like, oh, it's racing, simulated, okay, cool, pedals, equipment, nice. You know, it's quite nice. It's quite interesting seeing all the equipment and things, you know, doodads, gadgets. But then I think they're then going to be confronted by the sort of generally somewhat frustrating aspects of sim racing, like the setting up equipment, the different physics in the different games. It's quite a time-consuming hobby if you really want to get into it, which a lot of people don't have the time for. So for like a huge number of people, Gran Turismo with a gamepad is going to scratch that basic racing itch of jumping. There's a car you kind of know, and there's a race. did you win or not? Right, fine. Like sim racing, you're sort of, you know, you're nitpicking at like actual balancing a car and race lines and knowing tracks, and you know, for a casual person that just likes the general idea of it, I don't think it's a particularly good hobby. In contrast to like skiing or like archery or what, there's other hobbies out there where you can nitpick at them to get like super good at them, but the superficial level of them is quite accessible. You know, buy a bow and arrow, you know, shoot at a target, right, and then you can do that every now and again. Sim racing kind of demands that you, if you don't do it all the time, you then have to update the software. You kind of have to be with it. Turd, your rig costs a lot. Oh, rig costs a lot for some, but it's built up over many years. Yeah, I think that sim racing is not an expensive hobby though, which is quite good. Like you can just get a wheel, slap it on a desk, buy a few games, drive them. Then you get a sim rig, stick your wheel on the sim rig, then get some pedals, then get a wheel, add stuff to it, just enjoy that. It's quite fun. I actually think it's more fun if you do sim racing that way and gradually like add components and then enjoy using that component than it is to just get a sim rig out and out. Like that first time you get load cell pedals from shit pedals is quite fun. The first time you get a handbrake or a H pattern, that's quite a fun thing to do, to go through that. I think that's the same with like cars as well, going through, you know, just a lot of stuff. Go rather than just 100% getting the like, oh that's it, I've got everything done. You're kind of missing out on the process. Well, you're a noob, Dan. I got sim racing to pay me money, so I mean, I'm on like minus a reasonable amount of money. So you guys suck at sim racing. You idiots! You absolute morons! You're paying me now to do this, idiots! Idiots! You idiots! I'm on another level. I mean, really, I'm too modest. I'm shitting on you all. I am on such a high level that I don't even realise what high level I'm on. Oh shit, you worked it out. Any business that's ever worked with me goes out of business within 5 years. It's just I'm hired to lower share price. That's why I had a lap of the Nordschleifer and it almost shut down immediately. Mind you, that what we were talking about before, I don't think it really applies with VR. I mean, it's been fun to use like the DK1, DK2, CV1, you know, up to the current headset. It's kind of fun to see that grow, but then the software's kind of been a bit stagnant in VR. And then also, for a lot of people, I think the Quest 3 is like is only just on the cusp of what most people would accept. But a lot of people, even a Quest 3 is too uncomfortable. It's close, but you know. So I think VR doesn't quite apply in that way. Turds, you don't think you'd enjoy having to sim race for a living? Yeah, I mean, the thing that I enjoy is that I can fly, I can do other stuff as well, you know. It's just making videos about something, really. The driving is not really the like if I had to do like, if I had to just play iRacing, live streaming iRacing, that was it, then I wouldn't enjoy it. I need to get VTOL. I keep meaning to buy it. I know it's good. I mean, I would I'd really like the new Microsoft Flight Sim to be good. Yeah, I it's weird, like, because you see some streamers and all they do is play iRacing every day. I guess if you make really good money from it, then you know. And a lot of them only do, you know, they'll do like 4 or 5 hour live streams. So I guess that's fine. That's quite easy. It just depends how it works out and what you do. Let's qualify here. I think if they got iRacing's time model realistic, then I would be happy to play it a lot more. I'd hot lap in it and get fast. It's weird because I was never really massively into driving or driving games. I do like physics. I like physics and VR. So. Oh, is VTOL on sale? Fine. Yeah, I'll pick it up. I've been meaning to for ages. VTOL's the kind of game that I want native on my Quest 3, though. It's not really arcade. It's kind of like Simcade, but it's fairly simulatory. It's weird. It's like Simcade flying, basically. It's got reasonably deep physics, and the processes you're doing it are actually. It's just not like a full-on DCS degree of simulation. But then it has like loads of cockpit stuff. Like kind of 2000. If you had a flight sim in 2000s that was a fictional flight sim designed around what would be fun, that's the kind of vibe from the stuff I've seen of it. I wouldn't even say it's like Project Cars, though, because Project Cars is trying to be a simulator. Like Gran Turismo as well is trying to be a simulator. Like those if they could be, those games would be more realistic in a sense, right? But they can't because the developer just failed at making it more realistic, or was just didn't have enough time, right? VTOL isn't trying to be more realistic. It's just trying to do its own thing to a high degree, which it does have like some deep physics and stuff. I think that's the difference between a sim and a simcade. Like often people call bad sims simcade, but what they really mean is it's just not a very realistic simulator. You know, like an actual simcade title would be Forza Horizon, for example, whereas Forza Motorsport is trying to be a sim. It's just not very good. I think it gets very murky when you're talking about the F1 games, but I think they're trying to make a sim. Codemasters are trying to make the handling of the cars realistic, right? They are aiming for that. They've just not done a very good job of it, but it also has gameplay. But so I think it's just, I would say the F1 games are just not very good simulators, and they also have gameplay. But at the same time, A game can be a sim. I mean, a sim can be a game, but fail at having gameplay, or do gameplay very bad, like the single player in Assetto Corsa, for example. It's a sim, but it doesn't excuse that the single player is a bit shit. So, you know, I think you just had a lot of people using the term simcade as an insult, rather than in a productive manner. Project Cars 2 is the best gameplay in your mind. What do you mean, like the AI? I mean, we just did multiplayer when we did Project Cars 2. We had a lot of fun playing it, but the physics are just a bit sloppy, aren't they? It's like AMS2. I had quite a lot of fun playing it. I really like some of the tracks and some of the cars in it as well. Just physics are sloppy. What was the gameplay? Well, AI is bad in everything, though, isn't it? Like even in FPS games. I can't remember I mean, Half-Life 1 had some fun AI moments. Quite often it was just frustrating. Half-Life Alyx has some really good AI, but you don't really fight it that much. And I wonder how much of that's level design. Why am I first?
One lap to green. Line up on the left side. The estimated strength of field is 2,456.
Oh no, mate. It's not.
Closed. Pit road is closed. Let's take opportunities.
Oh, I never played through that, turd. I'm hopeful for the new game by the new developer. I'm hopeful that that's good.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. Waiting on the final car to grid.
Yeah, I think they're renaming the company, aren't they? And they're finding a publisher. I reckon they're going to do a Toka license game. I reckon they'll do a Toka race driver. They'll just call it Toka Racing or something, because Toka has GT3, Radicals. Like most of the British race cars are in Toka, right? Just list out what. Can someone in chat list out what cars are covered in Toka? Isn't BTCC part of Toka? Straight 4 Skywilk. They're doing this. I'm calling it. I've called it. Their next game is a Toka game. They're rebranding it.
The pace car is off. Be ready.
Well, I messed that up. Oh well.
Green, green, green.
Bloody hell, lucky I looked right, so I didn't even hear him.
You're on the left. 3 wide. Car right. Clear on the right.
This game needs a bloody spotter. Like a actual car radar.
Right side. Still there, hold your line. Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
Oh really, these LMP2 cars look amazing. Oh, looks like an accident about to happen. Yep. There it is. Called it. Why is it that when you brake at the limit in this game, you can't actually brake properly in this game?
Clear. Left side. Stay on the right.
If you truly brake at the limit to try and rotate the car at the limit, it gets stuck. It does not support actual driving. It's crazy.
Clear.
For tight chicanes,
Car on the left. Go right.
like the NGK chicane, you want to brake and get it just right so that the car is moving sideways through that corner because it allows you to take it tighter. It's just, you have to drive it like a bloody train in this game. Well, it's first gear through that.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Right, the weather is like Mars weather. Industrial pollution weather. Oh, it might have a P. No, I don't think it does. Well, if it does, Thomas, I haven't got it bound. You might be right. I don't know. Does it have a PP? Does my car have a PP?
The pace car is out of control.
No, I don't think so. Thanks, Evil, for following. Appreciate it. Which display page would show PP? If it had one. Stupid sound. Oh my goodness. No, I don't think it does.
right side.
Tried to brake a bit later. Car says no. Do you think this wheel is a Cosworth wheel? They got the branding. Pit Flash. I really like this track as well. I don't think I never used to, but the yeah, Nürburgring GP. Oh my goodness, you can't do that. Thank you, iRacing. How dare I try and use the curbs? No catching it. Oh dear. The car seemed to be alright, so I was like, oh, I'll just throttle it over the curb. Gone.
The car in P1, just set the button flat.
I made the mistake of trying things out in the race.
Leading on
You don't want to do that.
2.1 seconds.
That is true. And iRacing does look good in the replays. Honestly, guys, you need to try an OLED with black frame insertion. I mean, the smoothness of the image and the clarity is bonkers. Can't get over this. I can't, my brain can't get past how good it is when it's running perfectly. It's so good. And as someone that gets motion sickness and stuff, I think the problem is like I can feel it. Like my brain perceives motion timing like really precisely. So I mean, I can feel the black frame insertion. Like I get pareidolia for it. Like I can hear it. Like it's not actually making a sound, but my brain is interpreting it as a sound. But on the lowest setting, it's tolerable. This is pollution. So I think that's why I find the smoothness of the image so satisfying, because when it's super consistent, like the sort of, is it pareidolia? What's the thing where you synesthesia? It's like it has a image associated with it, with the smoothness.
Can move up.
And as soon as the frame timing is slightly off, or the clarity's not there, it feels wrong. So it's well weird. Like, so you know, we got that G-Sync setting with Counter-Strike. Like, Counter-Strike is so much more enjoyable for me now. Like, it's like creamy smooth.
The leader to
It should be doubly good on the stream because the game is at 120 and the stream is at 60. So the stream has 2 frames to grab for each frame it can display. So even when it's not smooth, for me, it will look really good on the stream. But when it is smooth, it should be totally perfect on the stream. Also, I have mega bandwidth. We have mega bit rate. All the bits. Has it always been like that? I've always noticed like motion of things. Yeah, no, I've always been a bit obsessed with it. I think it might actually be either like an ADHD or autism thing as well, like where you're hypersensitive to stuff like touch and sensations. Like when I was a kid, I couldn't wear jeans because they felt too much. Like I'd have to wear jogging bottoms because jeans were just too harsh. I still don't like how paper feels. Like I hated birthdays because I hate the feeling of paper and birthday cards and opening presents. Like that would be worse than getting the present. So I'd get my sister to open my birthday presents for me. And Christmas. I'm fine now, but like, I mean, it still annoys me, but stuff's more plasticky now anyway. But yeah, that paper feeling is like putting your fingers on a chalkboard. It's I'm not weird. Oh, but bloody hell. Like, the car should rotate. I know if I move the brake bias back.
Slow down and give up that time. Right side, clear on the right.
If I move the brake bias back, it's going to snag and we're just going to insta-rotate. Oh no, tell you the worst thing is if you do pottery and you're like messing around with clay and it takes all the oil out of your fingers and then you touch something like cardboard or paper, or if you've ever had to break down loads of cardboard boxes, the cardboard takes all the oil out of your fingers and so your hands are all dry and then you have to touch stuff. Yeah. I think it's all related to that kind of thing. So I noticed that with frame rates. It's not the graphics don't matter. It's the consistency of things. So it probably is like a degree of autism, to be honest. Just like very mildly. But that's also the force feedback thing as well, like being able to feel the detail and why I enjoy it so much with force feedback. It will tie into the same autistic stuff, or I don't know if it is autism, you know what I mean? It's the same. You're like oversensitive to that kind of thing. It's not bloody turning. I'm braking at the limit. I'm going to keep moving the brake bars back till the car spins around. Probably on like... Yeah, what brake bars is this? Oh, maybe it's the ABS and I need to... Maybe I need to change my brake setup. That's probably what it is, actually. Ah, yeah, we're not braking hard enough. This car has ABS, right? Oh no, it's locking up. I think we need... The brake pedal needs to go in harder. Dan, yeah. Exactly, like, it's such a small degree. It's weird, isn't it? Like, when I first went from CSGO, well, I mean, I couldn't play CS Source. From CS 1.4 or 5 or whatever it was, I never really played Source. I did eventually because I do like Office and mess around with friends and stuff and Assault, but CSS, the player movement and everything, the recoil, terrible. CSGO was quite a big improvement, to be honest. CS2 is weird. I like CS2 though. I just think the hackers need to be banned, and it has other issues. But the cheating totally kills it. It was since about the last 7 months. It's got really ridiculous. What brake bikes do you guys normally run on this? Hang on. Does Twitch say we're playing AC or something? Oh no. That's random. We did play AC for a bit. Can you... I don't know if a mod can change it to iRacing. How long is this race? 25 minutes or something? So I just had an idea. Instead of using springs for the brake pedal or dampers, you use neodymium magnets. Really strong neodymium magnet to push back on the brake pedal again to give resistance. I think that could feel awesome. It would be perfectly smooth all the time. It'd be totally consistent. Probably a bad idea having that stronger magnet. But for an initial part of brake input, I don't think you could beat that, could you? I'm a genius. Someone's probably tried it. But that way you could choose the magnet strength to absolute crazy precision, and it would literally be perfect. Like there'd be no resistance, or just the arm of the pedal, the pivot point. I mean, I don't know how 10 kilogram neodymium magnet. You get a really good progressive feel from it. That's basically how, well, it's kind of how force feedback pedals work. Novotny. How do I give you edit permissions? Typical Novotny, ruining everything. think a magnet might work well for the initial part of the pedal feel. Maybe not for the whole pedal, but for like an initial, instead of a spring. I need to... You could always put the magnets with a hole down the middle of them so they go on a shaft. Probably even buy them and then test it on the housing bell pedals. Game of Muscles, magnet brake. Oh, you could then use an electromagnet around the outside of it to adjust the resistive potential of the brake pedal. So it could be the first part of it is like a magnetic arrangement. So it's basically a direct drive brake pedal. So instead of using a worm gear, you have a magnetic field on the shaft. And so it's a direct drive brake pedal. DD girl! You could do that. You could 100% do that. There's direct drive force feedback joysticks that are used in military applications. That might be secret. Don't tell anyone. How many muscle magnets are you running? Hey? I am the muscle magnet.
There's the flag. It's over.
This is a stupid idea, but a good one.
Okay, we'll get them next time.
People become members on YouTube for the first time. You get the DD Girl song. Oh, it's set to iRacing. I think you just need to refresh your Twitch. It is set to iRacing. You guys just need to... Your Twitch settings are wrong. Unless someone else changed it. What is it? Edit permissions. How do I do this? Warn Novotny. Mod actions. 4 timeouts. No warnings and no bans. How do I set you as a mod? I don't know how you give you edit permissions. Report Novotny. Time him out. Oh well, I don't know. That's been... DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with the DD wheel. Perfectly formed servo motors for her legs. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, a beauty, a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. AccuForce, Fanatec, Simucube and Moser. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim ring. Everybody wants DD girl. She's so beautiful and strong and can't do anything wrong at all. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, beauty, a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Servo motors for her legs. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Cams or has a rotating in his bed. It's a DD girl, DD girl, DD girl. Thank you. Emotional DD girl moment there. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for supporting us. Tears there. What a song. Did you guys like that? I liked it. Hang on, IMSA, 45 minutes, 63 cars. That looks like we should do that. Select a car. Here we go. We're going IMSA. I don't have a setup. Shit. Should we just? We'll just use default. It's fine. We got this. Go to dashboard community roles. Oh, hang on. Dashboard community roles manager. Ah, where is he? Username. N. Novotny. Moderator plus editor. What can an editor do? Oh, you're now an editor. I don't even know what that means. He now has access to all my financial data. There you go. He wanted the power. The power! That doesn't help me have a car setup, does it? We drove... I don't know. GTP's terrible. I think we're going to change some music. We're going to have some... we're going to go for some deep house. We've had jazz on all day. I'm doing the Nürburgring IMSA in the LMP2. Oh yeah, I need to get my other camera set up. I need to get a drink as well. I'm gonna make a cup of tea. I'll be back in a second. I'll get my the cable. another dummy battery. Oh, thanks for the setup. That's a lot of noise in that cable. Electric muscle. It's crazy. Ah, perfect. Let's leave that there for now. So there's you put a setup in Discord. Discord. Oh, welcome to all the new subscribers to It's Other Teapot. The title of the YouTube video worked. Where did you put them in the Discord? In a message? Like in... Ah, thank you. I get a lot of message requests. I'll accept it. Accept. Oh shit, where's it gone now? It's working. I don't know what that was, guys. iRacing. Maybe all these seeds I've been eating are making me go a bit mental. That's all I changed in my diet recently. What's this car called? Delara P2117, is that right? Maybe I've accidentally been eating like no, Shumi. This is old. This is a new track. I've never driven it before. I don't know. This is a really annoying song because I've heard it like a billion times. It's called "Can't Fake It" by Larry Poppins. Here you go. I think you're being sarcastic, but because I'm a nice person, it won't let me copy and paste it.
Fuck, I messed up.
It won't let me paste it. Can't Fake It by Larry Poppins. I think you're being sarcastic because this song's well annoying. Thanks for subscribing. Why did that pop up on the screen? Yogurt! Well, I'm well addicted to yogurt. When it's warm, I just want to eat yogurt all the time. I've been eating like 2 pots of yogurt every day with seeds. No, I add the seeds in. I don't know, I don't mind the taste of them. I just Lidl had like bags of mixed seeds for like £1.20, so I was like, oh, alright, I'll buy some of them. I've been sticking them in the yogurt. You might have a hot dog. I ate an American hot dog. I had like 2 of them. And then my piss was smelling of hot dog for 3 days. So I don't know what was in it. But whatever it did, it like, you know that hot dog smell? Like, you know when you open a tin of hot dog? For 3 days, anything leaving my body smelled like hot dog. So I don't know what that was about. It was disgusting. I'm never eating hot dog again. I make hot dogs out of real sausage, but I'm never having an American hot dog again. I don't really like it. I only had them because it was like I hadn't had one for like 4 years. Oh. Isn't it funny that they put brake hack into iRacing natively? Oh, frick. Can't even test it. Oh no. Well, let's try it at 76. Do we have to pit with this? Thanks for the sub, by the way. Really appreciate it. Ah! The tea's too hot. Burning my hand. Drinks bottle. This is not a tea drink bottle. How is it that my mouth can take the tea but my hands can't? Ow! All those years of eating asbestos has paid off.
1.0 safety rating
Line up on the
behind
left
me.
side. The
Okay.
estimated SOF is 1,819. Closed. Pit road is closed.
Where's my fuel? Do I need to replace tyres? We can just do auto fuel. Oh, insufficient data.
Well, at least he'll be driving clean.
How
to
many
keep it
litres
fast.
of fuel? Amber Sabre? How many litres of fuel?
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully. Good luck, all.
Oh, well, I can't do it at the start. Okay, let's just put it on here. Doesn't matter, I'm going to crash anyway.
Catch up 35. Car. Catch up 3. Car. Catch up 15. Car. Catch up 17. Car. About to go green. Stay focused.
Dude, leave space.
Pace car is off. Green flag. Green flag.
So bad to start, Thiago. So bad to start.
Left side.
I don't understand how to check it out, shit.
Still there. Still there. Hold your line. Stay on the right. Clear on the left. Left side. Clear. Left side. Still there. Still there. Left side. Too wide. Clear.
How many laps do you need to do to get the fuel?
Car right. Stay on the left. Clear.
This is just no, this is the old LMP2 car.
Car on your left. Clear.
What are you guys doing?
Like, you have to go into really low gears and it's geared like super high. Like, first gear, I guess because it's a rolling start, isn't it? So you get first gear is geared for low speed corners. How slow was I? Still says insufficient data. I know. I just had to select it with my bloody mouse cursor. so I was waiting for a point where I didn't need to upshift. Thanks for following, welcome. Mercer, welcome, appreciate the follow. Thank you. Coming home. Oh dear. We do a lot of hosted races on in Assetto. Assetto. I normally do iRacing when I'm being lazy, and I'm just like relaxing. Well, if you're gonna do hosted races, you might as well do it in AC because it's got better graphics, better physics, better cars. iRacing is good for doing ranked online races. Assetto's free. It's like £5. So you might as well get it. Yeah, the normal, the original. I don't really understand why people bother doing hosted stuff in iRacing.
The car in P3, just after lap 47.29.
It's not a stretch. There's a good reason why. I mean, bloody hell. Every time you say this, it upsets people that just don't know any better. AC is used by loads of training centres for the very good reason. Delara use it, Janetta use it. loads of real drivers would go for AC over iRacing if your goal is to simulate how cars drive. Force feedback's more detailed, the handling's more natural. It has a curbing issue for the most part, but it's absolutely on another level of physics to iRacing. iRacing's like dated. Yeah, iRacing did say it's most realistic, so
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. That is amazing. So it's probably one of the
no, you're
one of the or not the best simulation to practice.
Broker's better in iRacing.
Even F1, GT mods.
No,
it's really good.
no, it's not. You're literally regurgitating what basically, because
Go right.
probably Daniel Morad's stream or some other streamer, you're literally just regurgitating their comment that's not even related to AC1. It's related to ACC. And ironically, it doesn't even make any sense because...
Is that a good technique, going soon in?
Sure, you can ride the ABS in ACC through the corner and that removes some nuance of braking. But you can set up real-world cars to let you stamp on the brake so that you can't lock up and you can ride the brake through the corner. So, you know, and ultimately, iRacing doesn't support braking at the limit because if you lock the tyres, the car goes mental. So, and the grip doesn't come back. So iRacing doesn't do braking either.
I don't like ACC,
So
but I do like the
it's so
normalist.
bizarre
That is amazing.
that people repeat this
Probably
same
one of the-
stupid comment.
Probably one of the
They first of all,
one of the or not the best simulation
first
to
of
practice,
all,
like,
they forget
even F1.
that AC1 isn't ACC, and AC1 does not have the same braking as ACC. So, first of all, they get confused on the ACs, and then secondly, they completely ignore iRacing's very well-known tyre model overheating physics issue, which negates braking at the limit. It works, iRacing's good under the limit, don't get me wrong. And I actually prefer iRacing to ACC, so don't get me, in terms of preference, but if you're talking about actual, you know, you're making an argument from what's realistic or not.
Sorry, GT3s, I didn't saw the Honda sign.
Red, I mean, I assume you're trolling.
The leader is running. 48.
I guess Delara don't have a clue what they're doing. I guess Janetta don't know what they're doing. I guess all the people that use Assetto Corsa at home that are real race drivers don't know what they're talking about. I guess Max Verstappen is an idiot for playing AC. I guess all the people that specifically pay for people to make mod versions of the cars in Assetto Corsa so they could trade with it, I guess they're all morons. You know, they probably just don't know any better. I mean, all they need to know is that they could just get iRacing, and it's got all the tracks and cars in it already, so they could just have a much easier time and just play iRacing. But they're stupid. They're complete idiots, and they want to drive a simulator that allows for natural counter steering. Absolute moron. Well, that is partially true, Skyworld, but you wouldn't need. It wouldn't need to be iRacing if it nailed it. Wouldn't need to be moddable, would it? If it got it right. So, also they could use other simulators as well. So, yeah, you are partially right. Yeah, people are just stupid. I think Ben Collins, the Stig as well. Obviously he's an idiot because he doesn't like how iRacing drives and he struggles to get out of rookies in it. He's obviously a shit driver.
It's a tough balancing act, man.
You know.
Read in front of me, but you guys gotta get by.
Right side. Clear.
We're doing all right in this race, though. This is my first time driving this car at this track. I think we could have put the brake at 90%, because although we got a little bit of margin to brake badly, so. I don't know if it. I'm but I don't know if it is. You know, like it is for online for sure. But the oval cars don't drive like cars either, because they have the same issue. It's just oval is less of a test for tyre physics in many ways. It depends, like the big ovals, super speedways, small oval tracks. Drivers are going to be would be driving a lot more on the limit. But yeah, it's the online ranking, the ranking, the matchmaking, and I mean personally, as much as iRacing, as much as iRacing grates on me, I enjoy driving iRacing more than ACC, even though I think ACC is more realistic. I enjoy iRacing. I find iRacing generally with the cars that like F3, F4, Formula Ford, LMP2. I find iRacing more enjoyable than ACC. So, ironically, which is funny because iRacers have a go at me all the time for being too harsh about iRacing, but iRacing has the voice chat. The game runs nicely, it looks crisp, but the onboard camera's nice. ACC's like I need to go to Specsavers. Oh, and then the tyre pressure bollocks in ACC. Oh, your tyre pressure's slightly off. You're 2 seconds slow. I haven't played the ACC recently though, so. Yeah.
Nearly happened again. Incredible.
Oh, a bit of a jam in front of us. Oh, this looks like a right smash up about to happen.
Car on your left. Clear. Faster traffic approaching. Left side. Still there. Clear.
Lol.
Car on. Still there. Hold your line. Clear on the right. Behind.
Don't hustle the muscle.
Yeah, well done, mate.
That was well good. Is he upset with me? That was a well good move. 10 out of 10. Multi-class master. That was a goggle move. Hello, turn one meatball.
Car on your left. Clear. Right side. Keep to the left. You're on the left.
What are you doing?
Car right. 2 wide. Clear.
Bloody hell. That wasn't even a 0x. That was weird. Because we had a 1x from the... How do you know your fuel? Oh, yeah. Oh, 11 laps. This is a good track for multi-class.
You can't park there, mate.
I think so, Shumi, yeah. If you do damage, I think it turns into a 2x at least. Oh, I'm getting right jammed here.
Car on your left. right. Clear on the left. Left side. Clear on the left.
The LMP2 with GT3 is a really good mix of car pace, to be honest. Like, I think LMDH is shit. It's too much, and then you mix LMDH with, or hypercar with LMP2 and GT3, it's just a mess. But when you just have, fair enough having LMDH in like, you know, if it's like a Le Mans type race, fine. But like, if it's just IMSA,
Left side.
having LMP2 and GT3 I think is good. They should add some Clio Cup in there as well. Whenever we've done multi-class, we're messing about in AC with different multi-class cars, and you need the faster class to be like at least 30% faster than the slower class in terms of lap time. So like 50, well, like 20%. It needs to. So basically, within 4 laps, you are on the tail of the other cars. If that makes sense. So what's that? 15%. No, 20%. It has to be 20% lap time faster than the slower car. And for a class to then make sense, and that way you have enough speed difference that you catch up with them. You have multiple overtakes in the race.
Left side.
And then you also have the interesting dynamics. I think it'll send it up the inside like a lunatic.
Car right.
Almost.
Clear on the right.
Oh my goodness. Couldn't tell what line he was going to take.
Clear on the right.
How fun would it be to do LMP2 in real life, though? I wouldn't have the fitness, I don't think, but I definitely think if I did real-world racing, if I was a real-world driver, I would hit the gym more because I'm too fat, and then I would do LMP. I don't think I'd be a Formula driver. I don't think I'd do hypercar. I think it's probably too fast for me. But I think I would be a mediocre LMP2 driver. Nah, LMP3's too slow and brick-like, and the systems on it are just as stupid. I've spoke to like 3, I think LMP3 real drivers, and they just whinge about it. I don't think I've ever actually talked to a LMP2 driver. What, in iRacing? So from what I understand, this is what Moritz Lerner said, that the car systems on the real LMP3 car are really shitty, so they just don't bother with TC. But in iRacing, you need TC on, because if the tyres light up, you're screwed. So but maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe you can just drive it, so it's alright. Oh, I know what I'd be. A 90s BTCC driver or a 90s DTM driver. That's what my brain's configured for. Like noisy, crazy steering wheel. That would be me. Punch up in the pit lane. I just don't, all I need is to be rich in a time machine, so it's quite likely it will happen. '90s touring cars. Oh no, I would be though. I would be, Shooby, if it was real, because I'd be angry. I'd also have like pure adrenaline, because I'd feel like I was about to die every second. No, because it'd be the '90s, and I'd be annoyed at all the rich people that have better budget than me. So I'd be really aggressive, and I'd punch them in the pit lane. Yeah, '90s Tory cars. They probably were mostly Tories. I'd be driving for the coal miners. Soft sausage.
Thank you, Christian.
You got a slow car on the left.
Car on the left. What a communist. Oh, well, I've technically already got a moustache. I just need to shave the beard off. I'm already there. I've overshot the moustache. Yeah, I'll be sponsored by the incredibly wealthy coal miner unions. That mate, yeah. The car would have Margaret Thatcher's face on it. It would say, "Stop Margaret Thatcher today," because I'd have travelled in time, and I could use like evidence of the future, and I could say, "Oh, this is the Tory future. Austerity, never-ending austerity, housing crisis." Oh, well, that is the worst place to have to go slow. Oh, I got absolutely traffic penalised.
Still there, hold your line. Clear.
Lol. I got penalised so hard by that Porsche. It's weird that the acceleration of the GT3 cars
On your left.
is really similar to the
Car right. Clear.
LMP2. That made me worry that he pitted then. We've got 7 laps of fuel. Yeah, it's a rolling start, so the first gear is super long. Oh, I don't have a pit limiter bound, so I'm going to have to bloody be super careful.
Go.
I'm getting distracted by my black box. Oh, I can use this. That's easier. I didn't realise I had it bound to this. Whoops. We need the fuel one. There we go. Do you get free tyres? Are you sure? It's only a 45-minute race. Tyres should be fine. Oh, he doesn't know 100%. Are you working for Ferrari? Is this Ferrari strategy in action? Well, which tyres are the worn-out tyres? I'd imagine it's the lefts. On this track, you need to change the left like in oval racing. Well, what would you normally change? That's the windscreen wiper. I haven't got my buttons bound. We need to bind some buttons. We'll be fine. What am I changing? Tell me. Oh, we could change just the left-hand side of the car. Should we do that? Yeah, I'm gonna change the front.
Thanks, BMW. Thanks.
Can we have a change of government? It is A button. Not mine. You know how much paid drivers pay for like a driving GT3 at Spa and stuff? It's like 300k. It's something stupid. So like to be a pay LMP2 driver is going to be like 200k or something for I don't know how many races you'd get. It's going to be something insane. And then you'd split the car with like a couple of other drivers. Hello, George Rogers. Motorsports is just insane. Everyone should just do sim racing. Save the basically. Sim racers are like super environmental race drivers. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're doing pleasure driving, but we're not damaging the environment.
Your brake bias is wild.
Exocross, isn't that kart cross thing? They're like buggy cars. They do look amazing, actually. No, yeah, but it's all nuclear, Skywilk. No, yeah, the energy of this live stream's electric, I agree. Oh, Exocross, yeah, I know, yeah. I see what you did now. I keep... It doesn't seem like that's the name of that game. But you know those little buggy, off-road buggies that do rally in? I don't know why that's not a bigger thing. Like, I think that would be awesome. You do like rally stages. Oh, what is this? You can do rally stages, but in those, and they run a lot cheaper. You can buy one for like 10k, 15k. Hello, there's a bit of bodywork. I think that's ideal. You know that pedal trace app that people use? How do they, you know when they use overlay so they can see it on their screen? Does that mean that they have to have the game run in windowed mode, right? For that to work? Because an overlay couldn't be on top in full screen.
Thank you, BMW. Thank you.
Yeah. But then don't they get performance
Incident ahead. You got a slow car on
frame
the
rate
left.
issues?
Right side. Clear on the right. Left side. Clear on the left.
What's really stupid is since Windows 7, full screen and windowed, as far as Windows is concerned, should be exactly the same thing, right? Should be. However, it isn't. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, back in the day, Dave, like full screen would mean unload. It would unload Windows, like DOS games and stuff. The game would be the only thing running. Back when computers were real. I'm gonna pit on this lap. I'd like we can have a pit score out of 10. So you're better off getting a little monitor, or like one of those wheel dash things, and sticking that in front of your computer. Windows honestly has like weird issues with different monitors and different monitor size. Thanks for subscribing, welcome. So if you run like different window resolutions and frame rates on different monitors, you can have like really weird issues.
This is less than optimal.
No, I don't have the bloody...
Pit box in 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
Oh, we get fuel.
Okay, go.
Hang on. Oh, there's only 10 minutes left. Okay. What a master of throttle that was. I think we might be last. See? That's why you need to watch his channel. I have all the...
You have to cut in front of me like that in the braking zone.
We cut in front of him in the braking zone. Yeah, alright, shut up.
You, Robin.
What's the score out of 10 for that pit stop, guys? Pit stop rating. It's a right convoy of cars here. 7. We can bind a button. 6. You're such a stingy git.
Car right. Clear on the right. Car right. Clear on the right. Faster traffic approaching.
I'm sorry, Kevin.
Right side. Clear on the right.
Stop. I'm going left, mate. Going left. I didn't even get a 1x for that. That's weird. I didn't even get a 1x. That was totally on the track. Maybe the marshals have like... No, they can't see that corner. Hang on, I've been bloody lapped by Jean Balthazar. Oh, you must have not pitted.
Get back in fifth.
I don't know. I'm in 5th. That's pretty good. It's not naughty. It was a textbook move. Jeffrey Reinhardt in front of us. we can catch him. Ten seconds. Do any of you guys have issues with your shoulders dislocating when you sim race? Hello, Geoda. I have a problem with my left shoulder where when I sim race for long periods of time it starts clicking and dislocating. And I need to try different seating positions. My right shoulder doesn't do it, it's only my left. It's really weird.
Car 2 is now leading.
It doesn't hurt, but it feels bad. It's like a really horrible feeling, like you can feel it clicking in the socket. I imagine over a long period of time it'll be really bad. So. You're old enough, aren't you? This is what happens when you get old. I'm trying to think of like ways of using my arms and shoulders that stop it from happening. Like maybe if I sit further back, or keep my arms down further, or maybe put them up, I don't know. It's alright. We're all going to die of cancer eventually, so just embrace it. We've all got plastic in our penises, so... the other day I was reading stuff about penile cancer. Jesus Christ. And the numbers are pretty bad. Like, the quite a large number of people that get their penises amputated due to penile cancer. So, that's not good.
You are a gentleman and a scholar.
It was like 4 in 1,000 people or something. Something stupid. Something a lot higher than what you'd want. I mean, ideally, you'd want that to be 0, but... That's true, yeah. Could, maybe you could just amputate it and rent it out to people. I could sim race and they can have fun. Genius. Just put a stick. Just put it... plastify it. Sell it on eBay, make some money. Genius. There you go. I'll remove with the great business ideas. How would they know? You know it was Napoleon's because it only has one eye. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, I'm in 4th position! Ah, my name's a god. This must be like the bottom split. Venus. Yeah, thanks to the setup, our pit crew really. We came to this race, and this is a new race for us. We wanted to make the most out of it, but thanks to our pit crew and the teamwork, the work that they put in for the strategy, and the support that we've had, guys, for this race, it's really been incredible. I'd like to thank all our supporters. You know, I wouldn't be here without them. A lot of team effort goes into it. It's not just about the driver, and it's not about me shallowly mentioning other people as a way to virtue signal that I'm a good person when actually I'm just some rich person. It's about the team, guys, and without them, where would we be? Where would we be? Let's be honest, it's a team effort. Can we all give a hand to the team? The pit crew, the lorry drivers, the government for not taxing us appropriately so we have the disposable income to do motorsport. Can we put a hand together, guys? All the people that died awaiting hospital beds due to the underfunding of the NHS. Can we thank all those people that put the effort in for us? Can we thank all the lobby groups that put an end to put an end to all the protests and all the labour movements. I'd like to thank Margaret Thatcher. I'd like to thank Ayn Rand. Yeah, without them. I'd like to thank the exploitation of natural resources at the detriment of the environment. Credit to all the people working on the oil rigs tirelessly. Can we all stand outside our houses and clap for 5 minutes, please? Yeah, thanks to all the people that. Imagine if a race driver actually did that. Beautiful. Now, game developers are suffering. If you could choose between being a game developer and getting tortured, you'd probably pick torture. I mean, game development is basically torture, so they're indistinguishable. A year in Guantanamo Bay and a year developing a driving simulator are basically the same thing.
Car on your left. Clear on the left. Faster traffic approaching. Car right.
That's the new way of doing that corner. The TC wouldn't let me. The TC wouldn't let me spin the back of the car up. It got stuck in this slide because it went over the TC, and then so I couldn't cow steer it. iRacing brake hack didn't work. Oh dear. Ah, disable TC button. That sounds good. I think my rear tyres might have worn out a bit as well. Ah, no, we've got one more lap. Can we get him back?
1.1 seconds. Car right. Clear. You've got about 2 laps of fuel. Faster car coming up quick.
I know, well, no, I just wanted to make this live stream more exciting. I thought the race was getting boring.
Trying to kill each other. What the fuck, dude?
White flag. Safe to move.
Okay, I think people are wrecking.
Joachim! That was a nice dude. Who's sending it? Yeah. Mom. Dude.
Faster car coming up quick.
Watch out, dude. Watch out. You're playing with your license here.
It's weird how this car gets stuck in oversteer.
I'm just happy I was able to get back in after I DC'd.
What was what? I broke
we
the
might
leg
get stuck
because I
behind
got
that
scared
car.
of you. I fully sent in the last corner.
Woo!
About 1 lap of fuel left.
You ready for the send? We're too far back.
Race number 10.
You ready for this? Ah!
They say you cut the course. You'll have to slow down and give up the time game. Left side. Clear on the left.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, not quite there, James.
I thought it was pretty funny. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to hit you, so I went right up.
Good job.
Good racing.
job.
I'm glad you found it funny. It scared the shit out of me.
There was...
I'm P5 now. I got sent back by the black flag. Congrats, Joachim, Ruud. I was faster.
Send. It was so stupid.
Robin, I'm surprised you made it to the end of the race.
Look at
Your
this.
braking was all over the place.
Look at this send. Hang on.
Oh.
Why is this mute button not working? Oh my good god. Ah, there it is. Look how far back we are. Zundung! We're like 10 metres behind him. And I'm like, okay. He's less... If the brakes work better, and if I could rotate it on the brakes, like if the oversteer in this game allowed you to like actually control a lockup, we could have pivoted the car and then we would have been able to block the corner. Like it would have worked if we could have. I should have moved the brake bias even further back. Because in this lockup here, if the back was rotating, rather than us just going straight on, we could have like just kept it on the track, and then he would have not been able to get past us because we're, you know, he'd have to drive through us. We should have put the brake bias right back. I'm pretty sure I had it quite far back. But the front's not locking. It just doesn't want to rotate. Even though the rear's locking. And I've got the input in there. Oh yeah. Yeah, the inside. You're right. Oh, is there? I thought cars were 2D. Yeah, inside left is locked. The brake bias is really far back, and we've already started turning as well. Like I've turned to the, you can't see it, I've turned the wheel to the left. So you'd think that the weight of it and everything would, like you can't load it up. It's worth a try. Thought it was funny. I wasn't going to hit into him, so. We need to bind a TC off button. This is stupid where we spun here. Right. We're just driving. It gets stuck over the limit here. Like, there's nothing I can do. I needed to push the braking accelerator had to be pushed here. I thought we were like in a bit of a slide, but I thought, oh, it will come out of it, but it just didn't. But then this was the problem. I had to do like a Tesco's roundabout to get back to the track because they couldn't spin it around, and this car is the turning circle of a cross-channel ferry. I mean, bloody hell. Could have been worse. It was a fun race. Canada, mate, you say that, right? I think LMP2 cars actually do have a parking brake on them. Some race cars actually have parking brakes on them. It's not really a handbrake, but I don't know if it just activates. Hang on. can't remember what it was. There was some car that I didn't expect it. This is in real life. That had a parking brake on it. And I was like, hang on. I didn't think it was a thing. I can't remember what it was. Let's have a look at the start. Well, let's just quit this. That was alright. Oops. I thought I pushed the stop stream button then. No, I don't know what it was. It might be like a Formula E car. It was something random. I was at a real world event and it hang on. You think with a Formula E car, just use you could just set a parking mode and the motor's just I don't know. I don't know what it was. Maybe I was being mental. Right. There's the... What time is the fixed one? We could do we could do this one. Oh. Thanks, Dunkersaw. That's weird. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. Ich bin so dumm. I think I've favorited all the where's Super Formula Light? Oh, here, right. Yeah, we've ticked all these, so view favorites. Yeah, we can do another LMP2. I was quite enjoying that. It's a bit of a sloppy car, but it's alright. Oh yeah, I was going to set up the other camera. See if we can get that working. Be cool. Results. Oh, that's good. You put 0.28 safety rating. Crotch cam, yeah. Groinal vision. Groin cam. I rating change. We lost our rating, but that was alright race. I mean, that was quite enjoyable. It was the second split, so my road rating's terrible. This is the issue with the safety rating. So in that LMP2 car, it's a really easy series to gain a lot of safety rating doing IMSA because they're so sluggish cars. You're not going to be side by side with people, so it's stupidly easy to gain safety rating. But then if you do MX5, it's always going to be like contact because of the type of racing that it is. So it doesn't make sense. It's like if you're doing the A, if you've got the A license, and you do the A license stuff, it's too easy to gain safety rating. If you do the rookie stuff, it's too easy to keep safety rating if you're rookie, but ridiculously hard on you if you happen to be A license. So you're basically punished rookies, there's no incentive to get better, and for people with a safety license who want to do IMSA and stuff, there's no incentive. They're like de-incentivized from doing MX5, and then the problem is MX5 is not necessarily harder racing, like, or easier racing. Like, MX5 has more racecraft in it than the LMP2. Like LMP2, GT3 and stuff, the focus is on lap time consistency and hot lapping, not racecraft. MX5, Formula Ford, F4, they're more nippy left-right movement cars, and they're smaller and they're more responsive, so it requires more racecraft to get more out of them. Also, they've got drafting as well, so there's going to be more of that raw sort of car positioning stuff. So it doesn't make sense. It don't make no sense, guys. How's it going, Donut? Can you throw me a donut, please? I almost bought donuts yesterday from Tesco's. I almost donutted myself. They had like a 5-pack, and then I almost bought cookies, and then I went, oh, I'll be a fatty if I do that, so I'm not going to. Right, let's see if I can find this capture card thing. Oh yeah, well that's the other thing with ovals. I like to do Draft Masters, Arca, Super Speedway, which means that it's impossible, nigh on impossible, to gain safety rating for you to then do the truck series. So stupid. It's so dumb. Surely you want to... A video game should incentivize people to play the video game, not to not play the video game. Ah, what did I do with the... Oh, shit. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm oh, what did I do with the cable? I am never going to be able to find this cable again. I'll be back in a second, guys. There's no way. I've got to go through. Find this bloody single cable I have. It's for a camera. I don't know where I put it. Oh. Might be up there.
car is out of control.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
I have no idea where I put this cable. Guys,
Okay, let's go.
if you were super dumb, where would you put a cable when you have billions of cables? Where would you put a cable that you don't think you would use, but then need 2 days later? Where if you're really dumb, where would you put that cable? Just lower your dumbness levels. Ah! Haha! I put it in the most stupid place ever. Go me. I just had to think dumb. The more dumb I think, the more likely we get to the answer. Well done, me. Winner. We're racing now. At least I found the cable. Oh dear. Ew. You wait. What do you mean the right time? Just go and drive it. It's a video game. Straight away's the right time. Just jump in. Nothing bad can happen. It was a cable, but I found it for another camera. Because I have another Sony camera and I never use it, so I figured I can, if my capture card isn't totally cooked, I can stick it on the rig, and then we can have another camera angle, maybe like a close-up of my face.
2,499. Pit road is closed right now. It's competitive out there. Head down, stay sharp.
Well, yeah, more camera. It's pretty obvious. More camera angles, better stream quality. Not. Look at the cable mess on that camera. No, it's not a case of us being more entertaining or being better drivers. More cameras. Genio F1, thanks for subscribing. Oh, I forgot to change the pedal setting. Oh, fuck. Oh well.
Catch up 13. Car, get ready. Going green. Post car is off. Time to do your job. There's an incident ahead. Green flag. Green flag.
Good clean start there. Textbook. Shame it didn't go green just when they did that, because I could have gone up the inside. Trying to process it? What do you mean trying to process what? How sexy I am? It's difficult. How bad I am? We're the best. I really like the forest fire weather. Mars atmosphere really makes this race exciting. No F1 talk here because F1's shit. No talk about Formula 1. Talk about F2, that's good.
Left side. There's an incident ahead. Go right. Still there. Clear.
Quite sure what happened there. That was a bit of a weird crash, wasn't it? Go. Cow debate. Why you have been a penis? I'm always winning. Cat debate's the most boring conversationalist ever in the history of conversationalists. The book of boring conversation. At the top of it will be counter debate. Due to health. The world is a simulation. Counter debate has the intellectual capacity of a fish finger, and not even a cooked one, like a defrosted fish finger. That's counter debate. It's like it's like a defrosted limp fish finger. No, that's counter debate. Verstappen's a stroop waffle. See, there you go. How did it feel being married to an idiot? I mean, it makes sense. Idiots will marry idiots. How could you neglect an air fryer? Yeah. What kind of moron thinks that a halogen oven is better than an air fryer? That's like thinking ACC has good force feedback. Well, that's your issue, not mine. You're the one missing out. Here's me with my 7-minute pizzas. 7-minute frozen pizzas.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
No, that's not because they're tiny, it's because you're a fatty. That's like an American going, these British plates are so small, I'd have to have 10 plates for dinner. That's British, I need an extra portion. It's like, no, you just eat too much food. Our 10-inch plates. We do racing with subs all the time in AC. Oh, shut up. Fish and chips?
Right side. Clear on the right. Right side. Clear on the right. Left side. Stay on the right. Keep to the right. Stay on the right.
Fish and chips is ace.
Keep to the right. Clear on the left. Car right, clear.
What about English? An English dinner's really good. Gravy, Yorkshire pudding, vegetables. English dinner's awesome. Thank you, Amber Saber. It's a nice trundle. This car's like driving a wheelbarrow. Woo! Foot cam. I need to put some like Corex on the floor where foot cam is, and then we need to have like different colours so it's not carpet colour. We should have a big Game of Muscle logo on the floor. That'd be cool. Ah, what would look cool is if I had a little mini projector and it projected like water on the floor. I feel like I need to waste more electricity.
Leader is running 47, even.
You don't need to have wheat in the roast. Like, what's got wheat in it? Flour. Just use gluten-free Yorkshire puddings. And gravy, you can get gluten-free gravy. I really hope my Elgato 60S isn't cooked, because it does quite a good job of what it does. If it wasn't for the like overly sensitive USB port on it, it would be better than the Camlink. So this LMP2 car is more like how a GT3 car should drive in iRacing, but like even more, the GT3 car should be even more bitey than this LMP2, and obviously not as downforcey, but like why, do you know what I mean? Like this LMP2 car drives closer to GT3 cars in AC1. I don't know why the GT3s in iRacing are so tankish. Well, I do. The tyres get to the limit and get stuck there. That's why they're so tankish. That is why. But it's going to be fascinating if iRacing actually do the tyres, the degree to which the cars will actually drive properly. Like different cars, like the Porsches will actually drive like Porsches, as opposed to not driving like Porsches whatsoever. It'll be really interesting. It would be absolutely game-changing. So many cars in iRacing would be really fun to drive that currently are just dull as dishwater. See how that bamboozled him with my holding the inside line in the most predictably defensive driving way. Absolutely broke his brain.
Right side. Keep to the left. The car is P2. Just set fastest lap. 46.718. Still there. Stay on the left.
People cannot drive in this at all.
Car right. You're on the left.
0
Car right. 2 wide.
0 racecraft. 0. 100% zero racecraft for that guy. I'm holding him. I'm on the inside. I'm making the corner. He just drives into me. 0. 0, guys. If you actually drive in iRacing, i.e. you hold a line, you drive defensive, you don't just hot lap, their brains fall apart. They're like, it's like they're like a large language model that hasn't been trained on racecraft.
Go right. There's an incident ahead.
It's bizarre. It's honestly crazy. Like also, the corner before, when I obviously held the inside line on the exit, he just drove into the back of us. And then he was driving to the right to try and make me move over to the right. So why would I ever give up the inside? It didn't make any sense at all. No F1 talk in chat, guys. F1's banned. Hopefully, turn one meatball. No talk of Formula 1. I said, like, it's banned topic. You could talk about Formula E, you could talk about F2, you could talk about whatever. It's not, Formula 1 is just awful. We don't talk about it. You could talk about football. Cricket's also banned, by the way. No, I'm going to ban you. If you talk about Formula 1, you get a permanent ban. Permanent ban off the channel. You get a ban forever. Cricket and Formula 1. Get a ban for cricket and Formula 1. And what other sports? Yeah, cricket and Formula 1. Banned. Netball's alright. Technically, most ball games are a form of netball. If you think about it. Most ball games have a net at some point. Really, netball, shouldn't the ball be made out of, like, net? Rather than it just describing the net that you've got to get the ball in. Like, net ball. Oh yeah, swimming, marathon running, yeah, banned. You could, I mean, like, yeah, Tour de France is fine. F2, IndyCar, Oval, no swimming, no Formula 1, no cricket. They've been made illegal in the territory of Game of Muscle for everyone's mental health. If this is a safe space for people that have brain cells. Yeah, a football should be a ball made out of. Yeah, you could get, when footballers die, they could take the skin off their feet and turn it into leather, and then football used in football could be a ball made of feet. Yeah, and then every time you played it, you'd be touching the past footballers' feet. I think football should be played barefoot as well, just because it'll be funnier. Yeah, they'll like get the ball, it'll get kicked into the grandstand, and they'll be licking the ball. Ugh. I know, the football could be a foot long. It could be a foot. It's the size of the ball. A foot ball. See? How big is a football in size? Is it almost a foot? Is it about a foot? It's more like half a foot.
White flag this time.
Google how big is a football in feet? What's the width of a football in feet? Yeah, what's that in a foot? I don't know what a foot is in inches. I asked for feet, not inches. Almost a foot. Yeah, so is 12 inches a foot? I don't know. I don't know American stupid measurements that are completely made up. How many inches are in a foot? So yeah, it could be a foot. There you go. Football. Shouldn't inches be called toes? And then you go, there's 12 toes in a foot. And a foot should be like smaller. This race was ruined by that other bloody guy that punted me. We'll have a replay and you'll see. You'll see there's zero awareness, followed by iRacing netcode. You'll see. Oh, that's a really funny joke. Right, here we go. Right.
Chicken flag,
Let's
chicken
see.
flag. Better schedule some
Let's
tests.
see.
Get 'em next time.
Let's see. When's the IMSA race? It's the IMSA race. Right, here we go. Here we go.
From the guy who was going on the one.
It was Edward! It was Edward being a penis!
He drove right in the back and he wasn't. It was no.
It was Edward being a penis! Ah, bloody hell, Edward. You penis! You absolute.
bro, it was proven that it was an incident. Otherwise, you wouldn't finish right in front of me. We didn't have like a clean battle like we had.
Clean battle? You mean you blocking me and running into me again later on? Yeah. There's nothing clean about that, my man.
Blocking you, bro?
Ah, I mean, how does that pump me?
Blocking? Nice, bro. Cry me about it. It's not my fault if you don't know how to attack me, you know, and overtake.
Where'd you finish? Pretty sure it was behind me even after you spun me out. So.
Look at Edward
Have a good
turning
day,
into
buddy.
us here. Look at that. Edward, you...
Oh, with my car broken, it's not that hard, right, mate? Like, my car was broken from first lap. What the fuck, bro? My car didn't even turn right properly. What the fuck? And I still defend you for like 5 laps or more? What the fuck?
You realize I came all the way from last back to up and past you.
What lap is this on? I'll evaluate the accident as a unbiased judge. What lap is it on? What lap?
Lap 2, James. Lap 2.
Wow. All rise. Where? Ah, okay. Wow, that was clearly your fault, Rob, for braking too hard.
I know, how dare I brake for the corner? I should have just went through it and hit the wall.
Yeah, you made the mistake of expecting the car behind to actually react to what's happening to the car in front. So, you did brake too early, though. And then he got net-coded. Yeah, why... The brake point's here, so why would the car behind wouldn't expect him to brake there? But then iRacing netcode was like bonk. It's definitely like a netcode contact where the car behind taps the car in front, and then the car in front gets the data and then goes, oh, hang on a minute, something punted. Probably would have done damage though in real life. Like I think these LMP2 cars are quite fragile, aren't they? I wonder how much of the... where is the break point for that? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, each of these is like a meter. Yeah, he's broke like 4 meters too early, and full brake power. Bamboozle. Good takedown. Let's do another IMSA and win it this time. Yeah, I'm pretty... Thomas, when it comes to measuring, I'm the best. Do you like how I use the curbing now? It's pretty... I could do like the long jump, and I could just measure by each grain of sand. Wait, guys! Gotta count the sand! Wait! Counting the sand! It's the only way to do it. I need a USB 3 cable. Bloody hell. Never have the cable I want. Yes! Right, let's see if this works. Bet this cable doesn't work. Ah, it's worked! Oh no. It worked and then didn't. Ah! Right. This is so finicky. If you just tap it, it disconnects. Is that you? Oh, you're such a shit. Every time. It's every time, guys. Alright, let's see if this camera works. Guess that's a no. Oh, oh, of course it won't work because he's not plugged in. Did you know? Did you realise that, guys? You have to plug a camera in for it to work. Yeah, this is a much better camera. Oh, it's still not. What is going on? Why won't this camera? Ah. Maybe I have to enable it. Do you guys know on a Sony camera how you send it out? How you send out? I can't remember the setting. What's going on? I was trying to set this camera up. Oh dear. Can you hear that? Yeah, I fixed that. One. Well, it's picking up audio. Oh, it's just noise. Can't remember. Oh, here we go. HDMI settings. Oh no, I think the capture card's not working properly. Oh well. Yeah, I think we just need to maybe plug that USB into something else. We'll get it working. Right, let's qualify. Hang on, is this a fixed one? No. Yeah. Let's go. Edward's banned, by the way, just so we know. This is good. I've never driven this track before. Oh, hang on. Oh, I need a... Can you remind me to bind a pit limiter? You guys ready for 45 minutes of IMSA with the game of Muscle Crew? To be honest, I'm not. No, this is gonna... We'll do a poll. We're gonna do a poll on this. What position are we going to go for? I'm going to try my hardest to get a win. I think I'm going to try and drive faster than the other cars. Yeah, but this is only my second time driving this. Win or bin? Should we put top 5 as the poll? Top 10. No, we'll win. We're going to win the bin.
Green, green, green.
Ah, great. Fantastic.
Here comes your first time lap.
That was just what I needed to warm the tyres up with. Should do a last to first challenge. I am always winning. Every race is a win for me. I only know win. I'm often described as the win. Windows 3.1.
about 1 lap of fuel left.
I imagine there's laps probably for 15th place.
There's the flag. It's over.
Ah, 14th. That was close. Close in my predictione. Right, poll for this top 5 finish. Start prediction. Top 6. Top 7. Here we go. 2 minutes. You ready, guys? Team Muscle. Team Muscle. It's what's the one moment, please, for? Oh, it still doesn't work. Weird that it gives a black screen. Must be like some weird setting we need to do. Grid up here.
1 lap to green. Line up on the right side. The estimated SOF is 1,748. Pit road is closed. Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
Are you ready, guys? Wow, we got points on the line. Channel points on the line. Pole's closing. Here we go.
Marcel,
Catch
come
the
on,
pace
man.
car.
I think they'll do.
Hey. Bro.
Catch the 5
Okay,
car. Catch
let's
the
go.
16 car. Catch the 4 car.
I was afgeslagen of zo.
Catch the 19 car. Catch the 21
Lekker
car.
gedaan, Marcel. Lekker.
Ah, sorry man.
Going green.
Ah, what are these guys doing? What? Why do they do this? Like, oh, is that LMDH cars in
Car is
front?
off. Time to do your job. Green, green, green.
Krijgen die nou allemaal penalty?
Nee.
Ja, fuck. Ik bleef netjes wachten op jou.
Ja, sorry man.
Are there LMDHs in this? I didn't think there were. Or what is going on?
Hell of a spot. The GT3 is the start.
I'm so confused, guys.
Zei ik niet.
Ah, no. Well, Bit rubbish. Oh well. Well, that's ruined the pole. We're very likely to get 7. Dude.
What were you thinking? Thank you for the 4X. Watch it, Cole. Watch it.
He said it's 4 eggs, not 4 eggs. He was really happy to have eggs to eat. As he should be. 4 eggs is enough calories for a day. So he's like, thank you for the 4 eggs.
You got a slow car on the left. Car right. Clear on the right. Car right.
Yeah, great driving there.
Keep to the left.
What is he doing? I like iRacer's completely brain dead. 100% brain dead driving.
On the left.
It's insane. Completely insane. We do like a perfectly normal setup, which makes him panic and he messes up. We have space up the inside. We're alongside him and he just turns into us. Like, it's just like absolutely moronic brain dead driving constant. Anytime you do any racing in iRacing, and their brains fall out. They can only do hot lapping. It's mental. I mean, what a dumb move from him. Fortunately, we didn't fly off the track into a wall. But it makes it more interesting for the position, though. What? Who was it? Who was it? We got to beat them now. That's our rival. That's our LMP2 rival. A takedown rival. To be fair, it was a good pump by him. Didn't seem to slow him down. Oh no, the other camera's broken. Now it looks like. Oh no, the other camera's broken. It's like I'm not driving, but I am. Oh dear. We went too far on the cameras. We went one camera too far. The house of camera cards has toppled. Camerageddon.
Don't.
You can't just say no, man. I mean, you're taking some weird lines there, bro. One of these times, gonna catch up with
Rampage.
What the fuck? That's Cole Wilson the second time.
Robin's always complaining.
Why did he do that? For the second time now. Ah, and he left. I didn't deserve that. I didn't deserve that.
I think you did. I saw that was on you, Robin.
6.91.
He just didn't ram. He didn't brake. Oh my, the ram. Shoot. Why did he do that?
It's
Why?
still going on.
You can't toss two guys at the chicane.
He's still going on. Are you enjoying iRacing?
I was.
You made a mistake. It's where you went wrong.
But the second time he just dive bombed. I saw him coming. I'm still.
I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe you've done this. Whoa! He's out of here. Oh, he's gone. He had to go to the sand dunes. Woo! Oh, what a send!
Still there. Clear.
Oh, that's how you do it, guys. That's called the muscle hustle.
Car on. Stay on the left. Clear.
I'm using this graphics card.
This video is sponsored by the 3DFX Voodoo 2 graphics card. 8 megabytes of RAM, 100 megahertz of processing power, 800 by 600 maximum supported resolution, SLI for double the speed. Your PC won't ever need more power. The Voodoo 2.
Whoa! A little bit distracted by pushing buttons.
Steven, you saw that, right? I've called it.
Keep to the left.
Yeah, that wasn't on. Or yeah, not.
Still there. Clear on the right.
Lol, he's gonna have a slow
I don't
down.
think it was intentional, but wrong by him.
Surely he's got a slow down. He cut the old corner. Good racing with Matthew Cockerham. Cockerham. I'm not laughing at his name. That would be infantile. It's good driving with him. He's actually drive cleanly, unlike that other guy that punted us off.
I'm going to leave. Bye bye, guys.
Victor, come on.
It's Robin gone. You know what they say? Robin isn't racing. Well, it worked, didn't it, Counterbait? I've never seen any bad driving in iRacing. Do you know what I mean? Not once have I come across bad driving in iRacing. And we can all agree it's pretty clean.
Okay, let's go.
Did you feel moving at that corner is the
French, we accidentally just tuned into the French radio station there. Well, that was close. No! Jamie Gardner's catching us now. After my little bit of almost ramming the car in front. I left the braking a bit late. Just a touch. Only fractionally. What are you doing? Seriously.
Clear on the right.
Glorious 7th.
Double check, I thought you meant to be speedy.
Sorry about that.
I don't think so.
Pulling away from the car behind.
Hang on. Where are the GT3 cars? Is this grid just been LMDH and LMP2? And no GT3? So, it's so dumb. It's so dumb how iRacing have messed up IMSA due to the way they do the splits. They should just not have LMDH. Get rid of that. And just have... They're coming. Took about a year. They should just have LMP2 and shitloads of GT3. $15 LMP2 and 40 GT3. There you go. Perfect. It should always be 100 car grids, one split, 100 cars. 25 LMP2 and 70. That'd be amazing. I mean, it'd be awful, but it'd be really entertaining. He's pitted to try and avoid the traffic. What's the fun in that? Oh, I didn't mind a bloody pit limiter, guys.
Left side. Clear. Right side. Clear. Right side.
Oh, it's more fun to overtake cars anyway.
Left side. Still there. Clear on the left.
It doesn't work. I probably bound it to some other button that I've forgotten.
Car on your left. Clear. Car right. Still there, hold your line. You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 1.1 seconds. Clear on the right. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
What the fuck, man? Come on!
Oh no. Anger. Salt on the track. Salt for your chips.
Yeah, man. I'm still on the outside, man.
Oh my goodness.
Right side.
Yeah, I think moving over in the brake zone with an LMP2 car behind
Already
you.
on the curve.
Car on your left.
Genius.
Clear.
Hold the inside massively and then all of a sudden move to the right. That is a good strategy. Don't blame him, it was good fun. I would do exactly the same thing. Monster skill.
Car on your left. Clear. Car right. Clear on the right.
That is... Oh my god! Why? I did good to avoid him. Oh god. What was he doing? I'm proud of how I avoided him, but what on earth? Why? Why? Oh my goodness. Why leave the inside massively open and then do what he did when it's of no advantage to him as a GT3 car?
Clear on the left.
There's no point. Can't believe we managed to miss him.
Car on your left. Clear.
I've done too much sim racing. I should have just driven into him. Teach him a lesson. Right, let's pit early because the front tyres are probably knobbed.
Pit box in 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here. Okay, go.
Legendary throttle control. Legendary. On that pit stop there. Oh, we're in 7th. How many X's are we on?
Fast car coming up quick.
Oh, that's not bad. I'm not sure when we let go inside.
Clear on the left.
Tow me! Tow me to victory. Nice drift. See how I'm driving without even touching the wheel? That's how good I am. That's where I'm at. What a skill. I'm such a high skill level.
Faster traffic approaching.
Gearing, first gear is longer than the march to the noose. Like, planets are born and die in the time that you get to the end of the first gear.
Left side. Clear on the left.
I need to put my goggles on for extra. Oh no, they're fogged up.
Car right. Clear on the right.
Somehow my left goggles fogged.
Thank you, you idiot.
Oh. Thank you, you idiot. I don't think that was me.
Left side. Clear.
I'm sorry, Shell. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, you broke my wheels, dude. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Great move.
he broke his wheel. Great move. Thank you very much. Sarcasm. The sarcasm of iRacing voice chat. Probably the most sarcastic voice chat on the internet. On a message to sarcasm ratio, I'd imagine over half of iRacing messages are sarcastic. Great driving. Thank you very much.
Car right. Clear on the right.
Bloody hell, P1's like a billion years in front of him. Thanks, car. Good old iRacing rain brake accelerator catch coming into play.
Clear.
I mean, if you don't know that tip, you lose so many places.
Car on your left. Clear.
Woo!
You got a slow car on the left. Go right.
I'm only on 4x.
Faster traffic approaching. Left side. Clear on the left. Car right. Keep to the left. Clear.
Car right, keep to the left, clear.
Is this good driving to fall to sleep too?
Thank you.
Bacon, lettuce and tomato car.
Faster car coming up quick. Faster traffic approaching.
How many X's can you get in this 45-minute race before a DQ or drive-through?
Car right.
Oh, we're catching P9.
Clear on the right.
It's exciting moment, guys. Exciting overtake moment inbound. With only 15 minutes left. What a time to be alive.
Leader is running 51.659. Car on your left. Clear on the left. Right side. Clear on the right. Car right. Left side. Too wide.
Whoops.
Clear. You've got wheel damage.
I'm sorry. Sorry. That was I missed the break point. Sorry.
Nice pin, me.
I'm sorry. I just murdered him. My car's fine though. Good overtake.
That was new, it's another James Gardner.
No. It was a good overtake.
Yeah, sorry about that.
100 meters. Keep to the left. 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 100 meters.
Oh no!
Real when you wish yourself luck, and then you hit me.
Yeah, no problem. Just unfortunate, that's funny.
Oh dear. Absolutely murdered him. My car's fine. I thought my car would slow down better. We might have misjudged the braking just a bit. Just a little bit there. That was a full on kill. That was an insta-gib. I mean, I hope his car's not wrecked. Pretty good overtake though. Pretty good textbook iRacing move, I think. Do you know what I mean? We hit him nice and square. So he's not going to be racing against us. I stayed on the track. Oh, we do have a little bit of damage here, I think. Oh no, we might be all right. We're all right. Surprising, really. Got wheel damage, but
Unlucky as traffic. Oh my Jesus, dude!
oh dear. Did I get a 4X for that? I think I should have got like a 10X. That should have been death. I should have.
Stay to the right if you're gonna pit. Don't cut all the way across, man.
I should have got a drive-through penalty for that move.
That was unnecessary.
What? The traffic approaching.
I didn't mean to say.
Yeah, it should have
It
should have been a Y.
I couldn't avoid you.
Should have been the full Greek alphabet.
Car on your left. Clear.
I wonder if I thought I was going to slow down before hitting him, but maybe if I'd have known that I wasn't going to make the break and I could have moved to the left before. I really thought I was going to slow down. I think because I had the draft. He didn't brake early though. I missed a break point. I was kind of falling asleep. You know. I wonder if
That was unnecessary.
if I could have moved my car
I agree with you 100%. I ran out of talent.
before the impact.
Apologies.
It's a shame he wasn't further ahead because he would have started turning around the corner, so we probably would have missed him.
Faster traffic approaching.
We seem to be holding on to our position though, which is weird.
Not to push. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
There's still 10 minutes to go. This LMP2 car could do the Nordschleifer. That'd be really good. If you had 24-hour LMP2 race around the Nordschleifer. That'd be awesome. They only...
Did you put enough fuel in, Matt?
They only do GT3 on the Nordschleifer.
More than enough.
Well, you could make it have the turning circle.
Like 1 lap more.
You won 3-4 seconds on the pit lap.
Je te dis, 8 secondes, ce gaffe, hein. How much do you put in the pit lane?
Faster traffic approaching.
Thank you.
I put 20 liters in the pit lane.
Oh, here comes the GT3s again. Time to drive into more people.
Faster traffic approaching.
That's what I'm here for.
Right side. Clear.
Amazing how I've done this whole race without touching my steering wheel.
Car right. Go on the left. Clear. Go left.
Carnage!
Why in there in such a mess?
Left side. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Clear. Faster car coming up quick. Faster traffic approaching. Left side. Clear on the left.
4 minutes to go.
Left side.
Oh my god.
Clear. Faster traffic approaching. Car on. Clear on the right.
Quentin, you cannot do that. Jesus Christ, this traffic.
Why do people complain about the traffic? It's good fun. I never complain about the traffic. Oh, we're back in. We're in 7th, guys. We're in 7th. For the pole. What was it? Was it top 7?
Left side. Clear on the left.
As foretold, it always is. Life of 7. Mush wheels. Blessed be the 7th position, holy, holy 7th.
About 5 laps of fuel left. Car right. Clear on the right. Car on your left. Clear.
Oh, we're only 5 from James Gardner. Well, 5 seconds. Yeah, it's not.
Car coming up quick.
What was it? What's the opinion zone? Top 5 or top 3? Ah, you got me in the top 3 for an opinion. Shit.
Last car coming up quick. Right side. Clear. Car right. Clear. Car on your left. Clear. Car right. Clear on the right. White flag this time.
Oh, it's finally! Finally! I'm done with this. It's alright, actually. Not bad. It's a good car track combo. I think the LMP2 car's a bit rubbish on more windy tracks, but on like fast tracks, drives like a bit of a sledge, but the downforce makes it smoother. And it has a nice, you can get on the throttle and counter steer out of the corner a little bit. But on slow tracks, it's well annoying. Bad car on nerves. Alfa Romeo, all of them. Don't tell random call sign.
Faster traffic approaching.
Okay.
Well done, Steven. Good racing. Sorry about the bump.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Good race, sorry about missed in.
Nice run.
I've worked that whole section out.
Right. Let's have a look at the crash at the start. I don't. Right, here we go. Right. So we get this here, we open it up, he messes up the line through there, we get a better line as a result. He slipped it out there. So he's absolutely messed this up. I had damage, good racing. So he's messed this up massively. He's then turned to the right. He's opened it up there. I've actually got my car in. He's reactively blocked, which has pushed us on the grass, which has slowed us down. But then we're back beside him. And now he just drives into us. It's ridiculous. This happens over and over and over again in iRacing. If you race in iRacing, like you create a move, perfectly textbook, creating an overtake for yourself. Pretty much 90% of the time in iRacing, you will just get wrecked by other drivers that have zero awareness. And like, it's mental. The fact that he intentionally blocked us here is mental. I'm even braking a bit earlier here to make sure that I don't understeer through the corner, and I take the corner tight. There's no, even if I was like on the grass, he still would have driven into us. It's insane. It's like he wants me to just like, oh, okay, I would just not bother overtaking at all. It's ridiculous. This block also slowed us down, which we would have been ahead of him if he didn't do that. The only thing I could do here is I could squeeze him more. That's it. That's all you can do. You have to, like, to stop them hot lapping into you, you have to, like, put your car right next to them. Really right next to them. Stupidly right next to them. And that way, if they turn into you, it doesn't actually knock your car. And they know that you're there, so they really can't turn into you. Like, they know categorically that you're there. So it's actually safer to basically ram them off the track yourself. Even though... it's just ridiculous. But if you're the car on the right, you've got overlap all the way into the corner. You know you've got overlap from this point here because he's blocked us. We're side by side there. You know you've got overlap with the car. You're not pulling away from them. We're over halfway side by side, so we can bloody see us. And the spotter's calling it. So you don't do the hot lap line if you have overlap going into the corner, especially in an online sim, and he's always going to hit into us. He's demanding that I don't do the corner at all, that I stamp on my brake at this point here, which is stupid. Doesn't make any sense why I'd do that. So, oh well. Yeah, the only thing I could do is I need to squeeze even more, which they will complain about, and they'll still drive into you, but it won't wreck you. You can tell it's him driving into us as well, because the way the direction our car spins. We did a good job avoiding the Ferrari that was in front of us. This was good racing with this guy. Right, here we go. Oh dear. He just plonked his car right in the middle. And then broke. In a weird... He's broke in the weirdest of places. He's put his car right in the middle and then slammed his brakes on here. I can't believe we missed him. It's ridiculous. Why is his car even in that position out of that corner? I just had to like throw my car off the track. I think maybe he just panicked because he saw us coming up behind. It's pretty funny. To be fair, it was good. It was a good move by him. Whee! I'll go to the kebab shop. Oh, that's well good. Car just driving past, like just sliding past. LMP2 just sliding past at a right angle, 90-degree pass, 90-degree overtake. Oh dear, that's good. Textbook. I want to get this camera working, guys. Right, let's check results here. Results. Yeah, my auto mod is just hates you. Oh no, that was a disaster. After all that, it was all for nothing. It was alright though, it was fun to drive. Why is this camera not working? That's the real question. Oh, I must have knocked it or something. So it turned off. There you go. Hang on. Oh well, maybe we just can't have that. Well, it's also overloading the encoder on OBS, weirdly. So it's probably at the limits of how many 1080p video sources it can have, along with the 4K scene capture and everything else. So. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. This is dropping occasionally. And now I can't. All the cameras have to be 1080p because of the way the source switcher works. They're not the same resolution. They don't fit in the box properly. Oh wow, that was good racing, guys. I enjoyed it. It was fun streaming. Chilled out live stream today. Just a little 10-hour live stream, a little bit of driving. Well, that LMP2 was all right on that track at least. Where's it going to next? Oh, Daytona Road Course. That'll be all right. That's tomorrow. Is the where's the Skip Barber going to next? Mid Ohio. That's all right. Formula C. Where's this going to? Long Beach will be a shit show, so that could be funny. Formula. It's going to Silverstone. That'll be all right. Super Formula Light will be going there as well, won't it? Where's IMSA going to? Yeah, IMSA's at Daytona as well, so that'll be okay. F4. Okayama is a bit rubbish in the F4 car. Oh yeah, that'd be alright. That'd be better than the MX-5 actually. That'd be pretty funny. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. Superformer is going to be the same as the other one, isn't it? Silverstone. Oh, it's better than this week, I guess. Well, I mean, this week was alright actually. I just missed it. It's not bad for iRacing. Oh, what I could do is I could use that camera plugged into my other computer. And then that would be good. That would look good for videos. And then we can use the pedal, and that way we can have another. The pedal camera can be the NDI camera, or the wheel cam can be NDI. That's not a bad idea. What else is happening before we go? What's happening in sim racing here? What's happening in sim racing? Sim racing. No, nothing new on there, just sim rig posts. Constant sim rig posts. It's weird that our sim racing doesn't have more like news posts about updates to the various games and things. It's weird how our sim racing is just our sim rig. Right. B sim racing, yeah. That's what B sim racing post is what you think something like our sim racing should be. It's very weird.
I've been doing this dance for like the last 3 years now with them. Like every time I take a patch.
Oh, Jamie Drives is starting. I'll send you over to her. You can spam T messages. Right. Thanks for watching. It was a nice, relaxing live stream. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good afternoon. Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow for some more stuff in general. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for subscribing. Crop top girl. Crop top southerner.